as I'm joined. I'm joined by the one, the only, the Koopa. Hello.
Very
Hello,
strong.
Koopa. Yes. Your duck was posing with you as well.
Yes, of course. So on my screen, my duck is like under my coat. It's just perfect. It's like sitting behind my legs. It's like, yeah, I'm here too. Just hiding from the wind.
Yeah. I was just letting everyone know that for the first time in years, if not ever, I would say years. I think we've done this before. Kuro, we're live twice in 1 week.
Yeah, crazy. We are actually live
Crazy.
twice in 1 week.
It's been years.
Well, I do want to say why we are live twice a week.
So we can get through the story as quickly as possible because it's not good.
Unironically, that was one of the main motivations. It's just like we have to finish.
Yeah, we want to.
Time to wrap it up, Louis. Like it's.
We need to wrap it up. We gotta move on. God damn. God. Like for our sanity's sake, we gotta get through this.
Yes.
Okay.
We just have to be done with this. So what is this?
Exactly.
This looks like books. Are there books?
Oh, they can read?
Yeah, but why are they just laying here together with like spices and shit? And like neatly aligned too.
Maybe they're cookbooks.
Maybe. But still, why would they be just laying here? Not like, I don't know, on the box or somewhere?
It's fine. Makes the cookbook taste better.
Sure. Also, I think those are like actually the Japanese books, to put it that way, or maybe they're not Japanese actually. I don't know which country specifically it originates from, but there's apparently a specific way of like tying the pages together that's like originated in Asia. I have one notebook like that. It's actually made in Poland, but like they specifically said that it's like the same technique as they used in those traditional Aijamas. And what it means is that if you like, you can like unfold it flat and it won't break apart. Like it's meant for that.
Yeah.
So it's really neat. Like I'm a fan.
Maybe they're spicy books. Exactly.
What does that mean?
Soko understands.
What are spicy books?
Mushrooms.
Do I want to know?
Nah. Don't open the books. Mushroom ceviche books. You're an animal, Sato. You're an animal. But when it comes to the main story, we have been slowly progressing. We had our own ideas as to how we were going to try to unify the horse lords here and take over Doma. The Final Fantasy went their own way, but you know they're getting there regardless. Apparently, right now we're trying to like earn favor or at least become indoctrinated or at least understand the horse lords a little bit better. By working for them, I guess.
Trying to earn favor is a big word. It's more like we are forced to earn their favor because they said so.
Yeah. It's not really clear as to whether what's happening is normal or not. We get the vibe that it isn't really normal. Maybe like it's like
The entire time they've been introducing this, it felt like we are being scammed, and yet we still agreed.
Yeah, and we're still like doing it anyway. And so, which is why we don't really know why. That's like I think this would be easier to swallow if the guy was like if the guy had a plan. You know, if he was like, hey,
if there was a
I know
plan,
that
or
like we don't trust these people, but we need to find out this or this or this.
Yeah, or maybe like they can be useful for this. So like maybe we should like pretend that we have been there. It's like there's nothing there. It's like well, let's just see where it goes. That's basically the plan. But
which doesn't fill us with like a lot of purpose doing this.
That's one thing. Second thing that we've been mentioning a lot, and again, we're not getting into another rant on the beginning of the stream, but the second reason why this feels so, like, I don't know, weird, hard to accept, I don't know what the word you want to use, is because in the recent few events, the guy we're following, Hien, has not presented himself like being very integrated into this culture. Like has not presented that he knows what their customs are, like more specifically, like he knows that there's this battle for leadership, but basically it sounds like that's the extent of his knowledge, despite him living with them for a long time. And the way he speaks about them also doesn't sound like he's emotionally invested, but more like he's using them as tools, which also doesn't give us confidence that this is going anywhere.
Yeah. It's I think they failed when it comes to writing his character. I think they had a lot of potential. Like it's like early on, it was like because we hadn't learned these things. Early on, it was good. It was fine what they were doing, but then over time, like they're writing him in such a way where he's a little bit more clueless about what's going on, or he's like learning alongside us instead of knowing things ahead of time. And also like his as you mentioned, I think the most crucial thing is his motivation, right? Is his motivation and how he is approaching the entire thing and
how he's expressing his motivation. Because again, everything was going well until that one scene with the grandmother, with the elder. Like that one scene with the elder basically ruined the entire perception of him for us.
Yes, yeah, pretty much. It was pretty like egregious. Like it just. It made us empathize less with him, or like
and trust him less in general.
It makes him just, he just seems like a worse person because of that. Like, if it makes him seem less compassionate or less personable, just less. Which is a shame because like he started off good.
Yeah, like up to that point it was really good, and like they still are kind of trying to write him this way as if like nothing happened, but like that single scene actually like ruined the entire image of him. Yeah. Because it was very for those who might have missed that scene is when we were first introduced to him, he said because there are like competing tribes for leadership, and he wants to align with one of the weakest ones, or maybe the weakest one, because they saved his life, and like they were like taking care of him, and like that's what he told us, that like when we first met him, that like he wants to repay them because they took care of him, and like he would be dead if they didn't, and so on and so forth. But then he goes to the elder of said tribe to request if he can participate in the event, in the tournament, whatever you want to call it, and she asks him why he wants to do it, or rather not her directly, but like somebody else at that moment asks him why he wants to do it, and his response is that because they are the weakest tribe, if we win the tournament, we can claim the victory, and if we aligned with a stronger tribe, it would be the tribe that would claim the victory. That's what he told them, to their faces.
Yeah. He said like if we could go to a stronger tribe and we could win for them, but chances are we would have like less influence in their tribe, so they wouldn't attribute the win to us, so we wouldn't be able to like claim anything. But if we take advantage of a smaller tribe, then like it has to go to us. So then we have like the influence or the power to claim that win for ourselves and then take advantage of that. Like it was a lot more the word
cold
being like sinister,
or like
cold, or like or like manipulative, or like it was just really it was very weird.
I feel like it's not even like, what bothers me is, again, I said it before, what bothers me is not that he said it. What bothers me is like the circumstances in which he said it, where he's asked for the reason and he says that to their faces, that like you are being used essentially.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was like pretty disrespectful, and it was really weird. It was just it was a weird thing to write for the character, because they had already set up a better motivation, right?
Yes.
Like it was
he literally told us before what his motivation is.
It was literally already there, where he was saying like, oh, like they look after me, they save me, like they nurture me back to health, like that
That's what you tell
fine.
them.
And then they just like deleted that.
Yeah.
And they just replaced it with something else. It's like, what? Why?
Like,
why would you do this?
Again, you could still say that, like he could be like telling, like he could be like in that scene specifically, even he could be like, yeah, so like I want to join you because you did so much for me, so I want to repay you for your kindness. Besides, it would also like look different if I aligned with that. Like you can kind of add that, maybe not to them, but like maybe to us, like after the fact or something. Like you can still mention that is also like an advantage, but that shouldn't be like the main thing in that conversation.
Yeah, that's the problem is that because of how he said it, because he was asked, and because he didn't bring anything else up, it made it seem like that was the reason for him as to why. yeah, as to why he had aligned himself with that tribe.
Which again just sounds very disrespectful.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's where we're at right now. That's the guy we're following apparently.
Yeah, yeah. Like up
Which is
until
a
that point,
shame.
everything was fine, and then yeah.
Yeah, it's a shame because as you said, like up to this point, like the guy was fine. Like he seemed to know what he's doing more or less. Like he had some kind of plan. Maybe it was reckless, but he had a plan. Like, you know, he seemed to know the people around more or less, and they seemed to respect him as well. So like everything was fine up to that point. But yeah.
Yeah. That she can speak to us. Speak to be rude.
Geruda,
Yes. Go on.
a visitor. We do not get too many of you around here. If there is something you are curious to know, just ask.
Tell me about yourself.
You want to know about me? I oversee the training of our Azim Bok wrestlers. Wait, is it Bok or is it Buk? It's an umlaut there. It is a traditional style of wrestling in the steppe, which has been handed down through the generations. I may not look very intimidating, but do not be deceived. I have attained the rank of giant, a title awarded only to winners of our grand competition. One wrong move against me and you will find yourself pinned flat on your back. Just ask anyone here. They will be able to attest to that.
Do you think is wrestling gonna be a part of the competition? Is that
Yes.
what's happening?
100% yes. Because otherwise, why would they introduce that to us?
Yeah. What is this place?
The Dawn Throne is a holy land, sculpted by the hands of the great Azim himself. It is also the birthplace of his son, the first of our kind. You know, no, I'm not gonna get into the mythology of this place. The Dawn Father's face has been etched into the base of the sacred province, a province we, his children, have been charged with protecting. From here you can see just how vast the steppe is, with grasslands that extend onto the distant horizon. It's a breathtaking sight to behold that has the added advantage of allowing us to observe any advancing beasts or enemy forces. Look, I know this is a mythology, so, you know, we don't have to get into that, but there's this weird repeating theme with lizard people and Final Fantasy where, you know, the dragons, there was like a lot of apparently incest and stuff. You had the village where they're like isolated for generations, so, you know, the gene pool probably isn't very big. And now we have this where it's like, yes, and that was the father of his first son and all of us also. I'm like, are you in the same situation?
I mean, I would say that this place seems less like
yes,
that.
Yeah, because
than
it's bigger
than the underwater village.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, just because it's larger. There's it looks like there's a little bit more diversity when it comes to the gene pool. It looks like people do marry like dolmens and stuff, even though it's maybe looked down upon. Like it sounds like that's happened before. Like it's okay.
Yeah, but just the way she presented, it's like, yes, we have one father and he had one son, and then all of us. I'm like, okay.
It doesn't sound. It's like not again.
Yeah, exactly. That's the feeling I got. Not again.
Say not again. No.
It seems to be a trend for some reason.
Vato. Your name, foreigner?
You wouldn't be able to show
Duck.
it.
Mr. Duck.
Mr. Duck for you.
Mr. Duck. Well then, you are to dive into Nazim Kat, below the Ronstep, and gather swordgrass from the lake bed. It is an invaluable ingredient in many medicines. 8 bundled will you bring? This will bring I. You will need to dive deep to obtain what you seek, but that shall pose no trouble for a true warrior, no? Some say that the dominion of the Dawnfather and the Dusk Mother does not extend beneath the water, but ours does. Indeed, the Orinir fight not above nor below. Speak with the guard to descend. We will speak again when you have finished.
Okay.
I legit thought we were just because he said you have to dive in. I thought we were just gonna like jump from here and dive into the lake or something.
I mean, it's tempting, isn't it? As a
It
reminder,
is.
in Final Fantasy, you do take fall damage, but you can't really die if you're out of combat. So it is extremely tempting to just jump from here, even though I have fear of heights.
Bunch.
By the way, fun fact: Final Fantasy actually gives me fear of heights. Like it actually triggers a response for my fear of heights, which is kind of funny. That means they did it well, because it seems realistic.
They immersed you.
Yeah, they immerse you. I actually am scared looking down.
Yes, yes. I know who you are. You wish to go below? Ah, you've heard of the duck.
Yes. Everybody
So-
heard of the duck.
It's our Final Fantasy 14. Hello, Rain. Hello. Hello.
Oh
Hello,
no!
Frost, I should say.
Oh no, so
I jumped down from up here, landed next to a mob that aggroed to me while I was still midair, so I died on impact with the ground. That's impressive, Sokka. That's impressive.
yeah, yeah.
It's because your aim was too good. You were aiming for the mob. You got him.
Yeah, kill him.
Okay, you have to dive down.
Okay. You know what we haven't done for a while? Swimming.
True. This is the expansion that we learned how to swim.
And they make sure that we remember that. Like, there has been a lot of swimming in often not the best moments. Okay, where's more grass? I have completely lost sight of it, by the way, because it's dark. I'm just...
Oh.
Oh, I see an ether current.
Underwater?
Yes. Do you see where I am?
Hold on. I'll head over.
Or maybe there's a vista? I think there's a vista, actually, not an ether current.
Do you want to do the Vista? Oh yeah, it's a Vista. About to say, it wouldn't make any sense to have an ether current down
Oh, sure, why not? Maybe you'd learn swimming.
here. Moai statue. Similar statues are said to be found scattered across the world, but it is not known who made them, nor to what end. The absence of horns and the position of the ears have led some to believe that they were fashioned by hewers in their likeness. But there is as yet no conclusive evidence.
I like how
they're
it says
the
Moai.
heads.
Yeah, I like how it says Moai statue. I'm like, I can't see anything. It's pitch black for me.
It's right here. It's right here. We're looking in the wrong direction. It's right next to us. Literally right next to us.
Oh,
right here.
this thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
look.
Yeah.
Yeah, look. Yeah.
Yeah, it's looking. It's looking at the fortress. But yeah, it's very dark for me, especially because like I have like light coming from the windows. Like I can barely see anything.
So I guess when they say Dawn Father, they're saying that the father was, I guess, the what are the two factions of your people?
Zaela and Ryan.
Yeah. So
I am
guess
of
they're saying
Ryan.
one was. Yeah, they're saying that one was Zyla, one was
Oh,
Ryan.
could
like
be.
because it's Dawn Father and Dusk Mother implies like skin tone sort of stuff. Like
Could be, although we only see one of each in each place, unless you're saying that all Ryans like moved away. Because-
eventually, I guess they did, but like it implies, and we might find that out in the story that they probably used to be unified, right? But like
Maybe.
over time, like the tribes separated, and they became
But
like
then,
more
okay,
yeah,
if
tribalistic.
okay, let me rephrase. That does not matter in fantasy world, but how would you explain the fact that we never see like a hybrid, but it's always either like Xylas or Ryans? There's like no in between.
I would assume just like how it is in real world, like there's like dominant traits and stuff like that.
So you
That's
think
just-
like that like the color of scale is
it's
just
RNG.
straight up dominant, and like you cannot get both. You always get one.
No,
or
you
the
can.
other?
It's probably just like a lower chance that you don't get the dominant trait, like it typically is.
Okay.
Hop punch. I'm already done. Are you done?
I'm missing one.
Okay. Do you have one here?
No. Hold on.
Do you have one over
On the other
here?
side. On the other side of the
Okay.
thingy.
Okay. Okay. Like, just because one trait is dominant doesn't mean the other traits never appear, right?
But like that's kind of what I mean. That we so far, obviously it can change. So far we have not seen anyone with different scales in the same place. On the left.
Over here.
Yeah.
Get off. Truly a pond cast stream.
Yes.
I see what you did there, Einstein.
I
see what you
immediately
did
got
there.
it. It's like, yes,
No.
it is the podcast.
No. We ever do a Final Fantasy pond cast, we're gonna do it from underwater.
No. We could
Let's do it
just
from the
we could
pond.
just see it from the pond in our FC.
We'll
We
go to a
like
different
have a
pond
pond.
every episode.
Yeah. We just like tour the ponds. Oh shit. I realized what I just said. It sounds like Tour de France. It's like Tour de Ponds. Now we have to do it, I guess.
God. We'll do it when we finish the story.
Okay. Like when we do like summary of the entire expansion, we have to like find a nice pond. Imagine if we actually did that. If we like visited people's residences and like checked their ponds, and like one day they come home and there are like 2 ducks in their pond.
No. I have to cheese it the hell out of there. It's the Soko. It's already up here.
Yeah. Soko is fast.
He returns, and with a sword grass in hand. It's crazy, we can swim.
I know,
That
right?
you would immerse yourselves in the depths is a testament to your bravery. Well done. So we find out they're like cats and they don't like water.
Yeah, they're dragons, remember? They're of the fire, so they cannot touch water.
Is that what separates these guys from the guys that actually went underwater? Like, they're not afraid?
Yes.
Lest you wonder, we'll use it to prepare potions to induce paralysis. In the Nadam, we must use every means at our disposal to delay our foes.
See, so they
He
do
who
use
inscribes
potions.
his deeds upon the sacred ground shall be declared the victor. However, none may know this place until the Gal have scattered the soil. It matters not. We shall be swift as stallions and fierce as badass. The step will be ours once more. Your tribute is accepted. We will return to the most radiant, and you may beg a boon.
Okay,
I'm
so
here for some boon.
we gave them grass. I hope
We did.
you're happy.
Yes. Yes. I like the idea of us showing up, and they're like, like they have like shocked faces in there. They're like, oh, he went into the water.
Yeah, he went into
We're
the into the deep beyond. He went there.
And he survived.
He survived. How did they
Like,
do this?
They're like, yeah, and they're like, we have lost many because we just
Yes.
sink to the bottom. we just don't get back up. Oh god.
Like we sent so many squadrons there, and none of them returned. We always
okay.
thought that the deep is cursed, but really they just can't swim.
That's a Hian. Ah, there you are. The others have yet to return. Okay, Magni. Am I to understand you have completed your task? I know not what yours was, but mine was surprisingly simple. They bade me carry various goods and sundries from storehouse to storehouse. Alas, it was difficult to learn much with all the Budurga swarming around me.
Yeah, we brought some grass. It's like what?
I appreciate. Did you see the facial expression of surprise?
Uh-huh.
I'd like to believe that our narrative is correct. I think. He was
Yes.
like, oh fuck. Oh no.
Oh no,
You
they
dove
can
deep
do
into the
something we
waters.
can't.
You dove deep into the waters to harvest swordgrass. I see. That is well. Most radiant brother Magni, we have given you tribute as demanded. Were we to beg leave to depart with our comrades, would you consent? We never intended to press you into our service, and tribute offered in good faith cannot be denied. To grant you naught in return would be an affront to Father Azim. However, the boon must be proportional to the supplications. What you ask far exceeds what you have earned. Then, if we must remain here, would you at least permit us to learn more of your people and your ways? Timulun Katun taught me but a fraction, you see. How this world, born of the gods, was to be their battlefield, their creations to fight in their stead. How Azim, father of the dawn, he who birthed the sun, and Nama, mother of the dusk, she who birthed the moon, made the Aura. Yet though these children warred for a time, eventually they laid down their arms and came to love one another. And so the gods bequeathed this world to their children, and ascended to the heavens, whence they came. Those born of the Dawn Father were called the Ran, and those born of the Dusk Mother were called the Zyla. So it was, and ever after. Yeah.
But it's the opposite way that we thought.
I don't know which one's which. It's all the same to me. But I say to you, Brother Magni, how can this be? How can Oranir be the children of Azim if they are Zayla, born of Nama? Are you serious right now? He's
That's what I said.
One be one from one and not the other. It's like, what do you mean? Obviously, what are you talking about, Ian? What are you talking about?
That's what I said, because Zyla were supposed to be of the Dusk Mother, but they are saying that they are the children of Azim, not children of Nama. That's the point he's making.
I mean, they could have had other partners. Like,
Look,
like they didn't have to have been with each other technically.
look. This is mythology, okay?
You amuse me, Doman. How you wield your ignorance as a weapon. Very well. I bid you speak with our elders and learn the truth of this world. Fucking put on your shirt. Falling apart.
Okay, so here's the thing about Hien. I understand that, this is just a design of a model, but I'm fairly sure that, like, Japanese, I guess he's still, like, made after Japanese, they would, like, take off their like, sleeve when they were using bows. But specifically for that. And he's not doing that right now. He doesn't even have a bow.
No.
So yes, I agree. It makes no sense for him to just constantly be half naked.
Hien would know more of your captors and their ways. I know what you're thinking. And yes, I could probably have convinced him to let us go and had I handled that differently. But then we would have learned naught for our troubles. If there is one thing I know, it is that men of faith yearn to share it with others. And in learning more of their beliefs, we may learn more of other things. Things which may prove useful in the Nana. When I was carrying out my tasks, I met an elder, a storyteller, named Ulutai. Mayhap he can be our teacher.
Yeah, makes sense, sure. May as well just learn whatever we can. But also they said that it was never their intention to like take us into their ranks, so I guess they just don't want us to fight for the other ones. I guess they're just taking us hostage for that.
Sure. I mean, whatever.
Because otherwise I don't know what the point is.
Udotai. Here. This is the man of whom I spoke. Udotai. I can spare no time for you. Other troubles demand my attention. What troubles? What ill fortune has befallen you? Not me, but my lambs. Some wandered far and have yet to return. Mayhap they will return to their mothers in time. Mayhap they will not. Mayhap you can help. If we must, then we must. Let us be about it, light.
Side
Collect some
quest
land.
time.
Yeah.
At least they actually kind of put it into narrative this time instead of being like, hey, we should do some side quests. Like, it's not a high bar, but it's better than nothing.
We have to find 4 lost. We got one.
Ah, that
Can't
does
you
not
get
look
up
like a
there?
lamb. You're really big. It's a very big lamb.
It has a little sound effect.
It does. Oh no. Square Enix, why? Why do you make characters like that? I want to have them on my possession.
I think that's the first time we've heard a Karakul's actual like voice.
No. No, it's not. You can hear them in the wild, but usually when they die.
Okay. Okay.
And that's exactly what I mean. Why is Square Enix so brutal? They make these cute creatures, they make their cute noises, and then your only interaction with them is to kill them. It's like, why? Just let me have one as a pet. I know there's a mount, but it's not the same.
This one's small.
This Hold on. Hold on.
Punch.
Let's look for the lamps. Not here.
Looks like they might be inside the building.
I'm going. This lamp is not very fast.
Okay. There's one here. And one here. And right here. Ah, hello. He found them himself.
I like how he's just... One of them is just smelling him.
Where are you, little ones? Your mother is waiting. It is time to come home. I like this little thing just because it's like, oh, like he's being useful as well. Like
yeah, he's actually
He's finding his own.
participating.
Yeah. He's finding his own lambs. I appreciate it.
Also, I don't think we were ever
There you go.
told how many there are. Just want to point it out.
That's fine.
Very cute. Can we have sheep in our FC? Queenix, please.
Can you have sheep on the islands?
You
When we get
can,
our
but
own
it's
little
not the
islands?
same because the islands are like isolated.
Yeah.
So it's not quite the same. But yes, you can have sheep on the island.
Mhm.
So once we get there in 10 years, we can have sheep there.
Yeah. Greetings. I trust all of our little explorers are safely accounted for. That they are. My thanks to you, Dorman. Now, you had questions for me. I would know more of the Oronir, of their creation, and of Father Azim. As you wish. Come, let us sit. Now, okay, first thing, I was going to say this last time we played. Do you think would they go as far as to reveal, okay, this is the next level, okay, big brain narrative play, is that you go as far as to reveal that actually Domans are tied to these people, and actually they have their own ancestry tied back to the father and the mother, and that's how and after he finds out about that, then that's what he uses to try to convince him to also help retake Doma, because then it's revealed that they have like some tied ancestry
Like by
there.
mythology.
Both mythology and actually just, Scientology. Yeah, it just is.
I doubt it. I think they will have separate culture. I don't think they will be related to Doma. I think this will be solely of like the two like aura types, and this will be just about the auras. Like we may learn something about their history that like we can use later and like make them relate to that, because it's just like this thing in our culture or whatever. But I don't think the story itself will in any way relate
Like
to Domans.
you know what the big brain like IQ like way to do this story is you don't make them related like by blood or anything. What you do is you find out that this structure, this holy structure that is here, that is erected, was actually made by the Domans. That's what you do. Which would make more sense because these.
Which would make
really
sense because they are
constructing
nomadic, so
things.
they wouldn't construct this, but the Domans would.
Yeah. So you make it so like the Domans made this place, and they actually like maybe they like gifted it to the people, right? To
maybe
the
gifted it, or maybe like both like races like used to live together, and like they were like kind of worshipping the same deities. But like they just the Domans just for whatever reason either moved away or I don't know, just died out, and that they are just Silas here now.
Yeah, something like you do something to tie them together, so then there's a better reason to actually actually have them invade and attack and liberate Doma outside of just like the quote unquote leader telling them to, right? Because like if a leader's telling the people to do something but there's no connection there, then they're not gonna listen, right? Like, why would they, right? There's gonna be something else, another driving force.
Yeah,
right?
like tradition or no, like I don't think they would listen to single person if there's nothing at stake for them.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So they have to construct that stake, right? As you wish. Come, let us sit. Before we begin, tell me, what do you know of the Aura and how they came to be? Well, they're fish people.
Excuse me.
Days before men, Azim and Nama waged a bitter war. The Ryan were born of the Dawn Father, and the Zyla of the Dusk Mother.
Yeah, the second one. Second one.
Okay.
So I feel like that's the more important part than the war right now.
They have a mom and dad.
They do have parents.
Yes. A common tale, and one believed by many tribes. But what it does not mention is this: Azim and Nama were lovers. Was that not? Was that not implied?
Okay, it is implied, but this is mythology we're talking about. So you have Athena popping out of Zeus's head. Like really, there are no rules in mythology.
We had it was heavily implied.
It was implied.
Talking about them being,
It was implied, but technically, like mythology has no rules. So
Not convinced. They fought in the beginning, as did their creations. That much is true. But when they saw how the Zyla and Ran rose above their hatreds and joined hands in harmony, their hearts stirred, and the love their children shared became theirs as well.
see, so they became
Alas.
lovers after the fact.
Yeah. Alas, he was of the sun, and she was on the moon. Apart they must remain, lest day and night cease to be, and with them all creation. With sadness in their hearts, they returned to the heavens, he to the day, she to the night, destined to walk before and after, never to meet. What about when an eclipse happens? Is that the one time that they get to like be with each other again?
It could be.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
that
how
would be
you'd write it.
that would be really like interesting like mythology event where like it's this eclipse. It's the day when they are together.
It's the day that everyone just bangs.
It's like the moment the sun just like the sun rays disappear, like you just see everybody
Yeah.
banging. Oh my god. It is terrifying, but I can believe it.
It's the one time like in 100 years or whatever, or like every
Time in
decade,
100 years, just everybody. Banging.
every decade, like they're able to like meet and they can be together. There you go.
Oh my god, the image in my head will just be there forever. Oh no.
As time passed, Azim's yearning for his beloved grew deeper still. Was there truly naught that could be done? He wondered. At last, he knew. If the father cannot be with the mother, then he shall go amongst her children, now and ever after. So it was that Azim took a fragment of his being, and with it fashioned an avatar. Clad in scale of midnight, he descended and sought out the Zayla. He was the first Orinir, and we are of his flesh and his blood. We are the children of Azim, and it is our duty to watch over and keep the Zayla safe. Okay, that was an interesting twist towards the end.
So basically what they're saying is that specifically this tribe is the descendants of the god.
Yeah. Well, we kind of already knew that, but sure.
Yeah, but they clarify this.
Yeah. I confess, I did not expect the tale of your people's beginnings to be quite so romantic. Yet I must ask, if it is your duty to defend the Zayla, how can you go to war with them in the Nadam? Is that not a contradiction? If a father disciplines his son, does that mean there is no love in his heart? Zayla are not wont to kneel. They must be made to. Only then will they heed reason. I see. Such is the way of the steppe. Thank you, Elder, for sharing with us your wisdom. Eager to depart. There you go. You will do well to hear the end of my tale. When Nama looked down and saw the avatar of Azim, she knew him at once and shed tears of love and longing. When they struck the earth, they rose anew. As a counterpart to the Orinir, their fates entwined. The undying ones? So you see, for every son of Azim is a daughter of Nama, for whom he must search, even now. Okay.
Okay. So is this where we learned that the daughter of Nama is the tribe of Mol?
I mean, it has to be because it's the only notable female Aura that we've encountered here.
Yeah, and they are very white.
Like, unfortunately, it wouldn't make sense for them to bring that up unless that has to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, see, my problem with that is that they are Xylas. Like, if this was the case, that like that it was like, that you had the Ryan auras and the Zael auras, and then one aware of this, one aware of this, then it would make sense that the counterpart would be Ryan, right? But we don't have any Ryans here.
See, this makes me wish that they had gone the other route even more, like as in that Hien would marry in, because then that one you have the easy drama of the two people that are supposed to be together, right? Like the son and the daughter, like the two avatars, or like reincarnations of their gods, are technically supposed to be together, but like you have like the drama of like Hien of like, even though that's the case, like, you know, what they want is not that, right? And you know, and then that also gives greater claim to Hien if he rises to power, because he has like the avatar of Nama by his side as well, right? Suddenly there's like a lot more you can do with that. Just saying, but not anymore.
Or listen, I have a second idea. I have a second idea, and that would tie the whole expansion together in this place. What if the daughter of Nama is the Ruby Princess?
That would be a fun way to tie it all together.
It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
I'm pretty sure that the people that wrote this part of the story don't know about the Ruby. They don't know about the other part of the story. Is the problem? See, that's I'm like 99% sure, because again we were told that there were different writers for different sections like of the world. I wouldn't be surprised if they just if there's no. There's no communication.
Yeah, there's probably.
Otherwise, I would really like that.
There's probably like no mention of them ever, but like it's not gonna happen for a different reason, and the reason is because I'm fairly sure that like the whole dungeon with the Ruby Princess is optional, which means technically in this world we might not have a Ruby Princess at the moment. Because I don't know if that dungeon is like obligatory or if it's optional, and if it's optional, then like the characters cannot.
But that would be the best way to tie it all together.
It would, and it would like also tie into the fact that they are like so isolated, so they would like open to one another, and then they would not be so isolated, because they would have like their counterparts.
Well, on top of that, the other thing that brings that all together is that the region between the two areas is the Doma region.
Doma,
so like now you have like another reason to like.
You have a reason for both of those to interact, because neither wants to be part of the war.
Exactly. That like if this was the biggest problem right now is that it feels like we're wrapping up. Like again. For this expansion, we're switching constantly. We're switching between two different sides, and the main story is Al Amigo, right? Like that is the reality is that is the main story, and this is more of like a side story. So because that we aren't able to devote as much time to developing this part of the narrative, because we got to move on to like the main part of the narrative, which is what's happening in Al Amigo, right? I think that if they were able to devote their resources story-wise to just this, then I think they would probably do that. And I think that'd be a better thing.
There's a lot that you can tell here. Like we keep saying that. Like there's a lot you can tell, a lot of ways you can connect all these places. Yeah. But yeah, it's very all disconnected.
Yeah. Okay. We'll die. There's nothing to say. Hien. Mayhap I'm being overly optimistic, but I sense that these Ornir may prove loyal allies to Doma under the right circumstances. Their arrogance is rooted in the belief that they must act as caretakers for all of Zaela. Therefore, if we can prove to them that we come as kindred spirits seeking to defeat a common foe. Now, if you prove to them that there are Zaela under the sea on the other side of the region...
No, not Zaela, Ryans. That's my point entirely. That they are the white ones. Yeah. So they would be the opposite.
Regardless, like it sounds like they would want to, you know, reconnect and defend them. So it would be important to bring up here. But Hien doesn't even know. The problem is that Hien knows about this place, about them as well, because remember he's close with Yugiri, and that's where Yugiri came from. So
yes, he knows, that's literally where Yugiri came from, which again would tie it all together.
Well, which is also why, remember what I said before last time. Why isn't Yugiri questing with us?
Remember how we sent Yugiri away?
She should be here because this all feels kind of important to her race, to the outer. But,
like literally you could sit there with us and she would be like, oh, so maybe our mythology is also connected because I am Orion, because Yugiri is Orion. Yeah. No, I'm
Do you
not
think-
getting angry today.
Unironically, hold on. Do you think the reason why they got rid of Yogiri is because they didn't want to try to deal with that? Because they
I'm
didn't wanna
starting
write
to
that?
think that, yes. Because
Yeah,
she
no,
is
I-
a
no,
Ryan.
Yeah, 100%. I believe that. I believe that they probably got rid of her because if they had her here, then it would be a more obvious question to the player. Like the player would be like, "Hold on, why are we not? Why is Yugiri not in like having more interactions here, and why are these questions not being asked?" So they just get rid of her. So then there's a higher chance that the player won't recognize that there's that connection that can be made, just so they can ignore it, basically, just so they can ignore that.
So we
part
can
of the story.
forget that all of that happened.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah. 100%.
We can
That
forget.
would make sense.
We can forget that the underwater like city literally has a story about how a hero saved the princess's life and then she
Yeah.
married him.
Yeah.
We can
100%.
forget
Like,
about all of that.
it is to push that into the back of your mind so you don't think about it
Mm-hmm.
when you're questing here. I almost am certain that that's the case.
I am not getting mad. I'm not getting mad. I told myself that
mayhap-
today I'm having a chill stream and I'm not getting mad about the game.
But mayhap this is a discussion for after we win the Nadam. Come, let us return to the Magni.
Also, I want to point out that this like line of dialogue, not this line, but like this dialogue we just had with Hien, it was also very calculated. It wasn't like, oh, that's like very interesting like mythology they have. It was like, oh, so that's how we can use this to our advantage.
Yeah.
You're cunning. Like his reactions in this city specifically been very cold.
About mythological cross races, we clearly need chocobos as human, like centaurs are horse human.
That would actually look really fun.
terrifying. That would be terrifying. How big would their upper bodies have to be half chocobo?
Pretty big. I mean, we can imagine like what are they? A Rogaden on top of a chocobo.
I guess. Kind of. No. But yeah, just to reemphasize, it's about them moving away a character that would make the player question things, but also because most likely it would force them to expand the story in such a way that they probably don't have time for. Because as I mentioned, like they have limited time to spend here because this is only half the expansion, not the full expansion. I would assume. But yeah, like they probably have their own reasons as to why they don't want to expand on the lore
I guess
and connect
so.
the lore in that way, just because it's more work and more time
but it would be more
spent
interesting.
there. It would be more interesting.
It's a shame.
100%.
It's a shame.
It would be more interesting. It'd be a better story, but like,
Also, they
yeah,
also they have the like. I guess they're unlucky with the fact that I am a Ryan Aura, so like I pay attention to this because I want to know what like my character's like backstory culturally maybe.
Well, it's also their fault though, that they introduced the underwater aura to begin with, because if they didn't want to connect them, then they shouldn't have done that, and they chose.
Maybe
to
they
do
should
that.
have
As we
introduced
mentioned,
them
like,
later.
well, as we mentioned, like the underwater aura thing was like a quote unquote retcon in the sense that there was never any setup for it. Remember, that's what we spoke about, how there was never any setup that Yugiri wasn't more native to Doma.
Yeah,
that
it was
she
just something
like,
they came up
that she-
with later.
Yeah, it was something they came up with for this expansion, right? So because they came up with it for this expansion, they also had to ignore it because they come up with it and they didn't want to connect it to this. Like they could have cut it, but they probably liked the idea of having those underwater segments. So then they kind
It
of
was
like wrote
literally
themselves
just
into a
there so you
hole.
can swim.
Yeah, and clearly like the swimming thing is like a big part of this expansion. So like they kind of screwed themselves. They're like, well, we want this nice underwater place, and we don't want it to just be pure turtles down here. We want like something fancy with like the underwater aesthetic. Let's have some aura. And they're like, oh fuck, we're expanding the mythology of the aura, and we have these underwater. Like, what do? We just ignore it. We
Don't think about it.
ignore it.
Don't think,
Don't think about
swipe
it.
it under the
Yeah.
carpet. Don't think about
It's
it.
like
If you
it's
close
very,
your
like,
eyes, it doesn't exist.
it's like very band-aid solution, but that's what it seems like, that they kind of screwed themselves a little bit. Maybe it's like later in the production of the story they realized that they didn't have enough time to devote to writing more to like connect them. So then they're like, oh fuck, like, so they just cut it. They just cut Yugiri out of the story, even though the whole Doma region is meant to be her story. But sure.
Yeah, that's another point, that like the whole point of having Yugiri was to like show Yugiri's perspective on this whole like liberation story. So I feel like it's important for her to be here, and we talked about it many times, that like if you want this to be like the Yugiri side of things, that she should be present for all of this, not just for some of it.
Yeah, but again, like because of how they wrote the story and because of what they did with her character, including her here, I guess in their eyes would be harder to
introduce
pull
a
off
lot of
than
problems.
not. Yeah, it wouldn't. Yeah, exactly. Problems that they, as in, it forced them to devote more time when it comes to like writing and storytelling, time that they don't have. So then they just had to cut her out. Which is not good, but in my mind
it's
would
not
make
good,
sense.
but like it makes sense that would be the reason.
There's a reason why it's not good, but there's a reason, right? Like this.
Yeah. Like it's not random, but it still doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
Also, we caused Soko to be inspired.
I want a jug emote now. I want to stand around holding one while idling in solidarity for the jug holder people in Kugane. I don't know why there isn't that. I don't know why that isn't a meme. Like, how have people not noticed that there are people out there holding jugs next to the lamppost? It makes no sense. How is that not a meme in Final Fantasy? God damn it. Alright, Liz.
You're back. They had me milking sheep, by the way. It was interesting.
Okay.
Does she know how to milk sheep?
At a glance, their arms and armor may seem crude compared to those of Doma, but they are well crafted and no less effective. Yeah. Another task completed, eh? I wonder what the most radiant brother has in store for us next. Right now.
Okay.
You shine with the light of newfound wisdom. Could it be that you have at last accepted the supremacy of the sun? No matter. You have each completed your task and proven yourselves deserving of mercy. However, if it is freedom you desire, then there is one more thing you must do. Magni has a new task in mind for you and yours. Okay. A pity you will not pledge yourselves to the sun. You might have proved useful in the coming Nadan. Nevertheless, I will permit you to return and fight for the Mole. Their cause is futile, with or without your assistance. However, you must first complete a final task, as was my decree. You will reconnoiter the encampment of the Dothral.
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
No, are we supposed to kill them? Like, what does the word mean?
This task, two will go, and two will remain. Should the two who embark upon this expedition choose to flee or be captured or killed by the Dothral, then the others will be taken as slaves and serve the sun until death. Dothraki, that is why the stream title is what it is, Aistan. Yes.
I don't know what the title is. What the title is? Hold on, I need to check. I can see on mobile. What's the title?
The title is we're about to cross the narrow sea and take over Westeros. Let's go.
Yeah.
This is all Game of Thrones.
Yeah, like there's a lot of Game of Thrones inspiration in this specific area.
Yeah, the incest too. True.
I mean, I wasn't gonna bring it up, but.
Okay, go ahead.
We'd better not fail then, eh? The question is, who should we send? Not you. Sorry, I'm being mean.
God. That is not for you to decide. All of you have conquered Badam's metal and proven yourselves warriors of the steppe. You should all be equally capable of carrying out this task, and therefore you should have no objections. Is this where they pick Liz because they think she's like dainty, but she's like a warrior,
Yes.
so it's fine?
No, they're gonna pick us and Hien probably.
The first choice of hostage shall be mine, though it is hardly a choice, given the circumstances.
Oh, wait, I got different dialogue.
Oh, yeah.
Daidaku says, a word, Brother Magnai. The Buduga require that the hostage be male, for if these ones fall, we cannot accept a woman as a slave. Therefore, we choose the Firewalker, the one they call Hien.
Here, the red woman will remain. Doubtless you are not the moon I seek, but stranger tales have been told. The men of no use to me.
And then Magnai speaks.
Oh, sorry. I was, for me, Magnai was speaking.
Okay.
So I guess we're doing it in different orders. You may have your pick of men. So the Magnai picks the woman, and the other guy picks the man.
Okay, so for me, Magnai chooses the second. I doubt either of you are the moon I seek, but stranger tales have been told. And yeah, so that is what this says. But then Liz speaks.
Yes.
I don't know what this moon stuff is that he's going on about, but I don't like the sound of it at all. I just realized Liz doesn't know. We only were there with Hien, so once again Liz is clueless because we never told her.
Yes, yes.
For me, Magnai says. No, of course not. The woman I seek is of the dusk, a gentle ethereal maiden, a dancer in the morning mist. You are warriors of the steppe, fierce and brutal, conquerors of magic stone and steel. Ethereal you are not. I don't know if I should be insulted.
Oh, the guy's picking me.
Instead of Hien?
I think so.
And I have a response to Magnai.
Yeah, I have a response to the guy. I'm like, what are you looking at?
Okay, so again, Magnai said that I'm not ethereal, and I have responses. Wait for it. I'm your Roland Berry. Or response number 2. You try ethereally chasing after lambs when your boots are full of lake water.
Well,
Both are great answers. They're so dumb. They're so dumb in different directions. Oh, that is so funny.
okay. Daidoku.
See,
The
I like that.
Fireworker.
I like that that we have completely different dialogues this time.
The Fireworker. Yes, this Domin is my choice. Ha! This is what Hien says. I don't know whether to be flattered or insulted. May have both. I had hoped to see these undying ones for myself, but it seems it was not meant to be. I know you'll be fine, but permit me to wish you luck all the same. Gosetsu. I think you might have to progress to this. I don't know. We will return soon, my lord. But if the Kami are unkind and we fail in our mission, then do what you must to survive for Doma.
I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for you to finish, and then I'm gonna go.
You should finish up whatever your dialogue is, because it looks like we might line up here.
Do I mute? What do I do?
Catch up to what I am up to.
So what do I tell him? I guess yeah. I'm
Whatever
gonna
you want.
insult him. Try to be ethereal with your boots full of lake water. How well your task befitted you both. But since I must choose, I choose you. You did well milking the sheep. They took a liking to you, I am told. And Hen says, Gosetsu and Mielikka then. I had hoped to see these undying ones for myself, but it seems it was
Yeah,
not meant
that's
to
already
be.
said that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's
so
all.
that's where we catch up.
I will to what Magna is saying. Because then Gosetsu has his line.
Yeah, we are caught up.
Dorthalka lies far to the south, where the grass turns to sand. Return with valuable knowledge, and all will be free to rejoin the mall. Now go. Have no fear, my friend. We shall see them freed soon enough. Let us quit this place and speak of our plans outside. So I'd assumed that there were two tribes here. That it was the Azim, the Sons of Azim, and the Undying Ones. But no, it's the Sons of Azim and this. Like I don't.
They are the Undying Ones. Buduga
Okay, so
are the Undying Ones.
But I thought we were gonna. What? I thought we were gonna go to the Undying Ones.
No.
I thought that's
no,
what
it's a
Ian just
different.
said.
It's a different tribe.
But he just said that I was hoping to see the Undying Ones.
Oh, maybe they're not.
I guess not.
Maybe there are two
Yeah,
like blue tribes.
That's what he just said. He said that I was hoping to see the Undying
No, true.
Ones.
No,
I guess
the
not.
Undying Ones are. They have the beads. These guys don't have the beads. True. Yeah, the Undying Ones
that's
are
what I mean. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Who are these guys? If these aren't the Undying Ones. Yeah, but why are the Baruga up here?
I don't know. They're just chilling.
Yeah, but why? As in, there's no explanation. As in,
There
if you
is no
remember, that right now
explanation.
the tribes that we have encountered is that right now the top two are the Azim and the Undying Ones. Those
Not
are the top two
Azim,
tribes.
the Oronir.
Sorry, the Sons of Azim is what I meant to say.
No, the Oronir.
Yeah, the Oronir. They're the Sons of Azim. Azim.
Yeah,
That's what they keep
but
saying.
look,
Yeah.
It's complicated.
So yes, it's what I said. So yeah, because of that, I'd assumed that I guess they were both just staying up here, but no. These guys are up here. I don't know why they're up here. Why are they allowed to be up here? They shouldn't be, right?
I guess they're useful. But yeah, I
Well,
don't.
no,
I also it is not explained
there
why
should
they're
be.
here.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There should be an explanation. There should be something like, oh, like maybe like this tribe, they got taken over and now they're like subjugated, or maybe they
But
have like
they're
a
not.
partnership and they've like agreed to work together for the next like thing.
Yeah,
right?
the partnership makes more sense because like if they were subjugated, they would like give them like different uniforms and stuff probably.
Like, yeah. Well, that's what I mean. Like, as in, regardless, they should explain.
They should.
One thing makes more sense than the other, but we don't know. We don't know. Maybe they are subjugated. Maybe they just that's why they have
I mean,
no
if they were
clothes.
subjugated, they wouldn't have a representative here. Probably.
Or maybe he has. Maybe. I'll punch.
Hold on, I saw a wild Soko.
Punch.
But yeah, you see, like you have the guards and you have one of each, so like clearly, like they are considered equals.
Yeah, no, that's what I said. That's why we assumed that there were like different tribes up here, and there are, but they're not what we assumed. Estrogen hums quietly to himself as he works. Ah, a man not of the steppe. How unusual. Were it that I had the time, I would take you around and acquaint you with our small settlements. Alas, as the Oronir's only culinarian, time is a rare commodity. I must keep all 50 of our warriors fed. Thankfully, now that the meat has been cut and the entrails soaked, all that is left for me to do is... I'm out of sheep's milk. It's a disaster. If I leave to milk sheep now, I'll fall behind on cooking. And the starved masses are sure to lynch me upon their return. I'm loath to have to ask you this, especially since we are virtual strangers. But might you fetch some milk for me? About 3 pails should suffice. On the other side of our encampment is Sorokan. You will need to receive her permission first to approach the sheep.
Wait, can't we just ask Liz? She's literally milking the sheep.
Well, it makes little sense for us to do what we just did. which is milk sheep. Like, we didn't, but the party did. Like, the party literally just milk sheep.
Yeah.
Now we have to do it again. It's like, why did Liz do it if we're gonna do it anyway?
Yeah. It's like, oh, there's a black sheep. Look at it.
Ah,
They have a black sheep.
thought I can.
Oh, sorry. That's me. Sugen sent you? He would ask an outsider of all people to do his work for him. This man has not a shred of common sense. Any road, the sheep are just over there. Feel free to take as much milk as you need. Like, what do you... whatever. Wait, why are the black sheep the milky ones?
They're the fattest.
Ah. Wait, is this the
Black
only place where we've seen black sheep? I'm not counting caracals. I mean sheep.
Are these not caracals? What do you mean? The caracals.
Are they caracals though?
Yes.
The sheep.
Ah.
They make a distinction.
Do they?
Yeah. Yeah, they said that they're farming sheep. They're not saying they're farming caracals.
Well, in different regions, they may just call them different things. They might just not call them caracals.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure even in Ishgard they call them sheep, where they have
in
caracals.
Ishgard, they also don't call them caracals. Like,
We never heard them talk about caracals.
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like, it's possible that like the word
Maybe.
caracal might just be like something more like scientifically
Eorzean.
like specific. Yeah, or even Erosian. Message him. Ah, you showed up within the nick of time. You have brought the sheep's milk, right? Okay. Bless you, my friend. From our foods to our tea, we use this milk for nearly everything. And that is why I must maintain a constant watch over my supplies. If only we weren't so lactose intolerant. It is, however, something that has become increasingly difficult to do of late. The number of hungry mouths I must feed grows by the day, but I remain our only culinarian. Is Zujan bothering you? You need not pay him any heed. He is inconsequential to our tribe. Huh. The man is nearly 40, yet the only thing he can probably wield is a ladle.
Ah, the drama.
Oh, no. Kazuko is right. I'm feeble, and the weakest amongst our brothers. It should come as no surprise that here, in a tribe where your standing hinges solely upon how strong you are, I'm afforded little respect. When everyone else is out hunting, I'm left here to cook whatever they brought back from their last excursion. While most Oranir will claim that all brothers under our most radiant brother Magni are equal, nothing could be further from the truth. I wish to be stronger, strong enough to prove to them that I am not worthless.
Stop cooking for them and see how they do.
Say, might you agree to help me with my cooking on occasion? It would afford me the time to train and earn my place amongst the other warriors. Certainly know how to brighten a man's day. Thank you, Master Duck. Right. It's good to finally be able to put a name to your face. Okay, thank God.
I mean, I would be interested in this guy's story, but I also like we literally just had this story in the Doman village where you had the weak guy, and like this is basically a repeat of that, except everybody hates him. Because in the Doman village, it didn't feel like people actually hated him. It was more like, oh, like soon like the villagers will turn against him. But like we never saw that. Where here they're like, by the way, here's your proof that they hate him. I'm like, okay, they hate him.
Yeah, but doesn't make as much sense because
he already
they
cooks.
still have. Well, no, it doesn't make much sense because there are already other people that have other tasks and other roles that don't include fighting. Like you have like the shepherds, like they literally you have the storyteller. You have the storyteller is like who also I believe looks after lambs or sheep
Yeah,
as well,
but the
right?
storyteller was also old, so it may be just that like he's retired.
Sure, but I mean the women that were looking after the sheep weren't retired, right? Like there's it doesn't make much sense just because it looks like there are other roles and other jobs around here that don't include like fighting. So like
Maybe.
yeah, it doesn't make sense that he'd be singled out in such a way. It also doesn't make sense just because, as you mentioned, like if he's the only cook and if he goes, then everyone just starves. Like his role is, it seems like his role is more important because he is the only one that's cooking.
Yeah, like I feel like fighters or not, they would know the value of somebody taking care of their food because they literally need to eat. Like they can hunt all the meat they want, but like they're not gonna eat it raw probably. I mean, who knows?
Like that would make more sense if there was an abundance of culinarians, right? Because then you could write it so like I'm just then it's not about that. It's just about him being weak. Then right?
Yeah.
Like and you can say that like maybe the other culinarians like they hunt their own meat sort of thing, and he can't.
Yeah.
He has to rely on them or something. Like you can write it in a better way. Like here, it just
but here it's just like I mean
silly.
they should know like that he feeds them. Like I feel like even like the you know the most ignorant warriors still enjoy good food. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They
like
do.
It's something that's like really universal to like all kinds of people that I feel like they would still like appreciate it. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why it's a weird quest. It's a weird thing. Gazzetto. 'Tis plain they hope we will never return. I shall enjoy disappointing them. According to my map, there is a colossal wreck to the south, which should provide a vantage point from which to survey Dotaka from afar. Let us go and do just that.
Also, apparently Soko has some fun facts about sheep.
Out of interest, I searched more on the Karakul/sheep. There's a quest called Sheep to the Slaughter back in the Realm Reborn. And there are a person from Korthus Central Highlands calls them both sheep and catacombs in that island. Yeah. It's just different words for the same thing. That's all we assumed. One line goes, "Will you help me secure meat and sheepskin from the caracoles that roam the snowy plains?" Yeah. And one and the same. Speaking of sheep, we have another quest.
Ah, good. Do we have to milk more sheep?
We do. Unironically.
Are you serious? Not the bridge! There's no water there!
No, the bridge is safe because there's no enemies to aggro.
Yes.
Specifically was aiming for the bridge.
You were specifically aiming for my fear of heights. That's what you were aiming for.
Yes.
You were like stepping on the edge.
Water,
I was like, oh shit.
If we land in the water, then we have to swim. Had enough swimming.
You don't want to get wet anymore. You are a cat.
Yes. My boots are full of pond water. What the fuck he said.
That is what I said. Try to be ephemeral when your boots are full of pond water. That is exactly what I said. It was hilarious.
Okay.
And he didn't get offended by that, so it was funny.
Sugekai has been abandoned by his favorite sheep. Don't suppose you have time to chase after sheep, do you? My most cowardly one just ran off after... Wait, is this a guy or a girl?
This is a guy, because it said his, but...
Okay.
I'll be honest, I cannot see his face at all.
Okay.
It's just plain black for me. There's nothing there. They should put some light on it.
My most cowardly one just ran off after hearing a nearby beast roar. She's so timid she is likely to run away if you approach her normally. Take this bloke... Take this blowgun and these darts that I've laced with a sedative. One hit and she's gone. Don't hit her twice though, because then she'll never wake up again.
My god.
So just one dart is all you need. One shot. She ran off somewhere to the west. Best of luck. Also, do not inhale from the blowgun. Okay.
But I need to actually look at this person. Okay. Okay, now I can actually see him. Good.
Also, yes, I just noticed the pun. Sheep labor, basically. Ah. Yes, sheep labor. See what you did there, Ice. You're an animal.
And he's a cowboy.
He is a cowboy. True. You know, that sheep ran
It
real
ran.
far. Where did it? How are we tracking it right now?
By
What the hell
smell.
is this? Oh, it's a furball.
It is a furball, but it's green.
Yeah, it's a green furball. It's I like it. I like this more than any other furball because it literally blends into the grass.
It
Like it
does.
looks like from afar, it just looks like a bush. Like
Shaky bush.
it just has like just just camouflage built in.
Yeah.
Like genetic camouflage. Like actually makes sense.
And to be fair, the golden furballs that we meet are also like near the
Yeah.
you know, sands and stuff, so it makes sense.
No, they're near the giant crystals from Bahamut. Remember the orange giant crystals, like the golden wall.
Yeah, but it's all in Tanaland, so like there's a lot of sand
Yeah.
and stuff there.
Okay, kind of.
Because I'm looking for something more like, you know, permanent. Ah, good. Oh, it's running.
How do you?
Forgot how to. Don't shoot it twice. Remember. Oh! This is gonna be hard. I'm just gonna wait till it runs here. I think I hit.
Oh,
Still walking. I think we have to shoot it twice.
am I not meant to track it?
Zoom.
All right, sure, I can zoom. What am I doing?
Oh my god.
That made it so much easier. Okay.
I zoomed in and it like looked at me and I just shot it right between the eyes. That was so brutal. Oh my god.
Yeah, you're sending it to sleep.
That was
I
so
was struggling,
brutal.
and then you made me realize I could just zoom in, and you just shoot it in the face.
I'm actually traumatized. What the... They put this cute creature in front of me and made me shoot it between the eyes. Do you understand?
It's you just put it. You're just making it sleep. It's
I
fine.
understand, but it's still traumatic. This game makes me really traumatized about Caracals. What the hell? I'm genuinely unsettled. It looked at me with those beady eyes and I just shot.
Yeah. Look, it's shoot or be shot. Okay. If you didn't shoot it, it was gonna shoot you. You had no
No,
choice.
it wasn't. It was gonna stand
It's
there
gonna-
and look at me menacingly.
It's gonna blow you up. It's fine.
This game makes
made
me
it.
sad sometimes. I want my pet Caracal.
I mean, you just put it to sleep. We're literally carrying it right now.
I
It's
shot it
fine.
on the head.
Yeah.
That's not how you
Fine.
put it to sleep.
It's better. You made him go to sleep faster.
Just by directly into his brain. I
Yeah. Exactly.
don't think that's how it works. I feel bad. It's not as bad as the mole quest, but it's still bad.
Did you manage to catch my sheep? Yeah.
It is. It's
There you go.
sleepy. Don't mind the hole on the forehead.
Thank you. You had me worried sick, you did, dearie. This job means everything to me. It truly does. I was just a lonely orphan with nowhere to call my own when the mole took me in. I said I would look after our sheep in an attempt to show my gratitude. My heart nearly stopped when this little one ran away. Sheep are the cornerstone of our tribe's way of life. I fear I'll never be able to truly express my thanks to you, but I know I'm grateful.
Do you think you can have like a leash on a sheep? Like what is it called? There is a word for it, but like, you know, like a thingy to hold it on a leash so it doesn't run away if it's that skittish.
I mean, if you're going for a walk, I guess, but I mean, if it's grazing, you're not gonna like take it to all the fresh patches of grass we can graze. Just have a long leash, yeah, sure.
No, specifically for this one, because like he said that it is very skittish and like this is probably gonna happen again, and he's gonna have to search for it again.
Shoot it again.
Assuming it's not gonna get eaten first, so I feel like for this case, like it would make sense. Oh my gosh, he's in the water.
That's usually why fences are made. You know, you have like
Yeah, but they don't have fences.
They can learn how to put sticks into the ground. They can learn.
I think so.
Yes.
I believe in them.
Believe. We're going to Nama's retreat.
I thought you said Namazo treat.
Oh, sorry.
Like, Namazos are here. There are fiery things there.
Get on top of the statue.
What is this statue of, though? It looks like a roof of a building.
Oh, it's a face. See? Ah, there's big boobs.
Yeah.
I think this is meant to be.
I think this is Nama.
Nama. Yeah, it's Nama. Yeah.
I don't know what happened to her neck, but
Don't worry about it, because that's. I spy tents to the west. Theirs, I presume. What do you see? It's fucking dark.
yeah, I was gonna say I
Don't
can
see
see shit. I do like that it's actually dark here, though, because I mean it should be.
Mm-hmm. Should have sung a lullaby for it instead. True.
I would. Genuinely would.
Over there, look. Those men are in danger. Gah. It's too late for the one. Perhaps. But there's yet time to save the other. Come, we cannot abandon him to his fate.
Are we gonna save the guy
we're
that we were supposed to?
We're gonna save them, and then we're gonna do some quests for their tribe and learn from their perspective, and yeah.
Good.
We're gonna do the same thing we just did, except now for the Undying ones.
Okay. And then we're gonna learn how they lost power. Oh, I have a quest on all of those. I have marks on all of those creatures.
Alright, hold on.
Huh?
Oh, John. Okay. Just on the Yetis, or?
1 out of 3. The tigers as well. But the tigers are part of a fate. Okay, 3 out of 3. There were tigers this direction.
A punch.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can take part in this, can I? Oh god, I can.
You sound unaggressive. I feel bad.
They're just chilling.
Yeah, they're just chill. They don't even in the fate if they don't attack us.
I think these are the first saber-tooth tigers that we fought, but this is the same model as the tiger from the Doma village.
I don't think so actually. I think it's different.
Yeah, it's the same model, just different color scheme.
Okay. I think they're slightly different. They look a little bulkier than the other tigers.
Yeah, the other ones were also bulkier. They were just
Yeah, but they're like longer. Like their bodies are longer. These ones are like shorter. But maybe I'm wrong.
what I'm saying is unique model. Like these models weren't in like Erosia or Heaven's Ward. Badass are some of the Azim Steppes' most feared predators. Not only are they lightning fast and possess razor-sharp claws, but they tend to hunt in groups, making them all the more deadly. I'm gonna fight a big badass. Back to Dancer. Let's go.
Oh yeah, remember how we were saving a guy?
Yeah. These ones are mine. Go help the man.
Yeah, I forgot that we are in a hurry.
It's the first thing we're
Boy,
fighting because we spent the entire day so far just fighting, like finding sheep and
Yeah, true.
finding more sheep. Literally just purely finding sheep.
Oh,
That's what we've done.
they also collapsed right on top of him, which I feel like that would not help him.
It'll be fine. I owe you my life. Nay, friends. Think nothing of it. I but wish we had come sooner. I knew at once he was dead. It will come as scant comfort, I fear, but I slew the beast responsible. Nay, that is no way for a Dothral to die. What is this? Who are these outsiders? That's you.
Okay. Nice eyes.
Oh, is she meant to be the?
Oh
Is
no.
she meant to be? Yeah, the
Yes.
daughter. The
Yeah, she will be
Yeah.
the daughter.
yeah.
Because they fit right in. Because she's like all, you know, strong and probably arrogant. I don't even have to hear her. I already know from her stats that she's gonna be like the strong, arrogant kind of leader.
Sadukatun, forgive me. We were returning from our hunt when we were caught unawares by the Manzasiri. These ones saved me, but Gesser is.
Also, that would make sense in their lore, because they said that the Zaelas were the children of Nama, so it would make sense because this tribe was in charge for all these years, so it would be Nama taking care of the Zaela, and then the other tribe came, I guess. Makes sense. Anyway. Who are you? Why have you come? Not to cross the sands, that much is certain. I have heard tales of travelers in league with another tribe. Are you they? Who do you serve? Answer me.
If I may begin to answer your questions before you ask more, we are friends of the mole, and we have come to see the strength of the Thral for ourselves.
The mole, the little lambs who wander to and fro at the behest of their gods. Ha! What fools you are to share the soil of such weaklings. Next you will tell me you wish to fight in the Nadam. Or Nadam.
We wish to fight in the Nadam.
Ah, shit. Ah, so you do. Ah, that is unexpected, yet not unwelcome. I am Sadu, Khatun of the Dotar. For your deeds, I grant you leave to walk among us. Come, look on our glory and despair. We fear no tribe, least of all them all. Though, if you were of the Oronir, I would burn the flesh from your bones here and now. You can stand, yes? See to the corpse.
Yeah. Yes, Khatun.
What did I say? I just saw her stance. I knew who she was. That's the
Thank you
character.
again. But I shall manage on my own. Okay, what's that so? So, that is the leader of the Thral. Clearly not a woman to be crossed. But how callously she spoke of her dead. See to the corpse. Surely this warrior deserves more than that. Gosetsu is brimming with indignation. Forgive me, Light, but I cannot in good conscience ignore the callous disregard that woman showed for her kinsman. We must seek her out at once, with me.
Gosetsu will give her a stern lecture. I'm sure that will change her ways.
I don't like that he's gonna have a strong word with her, but he had nothing to say about Magnai? Magnai?
Nah, he's
Whatever his
fine.
name is? He said nothing about what was happening there. We were being extorted. And we had our time wasted.
He also didn't
and...
decide to help this guy, like, with the corpse or anything. Like, you know, you could, like...
No. That's fine. That doesn't matter. What matters is that, like, why is he suddenly wanting to take part in the story when he wasn't earlier? It's kind of weird.
I have no answers for you. That's what I'm gonna say. I have no answers.
This is weird.
I have no idea what's happening. Or why it's happening.
I'll be honest, so far I like this character more than the other guy. Like she's like, hey, yeah, I'll show you around. She might be like very heartless when it comes to her people and they have their own way of doing things, but like it's better than the other guy who was like wanted us to do shit around and didn't want us to leave.
Yeah, she doesn't care. She she see, the thing is that it feels like she speaks from the position of power where she's not afraid of anyone, and the other guy speaks from the position of power where he's making sure he doesn't have to be afraid of anyone. You know, like different like approaches. Like he still feels in danger. Like somebody is still a danger to him.
He speaks like he's scared. Like he's like, I say scared. Like as you said,
yeah,
like,
scared. It's not like fear of being scared. It's like more like being distrustful, like making sure that like nothing can go wrong with your plan. And she's just confident. She's like, I am the ruler.
Yeah. And I'd take this one over the other.
How he died matters not. Gessa was a great warrior. He will return to us in time.
Not soon enough, Hartoon. The Nardum is nearly upon us. Mayhap we should counsel restraint until after.
I do not understand. If Gessa is dead, how should he return?
Silence! You come to spy on us, knowing naught of our ways.
We know you are fearless, and that you are called the Undying Ones.
That is true. None are braver than the Dothal, for we do not fear death. With death, a warrior must dance boldly, fearlessly, for thus does his soul burn bright. Then, in death, his soul shines white, exalted. The flesh rots, but the soul endures. And ere the seasons have turned, so he shall return. When he is glimpsed in the eyes of a newborn, he is blessed with the same name, that he may grow into a great warrior once more.
You mean to tell me these newborn babes and fallen warriors are one and the same? Madness!
I gave you leave to observe, not to insult our beliefs. Have care what you say. Otherwise do as you will.
Okay, so I know this is Gosetsu,
Uh-huh.
but I do find it kind of funny how freaked out he is at the idea that somebody believes in reincarnation.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that
It's
was
like,
kind
oh
of
my
weird.
god,
just
these
because
people are mad! Like, they just
it's-
believe in reincarnation.
It's weird because... Yeah, it's weird because maybe I'm mistaken, like, I can't think of it right now, but I'm sure that reincarnation was, like, a thing brought up previously in the story. Like, the belief in that sort of thing. I don't know.
I don't know if it
No,
was
yeah,
in
no,
this
no,
context.
actually, 100%, because the whole ether thing, yeah, the whole thing about ether, about how like the
Oh, no,
ether
yeah.
goes back and then comes back, like the subject of reincarnation
I-
has definitely 100% been brought up in the story multiple
In the
times at this
story
point.
of Final Fantasy, yes. In the story
Yeah,
of
yeah.
Gosetsu, I don't know. Like, maybe
No.
Doman's beliefs are different and they don't know about ether, maybe.
Sure.
I don't know, but
No, but, like-
our character should not be surprised considering like the whole like live stream and ether things.
Well, our character has reason to believe that that's true because we know that the way that ether works is that
Yeah.
we spent the whole of our realm reborn. That's why it's called reborn. Is that the ether goes back to like Hydaelyn or goes back
Yeah.
to the source, and then it gets redistributed again.
Yeah,
Like
I
we
mean,
learned that
it's
ether
not-
is finite and it isn't like constantly reproducing. It's like a finite thing that
Yeah.
goes back and forth.
Yeah, it's just a
basically.
thing that's circulating essentially.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
the thing is, I guess the difference here is that like the way ether is supposed to work, it's more like a resource. It's like an amount of
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, here they believe it's directly the soul of this specific person is going to
No,
this
yeah.
specific
Obviously, this is like less like technical, and this is like
Yeah.
a little bit more like belief based.
person. But
like,
our
you know,
characters
we-
should not be surprised.
Yeah, our character's like, no, yeah, like this is kind of true.
They're like, no,
yeah,
yeah,
like,
they
we
kind
should.
of have it right.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. I would actually say to the point where I feel like our character should have stepped in, even. Like we don't have to go in and explain
You know
everything
where
to
you have like
Gosetsu, but,
Gosetsu
like,
freaking out, and my character's like, no, yeah, they kind of right. And Gosetsu's
Yeah,
like, oh my
like-
god, you too.
that would have been just a nice nod to knowledge that we have and to like previous expansions and to what's happening in Final Fantasy. Like, yeah. I think it would have been right for us to step in for a moment there.
I don't know if stupid, but like we at least like the reactions of our characters should be different. I
Yeah.
feel like.
Yeah, for sure. And
should be
maybe even
more
we'll have
about-
some words with Gosetsu here.
Yeah, maybe if some words with Gosetsu about how Gosetsu, like there are different cultures that have different beliefs, and that's fine.
No, not even, because I think what we know is reality.
Yeah, it's
Like
it's
what's
also
happening
reality. Like
with
they
the
don't
ether and
they don't
stuff, like-
describe it like precisely, but essentially in
Yeah.
these words, what they're saying is true.
Yeah, for sure. But I'll be honest. One, I find it a little bit weird that Katun got voice lines, whereas the leader of the Azim didn't. Right?
Didn't
That was
he?
interesting. No, we have not had a cutscene with him like that,
I thought
like
there
a
was
voiced
one, but
cutscene.
maybe not. Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, if there was, it was brief. to the
Yeah,
point
if
where
it
I
was,
don't
it was
recall.
brief.
Yeah. Whereas here we had like a whole scene. But it was good. I liked it. I liked the scene overall. Like, as in, I don't know if you noticed, but for the first couple of lines, the voice acting for Final Fantasy XIV, I think there's a lot of criticism for it at times. Sometimes it seems really amateurish. I mean, we spoke earlier, like we've spoken in times past about some questionable decisions when it comes to the voices that they use. Like, it's all British and all that stuff, and sometimes it doesn't fit the character. Here, I don't know if you noticed, for this voice actress, she was like acting.
Yeah.
Like, as in, she was like engrossed in the lines that she was like
Good.
saying. More so than even Gosetsu's lines were like a little bit robotic, like almost like they were like cut, like edited together. I don't know if you noticed, but
I didn't
Gosetsu gets some
notice.
very, yeah, his audio wasn't syncing up necessarily in such a way where it sounded like a proper sentence. So I appreciate that, but I also appreciate that at the end there, I think they very easily could have like attacked Gosetsu or turned on him. I appreciate that it was like a stern like warning where it's like, hey, look, we invited you here, right? Watch yourself, okay? And it was just a warning. I was like, I appreciate that. I think it's
Like-
very easy to write like a more
Yeah.
ignorant or like a more like rash character that like would like excel Gosetsu or
Yeah, like,
banish him.
They
or,
got
like,
offended. They got
tie him up.
offended, but
Yeah.
like they be like, you are an outsider, but you know our patience has limits, so whatever, go on.
Yeah, it's just like, just watch yourself, all
Yeah.
right, buddy.
Buddy.
And yeah, that was good.
she could totally do that, buddy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's good. I actually had fun with this cutscene. First time we'll stream.
Yeah. I am quite pleased that they made her as menacing as I imagined her to be. So,
Yeah.
like,
For sure.
she has that like, how do I put it? Because I was worried about that because it's always a thing. Because I tried to give some character to the voices, but like you don't know what the voices are, and then it turns out they're very different, whatever. But she has that like, I always want to say like cat-like voice, where like she's like kind of like speaking through her teeth sometimes. Where it's like she's like totally willing to smack you, but she won't.
Yeah.
And it's good. I like that they have an aura who is like that, because a lot of the auras are very like timid.
Yeah, like even Yugiri, right? Like
Yeah.
I think that paints the picture just because Yugiri was our first prominent Aura character, and she's very, as you said, timid or very passive or very not emotional. So yeah, I appreciate it so far.
Like even the other aura she was talking to was way more timid.
To the point where already, and coming into this one, also it's very good that they gave an explanation as to why cold she was. So I appreciate that they took the time to briefly explain that, like, no, yeah, like he's dead, but he's fine. Like, he'll be
Yeah,
back.
like she still
good.
respects him. She just doesn't think that's end of the
Yeah.
line.
Yeah. But now talking about the greater story, now I don't want I'm starting to like this character. If she is like the reincarnation, like the daughter,
Huh?
I don't want them to unify like our experiences right now with the Azim have not been pleasant. Intentionally so. Like if you remember, like our first introduction to them was when they were arguing in the market village, where like they were being very arrogant, and they were saying they were being like they were acting very superior. They're like, hey, we're the sons of Azim,
They're
we
arrogant.
rule over you, you do what we say, like all this stuff, right?
Like from so far we've seen their like traits are arrogant, cunning, trying to scam you, making sure they hold all power they possibly can. They're being written in such a way that you're not meant to like them, right? You're not meant to like them. You're not meant to want them to excel or anything like that. Like they're being written in that way. So I wouldn't want them to get what they want, right? So we'll see. We'll see what happens. So okay. So two things. Firstly, cough, Khaleesi, cough. Second, do you think we're gonna fight with the Undying Ones? Let me rephrase it. Fight alongside the Undying Ones for them to reclaim their throne of the steppe, and then after that we relate that to the Doman Rebellion.
Well, you already kind of mentioned it, and this is the problem: is that this is not how you write a story if you want us to fight for the mole, because now it feels like we didn't spend enough time with them. We briefly started this kind of like quest line a little bit with the mole and staying together. We had the nice cutscene, like the fire cutscene, but we didn't really get to spend a lot of time with like the
mole themselves.
I don't feel like I got to spend a lot of time with Serena. Right? Is that her name? Serena?
Yeah, like basically like Serena was like the catalyst for scenes with Hien.
Yes. And they were not really expanding upon Serena's character.
Or her tribe.
To the point where her character now and her tribe seem forgetful. Like at this point in the story, it's like, oh, we've moved on. Is what I'm kind of getting. Obviously, like we spent a lot of time with the sons of Azim or whatever, and and all of that. But now that we've gotten here to another tribe, like and they're having us. It feels like they want us to relate a little bit more with this tribe, and especially because these tribe are at odds with the first sons of Azim. Because they're at odds with them, then we want to help them most likely, right? Because we're against the other tribe. Well, then it's like, why did we introduce them all if we're not going to use them? Like, it feels weird narratively to write in this direction and to not give as much time as I feel like now they should have with Serena. I feel like they should have strengthened that initial bond more first before taking us here.
I mean, it once again comes back to the same problem, doesn't it? Where the bond with the mole doesn't seem to matter even to Hien, so why should it matter to us?
Yeah, right. So then why introduce them? If you're not going to use them, then why? If you're not going to use them, then why introduce them? Then it's just a waste. Then why? If they're not going to matter.
Yeah, they should play way more important role, and I don't mean important role in the universe. I mean important role to us specifically.
Yes, they should. If we're meant to be fighting for them, then we should spend more time with them, with Serena. That it should be more important.
We should relate to them somehow because we know nothing.
We need motivate. We have no motivation. As in, I should say, right now there is nothing that makes it even sound like they are motivated to fight to be the leaders. Right? That's what they need to set up. They need to set up like maybe. They have their own ideology and they maybe like they want to unite everyone, like right, something like that. Like right now, you have like this tribe, the Undying Ones, like they want to take over, they want to take power, and they have like this hatred about the first sons of Azim. You have the first sons of Azim who are like really superior, and then they're very arrogant and they're dickish and they want to rule everyone, right? And then you have the mole, and you can just write it so that like their goal, maybe they have their own beliefs and their own culture and their own goal as to what they want, and what they want is maybe they do want to unify everyone. Maybe they want everyone to get along better and to have peace and all this. I don't know. Just strengthen that resolve give them more of a reason to want to fight as well, to want to win the Nadam, to have us fight for them. But they didn't do anything. Like right now, I don't think there's a reason for them to, like right now the only reason for them to win is so that we can order them around and we can do what we want.
I mean, that was the
What
entire
about
point
them?
from the beginning. That like we sided
No,
with
yeah,
them.
but like that's a bad reason. Like that's not. It's better if they have their own motivation and their own goal and they're aligned with
I feel
ours.
like
That's what would be better.
honestly, I find that it's fine if they don't have like a strong motivation in the sense of like, yeah, we want to like unite everyone. Like it could be more plain of like, yeah, we just want to live at peace and like, you know, not constantly fighting.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. But that's what they need to emphasize, right? Like that, like it doesn't have to be unite everyone. It can be we just want, as you said, like I don't know, everyone to get along. We just want like an end to the conflict or something.
Get along
I don't
is
know.
like a strong word, but like basically what they've been saying is like that they don't really care about the fight. They just want to like, you know, herd their sheep and just like move along and, you know, just live their lives. Like they
No, but-
seem very like pacifist in a way.
Well, that's what they presented as right now. I think that's the wrong move. I think that's the negative thing because now they're like they're in the background. Now they're forgetful. If they have no strong motivation, if they're passive like that, well then they don't matter. Like if there's something more to latch onto there, then they become a more important figure in the story, right? I think that's the mistake that they made here. They could even, I don't know, yeah, I don't know. You know what? It would even be better if maybe they had some history with like the Imperials or something, or like I don't know. They needed something there. Otherwise, I feel like the story is going away from them, right? Like it's straying further
No, yeah,
and
that
further
is,
away
that is
from
true.
them.
It feels like we are just leaving them behind. That is true. But like
Yeah,
again,
exactly.
it feels like that
Which
ever
is-
since that cutscene. So yeah.
Yeah, like they fumbled that hard, and now they don't matter. I don't know if we're gonna bring it back to them or not. Like I don't know.
I guess we have to because we still are technically like aligned with them. But
Yeah, but like it's gonna be more like a chore sort of thing. It's like okay, we
yeah,
took it. Okay,
it's
now
gonna be
let's
it's
go
gonna
back
be
to
like
them
just
and-
like just a contract we signed, but like we
yeah,
don't actually care about it all
feels
that much.
less meaningful.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It doesn't feel meaningful. Alright. That's it. Such contempt was in their eyes. I've never known. But for the soul to live on as they say is not something I can so easily accept. Do they truly believe this? All of them? That in death there can be rebirth? Retribution? Any events? We came here in search of information. Cannot leave without speaking with their people. Like, see, this is where I would have liked if we had our own line to respond to that.
Yeah, be like, yeah, that is what the live stream is. Also, hello to Dimega.
Oh, dime, papiga. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Dimega. Okay, go for it.
Greetings, traveler. We have nothing to fear here. That is, assuming you bear us no ill will. Is there something you would ask of me?
What do you do here?
I keep watch for beasts and members of other tribes. Those that would do us harm. The previous Corrigian did the same. It only stands to reason I continue my duties in this life. However, there is one thing I do not enjoy about this post. The Dawn Throne. I am forced to gaze upon it day in and day out. I was killed in a past life by the Oronish scum that dwelt there.
What kind of place is this?
This is a settlement we Dotar built around a spring. Its waters provide both for us and the sheep we rear. As you have doubtless noticed, water is scarce in the Nama Desert, precisely why this is such a prized spot. We cannot relinquish it to the other tribes. Not that I imagine anyone will be foolish enough to try and take it from us. Dotar do not fear death. We are ever ready to do battle.
So the only problem, and the only thing to poke holes at
They are not
here
nomads.
is what true, but what do they do when their population exceeds the amount of people that they can reborn, that they can revive? Because
Yeah.
what it sounds like is that they probably have like a set number of names and a set number of past people that they have in rotation, right? Like as in this Corrigian has probably been passed down through generations.
Yeah.
Every time a Corrigian dies, you have to replace the Corrigian, right? Like like they're constantly replacing. At a certain point, if the population grows high enough, they're gonna run out of people to rebirth. Like,
They're
what
gonna
happens
like go through the entire like genealogy tree and be like, oh, there's one person we have not used yet.
But then what happens when they run out? Because they shouldn't be met. Like I'd be surprised if they have like maybe 100 names at most, probably less than that.
I mean,
Like
there are some options there. Like one option is that they're gonna consider it a soul from a different tribe, which would be probably blasphemous. A second option is that they would consider it like a gift from God or something, and it would be like a separate entity entirely. A third option, the kid gets exiled, or worse.
that's what I mean. Like it would be interesting because what would their role be? Because right now it sounds like if there's a Corrigian, his like the Corrigian has always been like guarding or being a lookout. So that's your job. That's your role in society. We have like David, right? David. He's always the cook.
Yes.
So whenever we get a David, he's cooking. Okay?
What if
Then-
what if the David that's
then
born
we-
is actually bad at cooking?
Well, then too bad. No, too bad. As in, like that's what you're raised to
Yeah,
become.
yeah.
So you're gonna be proficient at it anyway because that's what you're raised to become from birth, right? Because you already know what you're gonna be from birth. You know, you have Coco. Coco was always a warrior, so you're gonna be a warrior, sort of thing. What I'm getting at is that once you get a new name, if that were ever to happen, I don't think it's gonna happen anytime soon because again, like they need like a population boost up for that to happen. But like, it isn't just about having a new name; it's about having a new role in society, and like they'd have to figure that out. Like, I don't know. It sounds like
Maybe this will be the next leader because they're like, oh, this person, they can do anything.
no. The leader is always the daughter of Namai.
Yeah, but what if there's
right?
more like children of the leader than there is the leader's souls?
Well, then they wouldn't be the leader; they'd be someone else.
I guess.
They'd have to be someone else because they'd already have a leader until that person dies, right? Then they get reborn. Yeah.
So I'm
Oh,
running
look,
through
they
the
have-
sacred pond. Oh,
The buffalo. They have sheep. Everyone has sheep.
everyone has sheep. Oh, look, this sheep even has a raider.
Ah, yes. Go to Dagasi.
Look at them, so full of vigor. Few things bring me more pleasure than seeing my sheep happy. Yeah, I would like to have sheep like this too. Squeenix, let me have sheep. Look at them, they're so round.
Ah,
Oh, one of them is sleeping.
Scosetto.
It's sleepy. Look, they're sleepy.
Yeah. Sleepy.
Sleepy.
Okay, Scosetto. That is to say then, that death is essentially meaningless? He's like still like debating people about
Yes,
it.
it is. I think you are wrong in your beliefs.
No. Koyar. Oh,
She's-
this is an interesting dress. Interesting
It's a
setup
kid.
here.
So small. The cycle of death and rebirth? It is simply that. Take me. I died in battle with the Hodko. Fiercely did I fight, and so I returned. Alas, we know naught of our past lives. I must learn what it means to be Koyar again and again. It is difficult to remember everything, but important.
That's what I mean. Like, the reason why I brought that up is because it feels like a big part of their culture and their society is when you're young, you learn what your previous life, what you learn about your namesake, and so then that's how you become an adult, and that's how you find your place in society. If you don't have that, then you're fucked. Like,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
what like it doesn't sound like they'd have a system to like support you and how to raise you even. Like it's part of how you're raised is to like study who your predecessor was.
That's why I say that the most likely options are that either they are considered gods or they are considered exiles. One of the two. Because they don't have a dedicated purpose.
Do you think they would? Do you think they would be strict? Like they'd go like full China and like limit births depending on who they need. Like if everyone's reincarnated, if they don't need anyone anymore, then no one's allowed to have kids until someone dies.
Do?
What do you mean?
What if they do have kids?
Then they'd kill the kid.
I mean, that comes back to what I was saying, that there are two options. Either they are revered as gods because they don't have a dedicated soul, or they are exiled or killed.
Yeah. I think that's probably the more logical option. That either be exiled or killed. And when I say exiled, it'd probably be like that. Nah. I was gonna say they'd probably like try to hide the pregnancy and then try to like escape with a kid, but it's kind of hard to do that here. So,
it's like not a lot of places to go, huh?
Yeah. Right. What's the next? Oh, Coco. No, over here. American.
So they're playing the game.
She killed a coyote.
I guess so.
Got it.
Impressive, is it not? 'Twas slain by my boy. We were childhood friends, he and I.
That could happen as well. Yeah, that's kind of weird. This is interesting to think about. This is interesting.
No,
it's interesting. Like,
see,
yeah.
Childhood friends is weird, but I would say borderline acceptable. But what if, like, she gives birth to her loved one who died?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It's kinda awkward.
No, what I think would even be more awkward? What if she gives birth to her like mother?
That's just paradox. I'm talking about because you're talking about paradox. I'm talking about what if there's even more incest in the Aura population.
That's sure, but even then, I'm thinking what technically she could give birth to her own mother or her own father, depending on when they die and when she gets pregnant. 100%. That'd be just a really weird dynamic, but it's a dynamic that they deal with. It happens. Yeah. but I like that they're addressing it, because again, it's a weird concept, but they're actually addressing it here, kind of. Yeah.
What we're getting at is that auras have very complicated family relations, no matter where they come from.
Yeah, exactly. No.
I'm starting to feel ashamed that I'm an aura. What is happening to these people?
God.
Anyway,
we
were childhood friends, he and I, before he fell and returned. A master of the bow. It is good to see that he retains his skill.
That's what I mean. Like when you're a kid, like if your predecessor was a master of the bow, then immediately they're gonna force you to learn how to use the bow and stuff, because that's like who you're meant to be. Yeah.
We competed against one another in the hunts. Though I knew he would return, I never expected it to be as my son. How do they know which one it is? Or is it just if they died around the time it was born?
Yeah. Okay. I would imagine. I would imagine there'd probably be like a lull period, as in like when you give birth, when they're still a baby, when they can't talk. There's probably like a period in time where they can still be anyone. It depends on who dies, and then you assign that to the baby.
But who assigns it?
I don't know, the people. As a collective, maybe the leader. I don't know. I don't think it matters. I don't think people are dying too often.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but it's just like if the who is it like, oh, this guy looks exactly like this person, or like is it like
I think the better question is if you have two male babies at the same time, and you have someone that dies, then who gets it?
Yeah,
that's a better question. Like who,
that's kind of my point. Like who decides which one is which?
Yeah. They like flip a coin. Maybe. Or maybe it's as we mentioned, maybe like they limit their births, so then when someone dies, then it's whoever gets pregnant next. Like there you go, sort of thing.
I don't know if I want to know, but how do they prevent that?
And the contraception, I don't know.
Do you think they have that? Or do you think, hold on, do you think this is the tribe that bangs during the eclipse?
Maybe. No, they all do. They all bang during the eclipse.
Specifically this tribe is the one that bangs during the eclipse.
Nah. They all do it.
Oh no, Einstein, you have a point.
No, unironically true. Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
But honestly, I feel like that makes more sense. Like,
It does make more sense. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I think that's one of the ones that's like less questionable, but 100%.
It's still
like,
weird,
if
but
dies,
it makes more sense because it's the same line.
Yeah, that connection is a little more clear. Yeah, like if a woman dies while giving childbirth, then she gives birth to herself. Yeah. It would be awkward if the woman dies during childbirth and her child is like a boy or twins, but that'd be a little bit more weird. But yeah. Oh, they figured it out.
Look, there's a lot of questions to be had about the auras. Okay,
there are a lot of questions,
and I don't know if I want to know all the answers.
I just finished ordering these 2 lamb for their wool and meat. Their bleating yet fills my ears. Unlike we Dothral, they shall never be reborn. Oh.
See, can we stop killing the sheep for the wool? You can literally shear them. You don't have to skin them to get the wool.
He said that he got their meat as well.
Yeah, he did say for me.
Yeah, he got the meat.
But I want to shear my sheep. I don't want to kill them. Squealings.
We need to find more people to talk to and find out about how they're born.
Oh no. Yeah, we need to find their past lives. Who birthed them?
She doesn't say anything. Hold on. Mara.
We already talked to the kid.
Oh yeah. She's got a new line.
It filled me with such excitement when they first told me of my deeds, as did my friends.
Yeah. These guys over here. I'm happy I joined the stream. No.
You're welcome.
Oh, that's Sado.
Yeah,
that's her name. Sado. Okay. Ciao. There you go.
I miss Gesser terribly, but I know I need only to be patient. He will return. I am sure of it.
We need a sign. Someone has to bang. Like small talk. Okay, never mind.
Do you think that's actually how it happens? It just assigns someone. It's like
yeah.
We had a death in the village. Who is up to the task?
Yeah. Who wants to bring him back?
In the sacred ritual.
I mean, depending on the culture, like they might think it's like more of a duty to have kids than it is like a romantic thing. Like I don't know.
To be fair, they're also auras. Do we know anything about the biology of auras?
Do they lay eggs?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they lay eggs. Who knows? I don't know. Are they even mammals? I guess they have boobs, so they must be mammals.
Okay, Coco. Talking to Super Saiyan Vegeta.
Yes.
I know you. Reunion. The travelers with the mole girl. I marked you after I had left the Oronir. Ones from Doma, others I could not place. My name is Coco. Welcome to Dothral Ka. Coco sounds to your ear the name of a woman. Well, of course. Ah, there you go. So
There you go.
so it doesn't matter
So it
the
doesn't
gender,
matter.
you will still get the name.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
get
okay,
it.
okay. So that means even if the woman does give birth to a son and dies during childbirth, the son will still get the woman's name, the mother's name. So
Yeah.
there you go. There you go. See what
He's
see
gonna
when
be his
learning-
own mother.
He. See, we're learning. guys.
I
We're
can
learning.
feel my brain twisting in my skull.
No, this clears it up. This makes it easier. Yeah, this clears it up.
I
See,
don't
we're
know if
asking
easier
questions
is
and
the
we're-
word
we're
I would
getting it.
use, but sure.
We're getting answers. We're getting answers to our questions. So there's
Yeah.
less questions.
We do get answers,
Yes.
whether we want to or not.
Coco sounds to your ear the name of a woman. Well, of course. That would be because it is. I died a woman and was reborn a man. It is of no moment. The soul is the soul, and the flesh is the flesh. Perhaps you scoff. Many would. Many look only to the name and the flesh, and let these things dictate their perceptions. Consider Sadu Katun. 3 times before she died a man, yet she returns a woman the 4th. Yet she is no less fierce, and any outsider foolish enough to think so will learn the truth to their peril. Yeah.
There is an
Great.
important note, though, here that he mentioned.
Uh-huh.
That she was that this is her 4th life, which means that at least the birth of the leader only spans 4 generations.
I wouldn't read too far into that. It's possible that maybe it's also that he only says that because maybe before those 3 times where she was a man, maybe she was a woman before that.
Maybe.
So he just like what's the word? Immuted? No, he just didn't divulge that information because it would just go against his
Maybe.
narrative. Or there's another one. But yeah, maybe he just didn't mention it because of that, or because maybe they don't like have memories that far back of who was before that. It's possible that they don't chronicle like their lineage too heavily. As in, obviously they chronicle the names of these people, and they clearly they remember themselves. But it's very possible that they don't properly write it down, and they only rely on memory. For
They may
so,
not
if you
write
go
it
too far
down at
back, you
all.
just forget. Yeah.
This may be like all oral.
The problem is that if you were to write it down, that'd be a lot to write down. To write down the history of every person's lineage, like that's for every lifetime. Like that's just a lot of data. That's a lot of text, and that wouldn't make any sense to try to write all that down, especially for nomadic people. Like to carry around like texts that just get more and more like weighty and heavy over time. Like it wouldn't make any sense. So I would assume that it's just oral.
I don't think I will ever get over Soko standing next to Auras.
Yeah, Saka. What can I say? Is the Katon woman is the Katon woman or man? A stupid question. She is Sado. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically genderless, I guess, but they still refer to her as she.
Yeah, well, it's not genderless. Right now, she is a she. That is true.
But I guess
they're, like,
it's
you know,
more
male
like fluid.
components.
It's just like whatever it is.
Yeah. What's that? So? We go back to what Gosetsu and his brain is fried.
His brain is completely fried. I mean, ours isn't much better, to
Yeah.
be fair.
Yeah. Lights. Have you completed your inquiries?
Yeah, we learned some very, very terrifying things.
Aye. It is as she said. They believe with every fiber of their being that their bravest warriors will be reborn. As for me, I observed some of their warriors at practice. They are as formidable as the Ornir, perhaps more. Their weapons are their equal as well. Yet while they do not lack in skill and resources, 'tis plain to see that their numbers are inferior.
Are you saying there haven't been a lot of kids born?
Yeah, because they have no names. They don't have enough names. Gosetsu has been given much to consider. This has been an educational experience, to say the least. Yet, everything we have learned is common knowledge to the people of the steppe. It will not be enough to earn our comrades their freedom. Not less than the Dothral's plans for the Nadam will suffice, I fear. Well, I've never been one for skulking about. I will go to Sado and see what secrets I can prize from her lips.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I'm sure that will go swimmingly.
Yes. Sado. Cutscene.
The spies return, and they have learned not. No, we have learned a lot, actually.
Mayhap so, but no longer. Though you hide it well, I know you have devised some manner of cunning stratagem for the Nadam. Out with it, I say.
We are what you see, Doman. We are the Tar. Others rely on tricks and traps, subterfuge, lies. We have need of naught but our own strength. We meet the enemy in battle and kill him. That is why I cared not what you did from the first. There is naught for you to learn. Tell your masters to meet us on the field and make ready to ride with the ancestors.
Your confidence is plain, as is your strength. Yet you are not the most prosperous of tribes. The mole you mock are few, but so too are you. Why? Say die more regularly.
Though a glorious death is to be celebrated, it is yet death. While we kill many, many are killed in turn. In the wake of our battles, the soil drinks deep of the blood of the fallen, their bodies piled high. Not all are born again, only the bravest. Yet one cannot return unless there is a vessel to inherit the soul, and if warriors die ere they birth children, then that is that. Even the brave warrior who finds a vessel will for many years remain a shadow of his former self. It falls to his elders to endure until he is ready to accept his responsibilities. Ever will we meet our enemies in battle without fear. Such is our way, even when our numbers dwindle. If we die, so be it, but know that we fight to live, not to die. Dothar train and make ready for the day, but they do not rush to meet it, not until we have done our duty.
Sado Katun. Gesser's body has been given to the sands.
Then our part is done. Rest, warrior. The Nadam draws near, and you will need your strength. If you intend to fight in the Nadam, you should return to the mall and make ready. But know that when next we meet, and you and yours will die, or you could fight for us and leave. Think on it, travelers.
We shall. But if you would permit me a final question ere we part, where is this place that Gesser has been laid to rest? Though I knew him not, I was there at his end. I wish to say a few words.
Rights for the flesh? I have heard of this. Madness, I say, for his body is of the earth now. He will not hear you. But you may speak to the suns, if that is your will. They lie to the west. Make haste, for the garden may already have caught his scent, or the Geddon may already have caught his scent.
She's like, there's sand in his ears. He can't hear you anymore. Like, I see. My apologies, Lights, but this will take but a moment. Also, este Asheper.
Asher, you missed a lot.
You missed the best part of the stream.
You missed. Oh my god, you missed so many questionable decisions, both in writing of the story and writing of the universe.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
But
What I missed.
somehow we reached the point where Light is enjoying this. I don't know how this happened.
Yeah, it's great.
But Light is having
great.
fun, despite like we spent the entire expansion ranting like 3 times every stream, and we reached the point where Light is like, "This is fun,"
This is the best part of the expansion.
and I am
Oh, no.
traumatized.
Oh no. Oh no. It's over.
I only like
cursed
things. Look,
It's all that we have left in this expansion, Asher. It's all
True.
there is. There's nothing else. There's
I
nothing
mean,
to
it's
latch
only
on to.
getting like new levels of cursed over time.
Yes. Asher, you thought we hit some crazy parts in Heavensward with all the incest that was going on between the dragons.
That was not
you
crazy.
ain't-
That was actually very
you ain't-
normal.
You ain't seen nothing yet with what's been going on here. It's crazy.
The question marks are the
Let's
right
go.
reaction. It does not get better. Let's just say that it does not get better on that front.
Let's go.
Asher, you missed an entire village isolated from the world for like several decades. And there's a lot of children in that village, is all I'm saying.
No, yeah. That's more tame though. The one's happening here.
No, that
That's
was,
a
but
lot more
like
tame.
that was like how it started, right? Like how it started.
yeah,
Like
that's how
as we
it's-
keep
yeah.
going, it's like we just find out more.
Yeah. Ara messed up.
Yeah, I have many questions about my heritage now, and I don't know if I want to know the answers. As I am
all
an
you need
Aura.
to know, Asher. All you need to know is that you can give birth to your own mother. Okay?
You
That's all you
can
need to
give
know.
birth to your own mother.
You
yeah.
can
No,
give birth to
you
your
can
own
be
mother.
born.
That's-
You can be born as your own mother. That's more accurate.
Yes.
You can be born as your own
I mean,
mother.
you can do both. You can
do both. Actually, you can do both.
You can do both. You can give birth to your own mother and also be born as your own mother as well. That's also true.
I don't have any more questions.
There you go.
Yeah,
There you
that's what we've been going through for the past like half hour. So our brains are fried at this point.
That's great. It's great. That's Anyway, there's a quest over here. I know where you've gone, Kuro. I know where you've gone. I see why. See why Light likes it. Oh no. Oh no.
I like how you were like, I don't know where you've gone. Where you've gone? Where I literally went on the same roof that you've been running on the entire time.
Oh, okay. Down here, we have a quest. We have a
Ah,
quest.
good. So yeah, if you want to break your brain a bit, then I recommend the VOD.
I recommend the VOD. Yes. For this part of the story.
Oh no.
It's peak content. Mousy is haunted by his past. It is not often we have travelers in Dothraka. There is something I would ask of you, if you have the time. My name is Mousy of the Seven and Seven Swords. I'm a reincarnation of a master swordsman, but I have no sword. Ah. They say he was so fast with a sword it was as if he wielded 7 blades. Indeed, he was well respected. However, I struggle to believe I am he. No matter how much I practice, my swordsmanship improves not.
This is what I was asking
like you
about
to-
actually. What if they don't have the skill?
I would like you to ask around the village. Find out if I truly am who they say. If there is a secret concerning my previous life, they will not tell me, no matter how much I ask.
Okay, but if they don't tell him, why would they tell us?
That's a good question. That's find out. But see, this is like another quest that's like trying to answer another question that the player would have, right? Like
Yeah.
because as you mentioned, like a bunch of questions are being raised because of what the hell's happening here, and this is like addressing one of those questions.
Yeah, okay, so to actually catch up Asher on what is happening, this tribe specifically strongly believes in reincarnation. As in, if a warrior dies, they believe that he is reborn as a child that has just been born.
Yeah.
Essentially. That's
like
like
my
the
mother.
summary of it.
Oh no. It's the Asher. Okay, American.
What are you saying? Of course his name is correct. Maybe clumsy with a blade at the moment, but he will improve in time. I hear that the previous Maushi also struggled when he first picked up a sword. All he needs to do is train.
Chili. You do not believe Mausi to be the reincarnation of a swordsman? Nonsense. There'll be no other Dothraki born the year Mausi. Oh. there were no other Dothraki born the year Mausi passed. See, there you go. The previous Mausi of the Seven and Seven Swords was a true warrior. His swordsmanship was unmatched. I cannot believe he would not be reincarnated.
Yeah, it's also mentioned that specifically the warriors get reincarnated. So apparently, like, the regular people aren't.
They mentioned that.
But also, it sounds like everybody in the village is warriors.
That's what I mean. It sounds like the population is low enough where everyone in the village is warriors anyway. So, like, it's...
Yeah.
I don't know if that distinction was necessary. Agua-chan. That Mausi, he always happens to run off somewhere when I try to help him with his training. He does his name a disservice. Let's speak to him. Were you able to learn aught? I see. I'm exactly as they say. My thanks for your help. You look like you could hold your own in battle. How did you grow so strong? A lot of squats.
Yes. As just during my adventures, I had a teacher. Who would be our teacher, actually? If we had said that, who would be our teacher?
I mean, for every class you have a teacher.
Technically, yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
But do they really actually teach us a lot? Like, I feel like, especially for like Archer, they just like, yeah, go and shoot things.
For a lot of them, it is like you just. I feel like the truth is the first one, but I feel like the first one is gonna get him killed if he doesn't already know how to fight. Like.
True. I guess the teacher makes sense because then he goes and trains. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Because if you remember, the other guy previously was saying that he was trying to teach him, but he wasn't going to it. I guess because it was like a little bit like his identity crisis.
Mm. Yeah, I guess the teacher makes sense. And we can technically say that we had Soko as a teacher.
Yeah, true. Behind every strong warrior, there is an equally strong teacher. No doubt I too would benefit from some guidance. Training alone is only so effective. Could I ask you to teach me? I can think of no better way to make myself stronger.
You don't even know
You
us.
need not answer right away.
You don't know us.
He doesn't know us.
How do you know we would be good teachers?
Okay. We'll come back here and do all these side quests another time.
Yeah.
Good.
We've been leaving all the side quests this time. Like, this expansion, we are leaving all the side quests. We are gonna do them eventually. Just not.
This is the first place we're coming back to, just so we can learn more.
Oh no.
You are your teacher. I was gonna say, start playing Final Fantasy XIV. Which server should I pick? Preferably something without a queue. I don't know how big queues are. I think there are certain limitations when it comes to Final Fantasy XIV, just because the way that the servers are made, people cannot log in at the same time.
Yeah,
so
like it always like logs in
be a
one
queue.
user at a time, but like it's not a long queue.
Yeah.
Like it's. Yeah.
But Yeah, we are not. I don't think we're quite familiar with how populated servers are.
I think.
And
I feel like for every server it depends on hours. Like if you're going for peak hours, then like obviously it will be different than if you're going in off hours. Because for example, like here we are right now playing on the American server and we get no QE because obviously like most of America is not playing right now. And on Oceania also, like if you're not on peak hours, like there's not a lot of people there in general because it's fairly new server. And there's also like an entire new DC on America's server, so I assume it will also be a bit less populated than the older servers. But yeah, I think there are some indicators of like less populated servers, but yeah, we just started playing on this one, so we don't really know. The QEs are never bad. Maybe like on like expansion release maybe, but I've never noticed like actual issue.
They did not bury him well.
He never said he buried him.
True.
Left for the vultures. It seems an insult to the man. But the soul lives on, they say. These bodies, no more than empty husks, returning to the earth. Seen through those eyes, I suppose the sight is almost comforting. Pardon me? When first I heard the tales, I could not help but scoff. Another queer tribe, I thought, with still queerer customs. Yet having borne witness to their rites, I cannot deny there is a certain logic to it all. A samurai will die for his lord without hesitation or regret. But this is not because he delights in such sacrifice. It is because he has faith that his death will serve a higher purpose. There is an awakening in that instant. When the heart sings, and the blood burns, and his soul finds peace. There is comfort in that. Nay, we dare not permit ourselves that luxury, my friend, tempting though it may be. Not while our loved ones yet remain in chains.
That was a nice cutscene.
Yeah.
It was very sudden, which I don't like. As in, suddenly, we're here with Gosetsu and he's being very introspective, and he's like,
I mean, it blew his
relating
mind.
what's happening. Yeah, relating what's happening here with his role as a samurai, right, and how he puts his life on the line all the time and all that stuff, right? Like this is nice, But this makes me yearn for more Gosetsu leading up to this, because like he has very much so been. I mean, I say he's been a side character, but the problem is that he wasn't with us for the start of the story here, because remember he got taken by Azula, and then we didn't spend any time with him when we were going around the village because he scared everyone, if you remember.
Yeah, everywhere he
has his own
goes, like
history.
everybody's scared of me.
Yeah, so we just haven't spent any time with him until now, which I appreciate, and I guess the previous cutscene with him and Hien as well. So these have been some really nice moments, but like again, it feels a little bit weird, a little bit sudden, because we just haven't spent a lot of time with him, and I feel like we should have. You know, maybe less time with Liz, more time with
Maybe
this guy.
less time with.
Because that's
I will always cheer for less time with this expansion. Yes.
Yes. Less time with Liz, more time with Yugiri, more time with Gosetsu. There should be Gosetsu and Yugiri's expansion.
Exactly. That's my point. This should be Yugiri and Gosetsu expansion because we were introduced to them before the expansion, so it would make sense that we'd learn about them in this expansion instead of learning about a random character that just created from a different character.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? Now that you said that, this would have been another really. This actually would have been a really good moment for Liz, and she's not even here. No, unironically, because this is all about reincarnation. It's all about like
and
paying
she
respects
is
to those that died before.
Like,
she's meant to be like the quote unquote, like she isn't, but like she's meant to be, she's meant to have been taking up the role of her sister because her sister died.
Yeah, like for those
she could probably relate really hard to this, and this would have been a really good moment for her to reflect on that and to reflect on her sister, reflect on Papa Limo, reflect on specifically those that have died, because this is all about death. This is all about death, all about
and a lot
passing
of
away,
people
not
in her
being loved
life have
forever.
died.
Yeah.
And for
father,
those
parents,
who don't remember or
sister.
missed it, Liz was Ida, in the sense that the person we knew as Ida in the whole Realm Reborn was actually Liz pretending to be her sister who died.
Yeah. So unironically, this would have been actually a really good place for her to once again try to have a moment to reflect on her past, or on her who she is, on her sister was, on all that stuff. There could have been a really like similarly to I think this was a really nice moment for Gosetsu. They could have had something nice here for Liz as well, in her own way. It would have lined up perfectly for that, and she's just not. She's not here. She's she's not here.
It would be like yes, it's also like maybe she wants to continue the legacy of her sister, because even if she may not be her sister and she like doesn't like know all those things that she did, like she still feels connected to her and feels that is her duty. Like that would give her more purpose than she currently has. Because we've been talking about that a lot in the previous stream, even how Liz doesn't seem to have a lot of like personal motivation to do what she's doing.
Yeah, this would have been a good moment for that. Would have been.
Yeah, sure. Maybe
Well
she's
then.
sleeping.
Yeah, she's busy sleeping. Well then, we must all be on our way, even Gesser. Let us return to the Dawn Throne and pray that our tale is enough to satisfy our most radiant taskmaster.
Ah, yes, the most radiant. Meanwhile, deep within the Dawn Throne.
Well, if there is a way out, I can't see it. Shame we didn't learn much before they locked us up.
'Tis little wonder the Orinir won the last Nardum. These people leave naught to chance.
Hien, I've had something on my mind for a while, and now... In Alamigo, where I was born, I found it strange that for all the people who supported the resistance, there were just as many who didn't. But then we came to this part of the world and met with the Confederacy and lots of ordinary domans, and almost every single one of them seemed content to just put up with things, no matter how bad they got. They all had their reasons, of course, and it's not like I don't understand them, but the thought of it made me so angry. After everything they'd been through, everything the Empire had done to them, how could they not rise up? How could they not fight back?
People are pragmatic creatures at heart. They hold on to hope only until they taste true hardship. Then comes fear and regret. Safer not to dream, they concluded last. For even should a day go by without some new disappointment, the next will only bring more of the same, and so they choose the more sensible option. They learn to abide the indignities and injustices, the pain and the shame, to accept them as normal. Such is the lot of most men. One cannot expect to spur them to action at a moment's notice. But if one who has known their pain can convince them to strive for something greater and rekindle the fire in their hearts, then they will remember what they have lost, and they will rise.
I had someone like that once. I didn't know who I was or who I wanted to be, and he risked his life to show me the way.
Then honor him by doing the same for others with all your might and main. You know, when my homeland fell 25 years past, I was still in my mother's womb. Never have I known a free Doma. But my father did. As did many of my fallen comrades, as do many of my people now. It may be no more than a dream to me, but if I do not chase it, then who will?
The way you carry it all, you're just the same.
As you?
Oh, no, not me. Definitely not me. I meant the warrior of light. Out there, somewhere. Doing what needs to be done. I won't have you put me to shame any longer. I'm going to seize the future I want with my own two hands.
Meanwhile,
Huh. What do you think?
I don't know where to start. Okay, let's start kind of chronologically. several times now we had this conversation about how Papalimo kept warning then Ida that she should not just believe whatever, she should not be so reckless, she should actually like think about what she's doing, and maybe just going headfirst into a rebellion is maybe not the best idea, and she should like consider her options more and like what she can do. Like, he was still helping the rebels, don't get me wrong, it was not like it was against the rebellion itself because he was taking part in it actively, but he wanted her to not be reckless and actually like, you know, think about it with clear head. And in this cinematic, we're like, yeah, I had this guy who was like a guidance for me, and like, you should honor him by going recklessly into rebellion. I'm like, okay, sure, whatever.
Remember Papalimo? Remember that? That's
Nah, clearly not.
Nah. So, this was a really weird scene. Because it didn't really make much sense. She decided to open up to Hien, and it started with her asking him that her initial phrasing was wrong. If you remember, she said something like, back in Alamigo, for every resistance fighter that we found, there was like one that wouldn't want to fight. That's not true. I would say the majority of people didn't want to fight. From our understanding, like that was the problem, was that they needed to recruit more people.
It was more complicated than that because we didn't really see a lot of the ordinary people. We mostly talked to the rebellion. So it was
sure.
more difficult to gauge like how big that is.
How widespread. True. I mean, we've only seen one zone of Alamigo. Like, there's so much that we don't know, we haven't seen. But I would probably say the same to her, that she hasn't seen the rest of Alamigo. It doesn't sound like she has. So to make a blanket statement like that sounds weird. And she made it sound like, oh, but these people of Doma, they all just given up, and so many of them were so willing to just let everything just be bad. It's weird because this feels timeline misplaced, because we already saw what happened with Yugiri. We already saw the Domans rise up.
This is literally after the village mobilized to help us.
This is after what he said happened, where he's like, all it takes is sometimes, one like-minded person who has been through like their trials and tribulations and have experienced their hardship to rise up and to lead them and to motivate them and rekindle their fire. What he said was things that she had already seen and she had already experienced. That's
she
what
was
doesn't make
present for
sense. Yeah, that's what doesn't make sense about that dialogue, is that it feels like it happened too late, because she should have already come to this conclusion, and she should already know all these things because she experienced all these things firsthand with Yugiri. That was the point. That was the whole point of pairing her with Yugiri earlier, was that she would see Yugiri successfully. We had our words as to it isn't a good thing that it was successful the way that it was. But whatever, like, it happened. And her seeing that and her being part of that is meant to help her kind of recognize what it takes to kind of fuel that and to make that happen. But the worst thing about this cutscene is that it shows us that she learned nothing from that, I guess.
I mean,
she learned nothing from seeing Yugiri accomplish that, because she's still asking him. She's like, hey, I still don't get it. It's like, what? Like, how can you not get it? How do you not get it more than just seeing it ahead of time? Well, seeing it there and being a part of it.
You could kind of save the situation, and if, again, but this is like writing something that isn't there. If she was more like, sure, like the like we saw like people like join the rebellion, but it's been so hard to convince them. Like, we've seen so many times that they would rather give up than join us, and even here we are like fighting for like the approval of all these people, that like why are they not willing to take part? Why is it so difficult? Like, you could still write it like that, where like she acknowledges that we managed that, but like she doesn't understand why it has been so difficult to do so. But even then, if you have that, then, as you said, he says, oh yeah, you need like one person to motivate them, so on and so forth, and then Liz is like, oh yeah, so it's just like what I've seen, just like Yugiri motivated the villagers, not the Warrior of Light. This was gonna be my second complaint. I said it before and I will say it again. We are not supposed to be the main character of this story. We are a Primal Slayer, we are a Scion, we are not the main character of the rebellion.
Yeah, it was really jarring to hear her like reference us. I was like, what? it
was us. I completely forget Yugiri. Yeah, Yugiri. I mean, as we know, Yugiri teleported away to another dimension.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was just really. But that's what I mean. Like that's why this dialogue. I can only explain. My only explanation is that, again, this dialogue in this cutscene was made independent of the dialogue and cutscenes made in the previous region, right?
Sure.
And because that would be the only way that it makes sense, is that whoever did this didn't know that this already happened. They didn't know that it already happened. Yeah, because
it would make sense before it happened,
Yes, exactly. So this feels just literally just misplaced. Like it's just misplaced in the story because it just doesn't make any sense.
Or no, it still doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Like there's already a couple of scenes that we've seen, and this is one of them as well, where it just feels like there's just a disconnect between like certain areas as to the story that's being told. Because this once again, this just does a disservice to Liz, because now it just makes her seem like more inept.
Yeah, like
if she didn't arrive to this conclusion already based on what's happened in the story. As you said, there could have been a couple of extra lines to have like saved it a little bit, and maybe she could have been a little bit more self-referential of things that have already happened.
Yeah,
to acknowledge them.
She could be like, not that like, oh, like why do they not want to fight? She could be like, why is it so hard to convince them? Like, why did we have to fight so hard to reach this conclusion? Yeah. Why did they not just agree when we asked them?
That's what you would have to change to make it a little bit more like palatable. And easier to swallow that she would be asking him these things. But yeah, that's why it's like the entire time it felt really weird, because she kept saying like, yeah, the Dolmens, they all just gave up and they're all just so happy to just take it and to just be, you know, downtrodden and all this stuff. Like what do we do? It's weird to say that when the reality is, but they're not like that anymore. Now in the story has progressed to the point where now they're for fighting. Now they've been rallied. Now they have been motivated. Like what she's saying doesn't apply anymore.
Yeah, I would say
it applies, as you mentioned, if she had said something like, "Why was it so difficult to do this?" Instead of "It's difficult to do this because it's already happened." They've already done it. Like they've already done it.
Yeah,
like, they're already fighting.
There's even more like dark humor to that than that, and I noticed that during the cinematic, and I was like, I was taken aback by the fact that this is the topic of the discussion. The entire reason we are talking to Hien right now was because he said to come to him once we decide whether the Domans want to fight, and he will fight with them, or the Domans don't want to fight, and he will give himself to the Empire essentially to get killed. So the whole reason why he's alive and talking to us is because the Domans decided to fight.
Yeah.
So even in the moment, it was very weird for me that she would ask that question to him out of all people.
That's what I mean. Like this cutscene, it always feels, because we don't know 100%. It feels like it was made independently. And remember, we spoke about this like for like the dungeon, like the island dungeon at the start of the expansion. It felt that way with it felt that way with even the cutscene, even kind of like the cutscene with Hien and Gosetsu as well, when they had the moment at the campfire, where it's like a cutscene made like independent of what's happening around it, and because that. Like this cutscene feels wrong. It feels like it doesn't make any sense. Like with what's happening in the quest and the dialogue happening around. In the timeline of what's happening. Like we spoke about that with the initial like dungeon raid and all that, because after that dungeon we got into the dialogue and it didn't feel like it connected with everything else that was happening. It felt very disconnected and it felt like it didn't fit, because it felt like it was made independently and then slotted in. Same here with this cutscene, where it felt like it was made independently, then was just thrown in there. and it feels. I'm pretty sure that's happened a couple of times now with like a couple of cutscenes. I think we said that with one of the other. We said that with the Estinian one, where like the cutscene.
We still don't have
like
solution of that, by the way.
Well, no, yeah, because that cutscene was made after the fact, because it's like, oh, like, you know, we need to give the people that are playing, the player base, a reason to keep playing, because it's like, oh, fuck, like we messed up these characters. We need to remind them, hey, we're bringing Estinian back, so you better keep playing if you want to see him. Like
yeah, because he's not here. You're not gonna get him right now. He is back in Alamigo,
No.
so once you get back there, you will see him.
Yeah, but they like inserted that in that moment in the game because they want to give you a reason to keep playing, but it has nothing to do with like any of the other story, right? Like it's just it was made after the fact, sort of thing, and then placed in that like position. I think we said something similar with the Gosetsu cutscenes with Azula, how like it I mean that had to do with pacing more than anything, but it felt weird the moments of the cutscenes that we were seeing, just because it feels like it should have happened like immediately after or something like that.
Yeah, the passage of time was weird.
Yeah, exactly. But once again, most likely because those cutscenes were made first, and then they were like inserted afterwards wherever they decided to, and they decided to like put in all these other quests with like the turtles and all this other stuff, and then that like elongated that cutscene. Yeah, as you say that, it feels like that cutscene intended for things to happen more immediately, but after the fact, during the production of the quests, like they made all this other stuff to put in between, which makes it weird when it comes to the passage of time. Like that's what it feels like.
Yeah, it sounds like
that
the
feels
way the
really
casting was happening was that what was meant to happen was Gosetsu gets taken. It's like, go to the village, ask for help. I mean, he didn't say directly, but like, go there and ask for help. And you go there and ask for help and come with the help to him.
Yeah.
But what actually happened was we went there, we asked for help, and like, well, do for us like 15 different tasks and maybe.
Yeah. But not even that, because remember, it was 15 different tasks. Then we had to go and be introduced to the turtle people, and then we got introduced to the area under the sea village.
Yeah,
and
but
then
we got
go
introduced
into
to
the
them
dungeon,
because
and
of the tasks that we were doing for these people. Like on the way, we met
Yeah.
all these other people that we also got involved with. So like it was like an
and
entire
then we had-
like grand
and
tour.
then we fought a primal. Like we literally fought a primal.
Yeah, we did.
While Gosetsu was waiting.
While
to be
Gosetsu was
rescued.
being beaten up.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. Like all of that filler stuff that we did, it feels like it was
Weeks.
decided afterwards. Like it was decided to put that in after the fact. Like originally the script most likely said it was going to be leaner, but they decided to pad that out specifically in that area, in that instance. After the cutscene was already made.
Yeah, and the cutscene made it look like it took like, hours at most, when like the amount of traveling we did was like weeks.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what makes like this cutscene as well. Like it makes it like it makes it feel like the production of it makes it more apparent, even though it's in a proper story it should be seamless. But right now it makes it feel more apparent that like these were made ahead of time, earlier in the production cycle than like the rest of the quests and the rest of the dialogue, sort of thing.
So you think in general the cutscenes were made first before any quests were put in place?
So far, it feels that way, yeah. So far. But that's only because the storytelling has been so bad that it feels so jarring that it becomes more apparent. Like it's possible that that's always the case. Actually, it's possible that maybe that always happens, but because of how the story was written, it becomes more obvious because it's not blending together as well as it should be, right?
Maybe.
Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that's always been the case, but maybe ahead of time they have a more structured and thought out idea of what story they're going to tell, and they stick to it. Here, it feels like maybe there was like a bunch of rewrites and a bunch of changes made and they already did all the cutscenes, so the fuck they have to like put them in wherever they can, and they did all these changes and that, and like it feels a little more apparent just because it was probably more chaotic like behind the scenes. But that makes the overall product seem more disjointed and seem more chaotic and seem more like amateurish. Like that'd be the reasoning for it. Okay, let's go speak to Gazetsu.
Jesus, I've been just looking at the views. We sat here the entire night. I was watching the sunrise.
I just see the Robert Irwin thirst trap. What?
What do you mean by first trap though? Because I actually don't know the concept. I actually followed Robert Edwin.
I don't follow. Oh my god! I just googled Robert Irwin thirst trap,
Why?
and apparently he posed.
For what?
He posed in his underwear and he took some photos.
Okay. I guess. I mean, the whole like, how do I put it? The whole Irwin family is very commercialized. Like they are a brand. So
Yeah.
That's that. They are celebrities, whether they want to or
Hold
not.
on.
Are you gonna send me
Fans
the
of
photo?
the Irwin family have been left swooning after Robert Irwin, 21, debuted a sexy new photo spread published Thursday.
Oh my god.
He modeled. Okay, so it wasn't like he was taking random selfies in his underwear. He apparently modeled for People magazine like sponsored by a certain underwear brand.
Makes sense. Again, he's a celebrity.
There you go.
He's hot, but
There
I
you
mean,
go.
no, he is. Look, the guy has the genes of good looks, but also like the
So-
guy literally wrestles Crocs unironically. So, look.
the real question is, Asher, how did you know about this? Huh? What's going on, Pappy? Why are you looking at Robert Irwin? No.
I will say though,
That's Ash.
he did get his father's enthusiasm. I will say, because I
Yeah.
follow his socials and like he posts a lot of like random encounters he has with animals, and he has the same enthusiasm. He just loves
Yeah.
that.
He was reborn.
He might have,
Like the undying.
but he seems like he genuinely got the same enthusiasm, because I feel like his sister a little less. Like she still enjoys it.
Yeah.
Like she still enjoys it, but she's like more, I don't want to say timid, but like she doesn't seem to enjoy the cameras as much. And like Robert, he's the showman. Clearly, he's the showman.
I saw the big snake. I also saw the snake. It is very big, Asher. It's a very big snake. Yes. Yes.
Is it a python?
I don't know. It's just big. Ah, no. Okay.
Shaking my head.
A true model citizen. I see what you did there, Einstein. See what you did. Okay, go Setsu. When are you gonna
What?
When are you gonna show me your snake, Asher? No. Gosetsu has seen enough of the Dotaka.
Because that's who's seen enough snakes.
He's seen enough. You're ready to depart, I trust. Good. Then let us away. But when it comes to the Gasetsu scene, I think it was nice. It was good.
I mean, I like that he like chilled out and was like,
Yeah,
oh, no,
like
you
he
know what? There
accepted
is
it.
something in it, you know.
Yeah, he accepted it. He chilled. He sat next to the body. To have a moment. He protected the body as well. Like, yeah, it was nice. Nice.
Yeah, but like,
Again, my only criticism to that is that that makes me wish that we had a
Yeah.
little bit better setup for Kosetsu and wanting more of him leading up to this.
It's more that, like, I like that
that.
he wasn't like, oh, like these people that I learned all of this, but they're still stupid. Like he didn't like, he wasn't like
Yeah.
grumbly. He was like understanding, like, no, yeah, you know what, they have some right to it.
I'm shy now. I didn't know snakes got so big. Ah. Oh, no.
Oh no, Asher. Poor Asher.
Okay, Asher. You don't need a big snake. It's big enough. Ah.
It's not about the size of the snake.
No. 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 It's about how you use it.
Huh?
Si tu digas eso. We can but tell Magni the truth. And if our most radiant brother is unsatisfied, it will be my pleasure to put an end to the charade. It's about the skill of the tamer.
I mean,
It's about your APM, Bappy. Ah. You're fine. How many snakes did he have? Oh my god.
are you gonna send me the photo?
No.
Okay.
It's a photo shoot. It's like an entire photo shoot.
Do I have to
Although
look
I
it
saw other
up?
photos.
Do I have to look? Do I really have to look for pictures of
Good
Robert
time.
Irwin in underwear?
You're gonna have to open up in incognito mode. Ah, no.
Oh no.
Clear your browser history. All that you have seen and heard, your knowledge, I would have it. Okay. So there's this guy who died, and he got reborn as a 7 swordsman, but he doesn't know how to use swords.
Yeah, also they have
No
very
secret-
complicated family relationships.
Yes, yes. Probably as complicated as yours. It's ah, no. No secret stratagems, you say. That is well. I expected as much. The Lothal are not schemers. They live only for war, for the contest of strength and will. They are fierce, aye. And to face one is to court death. Meet us on the field and make ready to ride with your ancestors. Such were the words of the Katun Sadhu. Oh no. Oh no.
What?
We're gonna have some drama. Remember, she's meant to be like the daughter of Namu, right? Namad? What's her name?
Hold on.
Namai?
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Do you think they are related?
They're related? I mean, I'm sure they're all related. in
No,
some
I mean
way.
specifically Magnai and Sadhu.
No. What do you mean by that?
Because
You
of
mean,
the
like,
reactions.
No. I think it's only because like there's maybe some tension between them, sort of thing.
I don't know. Like the reactions were very like, I don't know, surprised. I don't know what to call it.
We got that. Speak not the devil's name in the presence of the most radiant. Oh, wait, is that a guy?
Yeah.
Okay. You bade us tell you of the Lothal, yet you will not hear the name of their leader. After the last Nadam, she gave great offense. The most radiant brother called to him, the woman of the steppe. Yes, that he might look into their eyes and see if Nama looked back. She rejected him, but then Gedin, the feral Udgan, she spat curses and called forth flames. She scorched the soil and refused to present herself. 3 days and nights had we fought to claim the Dawn Throne, and still she shows Brother Magni such disrespect, such defiance. By rights, she should pay with her life. Speak not another word, Batu, or you will pay with yours. Her words are air, as Romans say. However, they are proof of your service to the sun. Go and fetch the others from their cells. My lord, Lys, you are unharmed? Thanks to you and Light, we are free to return to Mol Ilo, I take it. By your deeds, you have proven yourselves to be warriors brave and true. You may return to Mol and make ready for the Nadam, on one condition. To fight in the Nadam is to be bound by it. Swear here and now to abide by the law of the steppe, to accept the supreme authority of the Kagan, whomsoever it may be.
I'm a foreigner.
Swear.
Why would I swear that?
It's like to like respect their rule and not mess with it. That's fine.
I can respect the rule, but like look, if they win, I just leave. I'm not staying
Yeah,
here.
it's fine.
What if he baits me to stay? I would break his
We
rule.
leave. This.
In a way, being forced to stay behind may actually have been a good thing. I had a lot of time to think, and usually I don't.
There were plenty of times to think previously. Like this is late and poorly done.
I will agree with her on one thing. She usually doesn't think.
She doesn't. Not convinced she did.
I mean, I never said she
That's
did.
so. Let us not be too quick to count our blessings. We must still win the Nadam. Here. Well done, my friends. I knew you would not fail. I should be glad to hear of your experiences with the Dothral, but as time is of the essence, let us converse en route. Come, come. Sidina and the others are waiting. Remember Sidina?
Remember Maul?
It'd be nice if they had an etherite, just saying.
They're too poor for
Oh, they have a
that.
port. Oh, let's fly the eagle. Let's fly the eagle. Let's fly the eagle.
Do they have an eagle?
We actually have a reason to. Yeah, they do. They do.
Okay. Maul.
Molilo.
Okay.
Can fly. I'm hanging on in a way that would hurt my back.
Oh no, yeah, totally.
My character's like crouched on its back.
I feel like we should probably like lay down to be more aerodynamic.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess like we could interfere with the tail though, so. Oh my god, there's so many quests here.
Ignore them. Ignore all of them.
So many exclamation marks.
This.
It's almost time for Nadam. I'm so excited.
There is tension in the air, an awareness of the coming storm. Nervousness, aye, but a confidence as well. Faith, perchance. Yeah. Though our journey home was rather more roundabout than I had anticipated, it was also more educational. I think it's safe to say we are better prepared for the experience. Demo.
Today's enemies are tomorrow's allies. Remember this.
Sit in.
Thank the gods you are alright. When you failed to return, I feared the worst. But here you are, hale and whole, and you survived Bardam's metal. Blessed are we to have you as allies. With your strength, we may have a chance.
No new dialogue. Soon. The Nadam is nigh, and Sidina will have you make your final preparations.
My friends, we are come to the final day of the Tsagan Tsar, to the Nada. The battle will commence with the rising of the sun. The Gar will scatter the soil, and the steppe will be unbound. A great Oh, it's like PvP? A great ovo will erupt from the earth and call for a new Kagan. All will converge upon the light, and the warrior who claims it will win the day. Precious little time remains. Pray use it to prepare for the battle. Many of the young ones have never taken part in Nadam. They are nervous. Perhaps you might favor them with some few words? It would do much to ease their fears. There's one right here.
God damn it.
He's
This is a little
right
one?
here. He's a little one.
Okay.
He's little and he's young, you know?
Okay. Okay, little boy.
Little boy.
What ails you?
Little boy, and you like look up like two heads above.
At the behest of the Katun, you speak with us, yes? You are kind to do so, and I'm grateful. Do not underestimate the power of words. A warrior conquers one with his hands, but 1,000 with his head. Even you cannot fight forever. That is why we wear helmets, so we can smack our opponents with our heads. Okay. It's very wise, Bojeg. Very wise. He's like, yes, I hit head. Okay.
And this is why I wanted you to speak to them. They clearly do not understand.
Katan.
When we were young, my friends and I could scarcely wait to challenge Bardam's metal. We longed to become warriors. The day came and went, but we rarely fought men, mostly beasts. And now we must stand against the Oronir and the Dotari, or Dotar. You have seen them, taken the measure of them. Do you believe we can win? Oh, what do we say? Do you give them hope, or...?
I like the second answer more. The first one gives them like confidence. The second one makes them like be more careful and make sure that
Yeah.
they're not overconfident. I
But
think
it's-
that's what I
but they
appreciate
also-
about the second one.
But they also don't have a lot of faith in themselves.
Ah,
So,
there's no wrong answer. It's just motivating in different ways, right? Or like preparing them in different ways.
okay, then second one.
Okay.
Okay, it will not be easy. No, it will not. But it is well that you acknowledge it. A warrior must be brave, but not foolhardy. I will not forget. Yeah, Liz.
Sure. Dorbe. Ah, it is you. The one who helped with the children with their chores. For that, I must thank you. Though mayhap I will repay the favor in battle. Yes, I too will fight in the Nadam, though you may not see me. While you and yours contest the Yorvo, my comrades and I will devote our efforts to preventing other tribes from interfering. We are few and we are weak, but we shall do what we can to aid you. Go well, traveler. And if it be the god's will, let us speak again when the day is done. Oh my god, Jesus. Wary mole warrior. So we must wear the Oronir. It is the Thrall who frighten me most of all. I have seen them in battle before. They are not men, they are monsters. Mild-mannered mole warrior. It has been many years since the gods bade the mole fight in the Nadam. For us, it is the first time. The Katun says we will win, but will we? Zealous. Ah. Oh, shall be well. I must have faith in myself and my Yol. Diligent.
How strange this feeling. The free before battle. A battle in which I may die.
What is the first answer?
Oh my god, the first answer is... Oh,
People die all the time, many of them in their sleep.
oh my god.
Would you like me to put you to sleep? I like grab the blowgun.
He's like, I have a blog. Like, what the hell?
No.
Ah.
Number 2, obviously.
Yeah, but like, what the? This is brutal. We will fight, we will win, and we will return to Mol together. Yes, of course we will. I must have faith. I must have courage. I have not always understood the motives of the gods, but I have accepted their guidance ever since I was a child. If they would have us fight, I must believe they have their reasons. So I shall fight with all my might, and if it is the gods' will, then we shall win.
I'm going back inside.
Do they say anything different?
Are we gonna ride the sheep into battle?
Yes!
There's no new dialogue.
I mean, if you remember, we got the bird thingy, right? Already, I sense a change in the people. Their hearts soothed, their resolve strengthened. This we owe to you. We are of the soil, the wind and the water. We are not conquerors. But we are yet the children of Nama. We are yet Zaela. We were made for battle, to kill and be killed. We delight not in such things, but let no man doubt that they are in our nature. Flesh, blood, bone, that which was given we offer unto the gods as tribute. This day we embrace death, ours and our enemies. So too must you embrace this truth, for this is who we are, who you are become as warriors of the steppe. May the gods guide you to victory. All that remains is to wait for daybreak.
Serena.
You are ready for battle, Mielikka?
I have to disband the party.
Yes.
See if Hien has any. Yeah, Hien. Though I know how much this battle means for the future of Doma, a part of me is glad simply for the opportunity to repay my debt to the mole.
Only a part.
Only a part of
Only
you?
a part of him, though. They once again they confirm that he does not care.
You're pathetic, Ian. You're pathetic. Good. Mayhap their souls will shine bright in battle, but my steel will sing. This.
We're not dying here. Not when we've got a score to settle with Xenos.
Remember Xenos?
Remember
Xenos? Serena. Ready for battle?
Okay, let's go. We are ready. We are not, but we are ready.
Oh, the sun rays.
It's like, it's just have to stretch.
I see you, soil bears.
First time.
The soil has been scattered, and the steppe reborn! Sanctified and unbound, she calls for a new Han! Go forth and claim her, Dothal, and bring death to all who bar your way!
It begins, Grandmother.
I must say, it's been a while. Is everyone ready?
A samurai is always ready! You shall remember this soon enough once I have taken to the field.
So we take on all comers, and then it's off to Doma. I can't wait.
Thank you, my friends. Upon the soil of one and all shall our deeds be inscribed. Grant us favor, O Mother of the Dusk, and to victory guide them all!
Let's go. We ride at dawn. The south. Can I see it?
Forward! Forward!
Oh, okay, we're fighting. Can dismount. Panic. Make for the over. Thank you, guys. So forward, brothers and sisters. It would be nice if commands like this were voiced, because I feel like those are actually the important commands to know like where our characters are supposed to be going. Meanwhile, we get like this random voice acting instead. I would prefer if it voice acted at like, oh, forward or something. Because it's not easy to read while you're also trying to fight. This was the right idea. Thank you, Liz with me. Okay, so Liz is staying behind, we're going with Steven. That's what I mean, like... Like, I don't have time to read as I'm also playing. Fighting these guys and these guys. They're weak. Dispatch them. Right, help if I was like closer to the rest of my party. So I love accidentally going for the shot. Can I just... God damn it. Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah, all busy.
Stay up to the dialogue option.
No! God, he pulled me away. Okay.
That's that. Okay. I want to say once again, the voice actress for Sado, she's going ham. I appreciate it every time.
Okay, so I want to say I have a complaint though. I have a complaint. I agree. The voice actress for Sado, she is like going all out, but I have a complaint. Why they decided not to voice act the lines where the characters are saying that we're going forward, that somebody is staying behind. Like, they're not voicing the strategy commands, but what we do get voice actor is like, out of my way, fight them. It's like, I would prefer to know the commands because I don't have time to read the timed text as I am also fighting.
They said them. They said them. There were voice lines that like Liz was saying like, oh, Gosetsu has the right of it. I'll buy you time. You go on ahead.
She doesn't say it though.
Didn't she?
No, she doesn't say. It's only in text.
Okay.
Like that's what I said. Like it's only in text. The lines that are voice actor are like out of my way, and he like punches somebody. Like that's not like the important information was not voice acted. So I had to like keep my eyes constantly off the battle to read what the next command was instead of like focusing on fighting. Okay.
You came as I knew you. Also, I said at the time they gave him a voice for the first time. And his voice is like really.
Line.
Yeah, but his voice is like really soft. It's like a really soft voice.
I mean, we did only
hear
one line. Hear one line. So.
Yeah. For you too are a warrior of the steppe. We're probably going to come back to fighting soon.
Probably.
I salute you, traveler, and it should be honored to face you alone. But the Dothral thirst for blood, and will suffer no duels.
The way they run.
Bear witness, Father Azim. The soil shall drink deep of blood this day. This big stupid axe.
We mean with his stone, because that's what it really is. Okay, are we fighting him then?
Rise, brothers of the sun!
Oh yeah, now we get all the great voice lines like him running his troops.
Know your place!
Hearken to the chaos, brothers!
Yes, stand all in the same place.
In death do our souls sing!
Bow down before me!
Ah, nice.
Leave this one to me!
I lost. I have to do the entire thing. I hate this game. And I'll see you in the next millennia.
Forward! Forward!
I'm claiming the point. I have claimed the point.
I'm fucking out. I'm not going back.
Out of my way!
Rise, brothers of the sun! Know your place!
Into the chaos, brothers! In death do our souls sing!
Bow down before me!
Leave this one to me!
The sun cannot be extinguished.
It is not enough! The steppe has spoken. Then the Harnies.
We have won. The Maul have won. The Dawn Throne is ours.
We did it. And you, my friend, you were magnificent. Magnificent and, not a little terrifying.
What a strange tale this has become. To think I suffered them to live.
On your guard, Otun. The wind warns of men in iron.
I thought I'd find you here, Eorzean, dearest of all my enemies. Today's the day I finally get to kill you. And then they'll give me a shiny medal and my choice of posting. Bloody perfect it is. Well, go on then. Kill her. Kill them all!
Dearest of all his enemies, eh? Congratulations. Hearken to me, honored warriors of the steppe! Our enemies intrude upon this sacred ground! Have you yet the strength to oppose them?
You forget to whom you speak, Doman. We are the Undying Ones. We are Dothal!
If this be the will of the mole and their Han, so be it. The sun shall abide by the law of the steppe.
The step with me. Wouldn't it be nice if they started me in the right orientation? Okay. So my question is, do we have to help them or do we just fight this guy? I don't know. Tetsuo, can you help me? I would appreciate it if you could please. I'm just gonna take care of your stuff.
This blow shall end you. Mark well and learn.
Okay, no, I think they are spawning. I guess I do focus on the guy.
For you, father.
So this guy is specifically Doman. They don't say Imperium.
Let us be about it.
Just finished.
Oh boy, do we have a lot to talk after this.
Let naught be left in our wake!
Oh boy. Oh boy. Ah.
Ah, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I assume so. Also, am I supposed to just fight the guy or everybody?
Just the guy.
Okay.
And at a certain point, you have to protect the tablets.
How it burns!
Kneel or die!
Okay, fine. Whatever. Fight these guys, you fight these guys. See, I miss dungeons where the fighting is somewhat coordinated. Instead of whatever this is. I do not enjoy fighting, you got to say.
Bugger, bugger, bugger! But I hate you! I hate you!
Is there more cutscenes?
Yeah.
impossible! She was there for the taking! What do I have to do? I need more men, more weapons, more power! Ah!
As if we'd lose to the likes of him. And we're only gonna get stronger. Stronger and stronger until we're strong enough to take back everything they stole.
I have kept my promise, Serena. They are yours to command.
Oh, yes, of course.
Brothers and sisters of the steppe, the Nardum is ended, and we Mol now claim the Dawn Throne. No demands shall we make of you, save these. Heed our comrades' words, and honor the law of the steppe.
Before I fought for the Mall, I fought for my homeland, for Doma.
To Doma, would you have us go to fight your war and win your freedom? Very well. The battlefield matters not, nor else the enemy. In battle do our souls burn bright. And better the mole's law than that of the sun. Arrogant and foolhardy were their pronouncements. Already you and yours show better sense.
The sun shall answer your call, Doman. Wild as the wind the Otun and her brood may be, but they will deliver you naught. We will deliver you your kingdom.
Weak and few as we are, the Mol will fight for Doma too, if you will have us.
Well then, I believe naught remains but to return to Doma at the head of a Zayla army, my lord. I cannot wait to see the look on Yugiri's face.
Nor I. We shall depart as soon as our forces are assembled and rejoin our comrades. And then, my friends, we shall bring freedom to the people of Doma!
Hello? Hello? Cooper, where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? Oh no. Oh no.
The game would not let me to jump into fire.
Oh no.
Hold on, where's
no.
the closest pond?
Oh no.
Where's the closest
No.
pond?
It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Where
It's
is the closest pond?
Oh no. Oh my god. What's going on?
That's a
Hold on,
very
Papa.
good fucking question.
What do
Isn't
you have to
it?
say? What do you have to say for yourself, Copa?
Okay, so I have one line of commentary.
Uh-huh.
That is, of course, I decided not to get very angry at the game today, so I'm not very angry. So my one line of commentary is, I did not expect much, and yet I was still disappointed. Thank you.
The one thing to sum this up very quickly, and then we can go into details. This feels very undeserved. It feels like we just wrapped up a bunch of stuff, a bunch of potential interesting plot lines that doesn't even matter anymore. Apparently, we're done.
Yeah, we're done.
We just finished. We just finished with this area. Like, what? What just happened? What just happened? Also, very quickly, my favorite line, I don't know if it got you, I laughed out loud, and I was actually watching your stream again, because we were just running around in circles, and I couldn't help but laugh again, where at the very end, you have the line where Sadu was saying, "So, you wish for us to fight for Doma? And we shall." like the pause,
Huh?
and then just say, "Yeah, well, okay,
Yeah,
we'll do
sure.
it." Yeah. The only reason why we never did was 'cause no one asked. No
Yeah,
one ever asked. So we just never
actually
bothered.
we love fighting. We would fight if you asked and we would just go.
Yeah. Yeah, if everyone ever just asked us to fight to liberate Doma, we would have just done it. Why'd you wait 25 years? Are you stupid? Why didn't you? You just like seeing your people die? It's kind of weird.
Not really in our culture, but maybe it's in yours.
Yeah.
No, okay, so
Alright, get into it.
I guess. I mean, there is a lot in this sequence, so I don't know if I will get to everything, but something that confused me throughout the entire cinematic. Let's actually go from that angle. Is so what does claiming the ovo mean? Because on one hand, they like, oh yeah, you are fighting for the mall, so if you claim it for the mall are the leaders. That was one interpretation. But then there is the second interpretation where you saw the reactions when we claimed the ovo, and they're like, oh, she's the Khan. She is the Khan. Not the mall have won. They say she is the Khan.
Yeah.
That's second. But hold on.
Okay,
That's second
okay.
interpretation.
Yeah, I know what you're going
But then there is the third interpretation where Hien is like, oh, we won.
Yeah.
No, sorry, Hien says, I won, but I am giving it to you, Serena. So here, have it. And like, I'm like, nobody asked me. I'm the Khan.
Yeah. So this is a in-game mistake that they did. They should have had, because they've done this before in other like in-game like quests and missions and events. They should have had Hien be the one to capture the point.
Again,
it should have just been like, he should have just. It would have made more sense if he was the one that captured the point instead of us. Because yes, there was that weird confusion going on, especially because even before he passes it to us, if you remember, he was like commanding, like he was like giving orders, which didn't make any sense. Considering that he did nothing. Like he was not the overall person that take the point in the end, even though he was meant to be.
But again, this comes back to the point that I keep mentioning. Again, I'm not raising my blood pressure, but I keep mentioning this every time. The Warrior of Light is not supposed to be the main character of the rebellion. The main character of the story of like the Eorzea, the main character of the primals, like we are the primal slayers, so on and so forth. We are the Hydralin chosen, like we had all these titles, but we are not like integral part of the rebellion. We're not the leaders of the rebellion, and we should not be. It's okay if the main character is not the one doing everything. Okay? It's fine
No,
if
but-
somebody else is important.
Yeah, but even then, he was commanding it anyway, which is
Yes.
why it would have just made more sense if they just had him capture the point. Like there was no need
Yeah.
for us to be the one doing it.
It
Like
honestly-
in game, like mechanic wise, like they just shouldn't have done that. Like that was a mistake from the game developers to have us do that.
Yeah, it honestly felt a bit disrespectful that after like the fearless leaders that they were like so difficult for us to handle, they acknowledged that we are the canon. Like they responded to us. Hien was
Yeah.
still like throwing orders around. Like,
Yeah,
excuse
I
me,
agree.
they
Yeah,
acknowledge me.
yeah.
Why don't you acknowledge me?
Yeah, I was taking that as well. Like it felt wrong that he was speaking up the way that he was, considering that he wasn't the leader. So yeah, the game developers, they messed up there 100%. That was the first thing. Second thing, out of nowhere, the Imperials show up,
Of course.
which the problem is that this breaks. There's so much lore, or there's so much setup that they had coming into this that didn't matter in the end.
Yeah, because the
First
entire
things
point
first.
was that the Empire has not come here because
Yeah, exactly. First things first is the Empire. They suppose, if you remember, the very first thing that I wanted coming into this zone, I wanted a reason why the Empire never invaded, and they never gave one. They had, if you remember, they had the one line where they where they kind of speculated. They're like, oh, I've heard that like the warriors here are really strong, so maybe that's why the Empire never came. But like they never like properly gave a reason, because the reality is that the Empire is not strong enough to defend against like a fleet of like the Empire. Like it doesn't matter. Like if they wanted to, they could take it over. But that's why we need a reason as to why they never did, and they never gave us the reason. They never gave us a reason as to why this place is as safe as it is from the Empire.
Yes.
On top of that, they never gave a reason, and this is even more important now. If you remember at the very beginning when we entered the trading village, for some reason, everyone was like kind of racist against Domans. Like everyone was like kind of discriminatory, and everyone kind of like, I guess, was looking down on Domans. But they never explained it in depth, and they never addressed it. And apparently it never mattered because there was no issue regarding the leaders here agreeing to fight for Doma. Like the point of setting up this potential like discrimination against these
because
people
they don't
is
want.
well, I mean, no, we don't know because they never addressed it. But like, if you're going to introduce that, then that is something that has to be resolved first before agreeing to fight for these people. Like, if there's discrimination going on, if they look down on these people, then that has to be resolved, and that never was resolved.
Because why would they fight for these
addressed.
people if they don't like them?
Yeah,
If
exactly.
they find
that
them
was
lower than them.
Yeah, so they just never addressed it. They just never addressed it. They forgot about it. That was something they introduced at the start of the zone, and then they forgot about it, and now they just ignore it. They just ignored it, which is what makes this moment worse, is because it's like, hold up, as we mentioned, then why did you never fight the Imperials? If it feels like it didn't take anything to convince. It feels like there was no convincing. There was no convincing, and the problem here is that in the story there needed to have been that. We skipped it. There needed to have been us rationalizing and convincing and proving that Domans are worth fighting for, proving that Imperials are worth fighting against. Aistan said something important that is basic writing, but they didn't even do what Aistan said. I don't know if Aistan's still there. He said, because the Imperials just attacked during the ceremony, now they have a reason to fight the Imperials because they disrespected them. They tried to intrude. Yeah. But they never said that. That right there, that's an easy in. That's an easy explanation. It's the Empire, they attacked just at the moment that they're doing all this ceremony and all this stuff. Not just that, but what should have been said from Hien is, hey, they intruded upon your sacred ground. They did this.
He kind of did say that though. He did say that they are stepping over your sacred ground.
That was for the initial battle, but after that, it should then be emphasized clearly. They are now like this is where you come in, and this is where you're a little bit where you need to be a little bit more propagandist, and then you say clearly this shows that they have no care for you and your beliefs,
and they will come.
Clearly, there are threats. They will come. They will fight. They will invade this place eventually. That's what you have to hammer home: is that this is a threat now to you, and that is the reason why they would have to fight and
It's
liberate
not-
Doma, because suddenly they're in danger themselves.
Yeah, it's not about Doma as much as it is about their own place because they are next.
Yes, and that is basic writing. That's like easy basic writing is like, hey, you know, sure, maybe you don't care about Doma, but now they're gone, and now the Imperials are starting to push in, and now they're an issue. Now is the time to like actually do something about it, because now you're being influenced, now you're being impacted, now it matters to you, like on a more personal level.
Also,
like that's an easy thing to write, but they didn't do any of that.
Also, something
just
they
agreed
did
to
say, yeah, something they did say, sorry, about Domans was that Domans don't really come here because of like the climate and stuff. That apparently like it's more difficult to like live here, whatever. And like if they wanted to roll with that, that like Empire didn't come here because like the area is rough, they could have played along with it. That like this idiot comes here because he doesn't know about it and he gets wrecked by the place itself and not necessarily the warriors.
Yeah, that's the first thing that I said, if you remember. I said they needed to give a reason as to why.
Yeah, but like that's why I'm coming back to that.
That would have been, yeah, that would have been alongside that, right? That would have been helping to rationalize what it is exactly that deterred the Imperial army from pushing in. And they didn't address it, right? No. However you want to address it, whether it's the environment, whether it's the people, whether it's lack of whatever, but there was never an explanation for that. Same with the Doman thing. You say like, oh, like, you know, the conditions are harsh. We haven't even experienced that ourselves.
Any of that.
Like exactly, like the way that you write a story. If you want like a premise, oh, they're not here. As I mentioned at the beginning, one of the big things that we needed answered was why they aren't here. And throughout all these quests, throughout all these different tribes, would have been a good opportunity to find that out, like even by happenstance, to like encounter their hardships and find out like why exactly this place would be uninhabitable for people that aren't familiar with the terrain. That never happened. We never got any of that. Like none of that was ever written in. None of that was ever shown or explained or anything. They just ignored it. It's just all these plot points that in the end they never came to fruition. They were just pointless. There was never any payoff. There was never any resolution. There was never any explanation. There's nothing.
No explanation,
there's absolutely nothing. Yeah, there's nothing here. That's what was most shocking to me about the finale, because again, as like there should have been a necessity to persuade them to fight for our cause, but they literally just said okay.
Yeah, they were like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's like fight for us. Okay. Yeah.
Also, I did find it extremely anticlimactic, by the way, where you have that scene where you know you fight the Empire and then you know you look at Hien looks at you, you nod, he nods, and he's like, my home is Doma, and then cut. It's like there was some speech there,
yeah,
but it was never
that's what I
here.
mean. That's what I mean. That would be the place where you insert the speak that we mentioned, like the propaganda stuff about like, or just the persuasion stuff about like, hey,
No,
you know, I fight for
doesn't
Doma,
matter.
I fight for my people,
You put
and
anything, but like it's kind of look. Not comparing the events at all, but like I'm just thinking about any like famous speech. It's kind of like, I don't know. You have like the I have a dream, and it just like leaves.
I have a dream,
and he like
and
leaves
then
the stage.
Like, looking.
And he leaves the stage.
And he just walks away. Yeah. I just have a dream. I
just has it. Yeah.
What is the dream? It doesn't matter. Okay, I have a dream.
But he has
That's
it.
what you need to know. And you need to help me realize that dream. They're like, okay.
They're like, sure.
It's like, what?
like that was essentially what just happened. You had the moment where like Hien starts his impassionate speech, and we don't see any of it.
Yes, and the problem there is that that's an important speech. Like it's what was supposed to be said.
It's the climax of this story.
Yeah, it should have been the most important part of the cinematic, and they just cut it. They just cut it out. And I say cut it because I'm sure maybe they wanted something there at some point, but for some reason they never. It's like one of those things where they put it off. They're like, oh, we'll write it later. We'll write it later. Oh, fuck, we're releasing like in a week. We gotta just send it. It's like, what? It's like no one wrote anything there. It's like there was a placeholder note There was like a post-it note there. It's like, hey guys, remember to record something here, and they just never did it. They just never recorded anything.
It's not like a random moment. It's literally the moment, like the climax of this entire story. I would even argue the entire story of Doma.
Yeah.
We get nothing.
We needed that was like the impassioned speech moment to bring everything together, because it's a pretty big deal that suddenly he has a massive army. He has like a massive Dothraki army to head on over and to like fucking to kill all the Imperials and to reclaim his homeland, sort of thing. Like that's it. That's the whole point of the story here, and we get nothing. We actually get fade.
That was supposed to be like the payoff of the entire story, and then we get fade to black.
Yeah,
like
that's crazy. That's actually crazy.
Regardless of like the story so far, like that on its own is just bizarre. It's not some random side quest. It's the literal main part of the story.
Yeah, it's the story. And they didn't. They just skipped. They skipped the story.
They skipped the plot. Yeah.
That's actually insane. I think that might be the most egregious thing that has happened so far in this expansion. And there's been a lot of bad stuff, but that might be the worst thing.
I mean, it has a lot of competition, I will say, but yeah, that was pretty... Like, it was like, genuinely, I was just like, confused, like, what? Where's the speech?
Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy. Just never got around to recording it. Never did it. They never got around to writing it either. Otherwise, they just skipped it out of like. Otherwise, they just wouldn't do the voice acting and they just have the text there instead.
Yeah.
But they didn't even do that. They just didn't write it. Which is why they didn't record it, because they didn't write it, and they just didn't know what to write, didn't know what to say. They're like, fuck, how do we convince these people? I don't understand. They needed an Eistan.
I mean, clearly the people didn't need convincing, so they didn't have anything to write.
Yeah.
Also, I am very... Again, that's kind of coming back to previous point, but like... They have to make up their minds if I am the Khan or Ken is the Khan. Because this whole sequence makes no sense if we don't know.
I think at this point we just assume that Ken is the Khan. I think we just assume.
Yeah, but what I mean is that, like, they make us order the army to fight the Imperials, but at the same time, the fucking clown, because there's no other names for him, just runs away.
We didn't even get to talk about the clown.
I'm like,
God.
I have an entire army at my whim, and they will do whatever I say, but let's just let this guy run away, okay?
Yeah, that was the other. That's the other.
Oh my god.
It's not even it is a big deal because he's a big part of the he's a big part of the story, unfortunately, and for some reason they think it's really funny that he just runs away every single time.
Yeah,
but the reality is at this point, I mean like 2 times ago it was just getting annoying.
His name is a clown. He does not get a name. He doesn't deserve a name.
He's just a clown.
He's a clown.
He's just a waste of time, and he just takes away from everything else. When we spoke about it, he does a disservice to the Azula character.
Regardless of what our opinion is of the character, it makes no logical sense for us to just let him go after all the previous times that we let him go.
Well, I would say it doesn't make sense for us. It makes even less sense for the
fighters.
Yes, for the Aura that were around us, because they have no reason to let him live. And from our understanding, like that's not how they do things anyway. Like if you're trespassing their land, if you attack them like that, they will and they should kill you. If Lys or if we mess up and he runs away, that's one thing. But they should like run him down.
Yeah, they also
with, like,
just
their horses
stand there and like look at him as he runs away.
Yeah.
Like, haha, so funny.
That's one of those things where when I say that he makes other characters worse, that's an example of that, where there's no reason why the other Aura that were there should have let him go, and the fact that they did make them seem worse as a result. Like it's like what's happening? Why what did this happen? Why'd you let him go? It doesn't make any sense. Especially considering that, again, apparently he had like interrupted their traditional like ceremony and all that stuff. Like arguably they have more reason to kill them than we do.
Yeah, true. And they would do it because like that's part of their culture, so they would do it. But even if we didn't even if we didn't plan like to kill him, like I would still if I was the Khan, because it's implying that we are still a Khan, I would be like capture him. I don't know, like make him like do chores at the tower, do something like why are we just ignoring the situation?
Yeah.
So it looks like our rant is being interrupted.
His catch a theme song should be the Benny Hill theme. But even that, like it's just for me, it's just gotten old. It's run its course.
No, yeah,
it's overstayed its welcome.
It got look, it got old literally the second time it happened. It was already old. Like the first time it was weird, but it was like, yeah, whatever. It's kind of silly, but sure, whatever. But the second time it happened, it was already weird, and this is like third, fourth time. How many has it been?
This is the fifth time. It's the fifth time. It's happened a lot.
Yeah, and always in like serious moments too, which are supposed to be like, you know, I don't want to say thought-provoking, but like they're supposed to be like deeper moments, and then you get this.
But yeah, apparently StarCraft 2 confirmed for EWC. I think we were expecting it like in a week or something, but
yeah,
nice.
We were expecting it like in a week. Sure, cool. I'm sorry that we're not very enthusiastic about it, but like we've been sitting waiting for the situation for a while, and it kind of takes a toll.
I mean, it's good.
It's cool.
Good. I mean,
yeah, cool.
I think a lot of people were still. I mean, I was one of the people that was just expecting it to be there. I wasn't really too concerned. I think there were some people that were more doomer about it and like were more concerned about it. But like, yeah, we got it. It's good. It's good. It's all good things. But yeah.
Yeah, it's just that, like, you know, that's a rant for another time. Let's put it that way. Because the way it's been handled is surely interesting.
No, yeah, for sure. Okay, we can continue the story. Continue story.
Are we ready to continue the story? Is there more story? Do you think they wrote the rest of the story?
Nah, they didn't. It's just all fade to black.
Yeah, just fades to black, and it's like, and after that, Liz liberated Doma, and she became the queen.
I'll be honest. This expansion feels unfinished. That's it. It's just unfinished. It's just an unfinished expansion, and they pushed it live, and there's just so much missing. There's just so much that's it's just not finished.
Do you think that after they did Heavensward, there was like pressure on them to like quickly release something new, and they just didn't have the material for it, but decided to release anyway just to keep the window?
I don't know. I'm really curious about the production behind the scenes. Like I don't think there would have been pressure to rush anything out. I think Heavensward was, from my understanding, was successful. I don't think they had. I don't think.
My point is that because it was successful, they like set up the expectation that every X amount of time you will get more of that material. That's what I mean. That because Heavensward delivered, like people expected more.
This isn't even more though. This is less.
Yeah, but that's my point, that like people expected it, but like the dev team for some reason wasn't able to do it.
I mean, obviously, what are you saying? People expected a game and we didn't get one.
What I'm saying is maybe
I don't think that Heavensward set expectations.
Okay.
This is worse than A Realm Reborn. So if you want to say that, if you want to say A Realm Reborn set the bar too high for Stormblood,
no, I don't mean.
I guess. What are you saying?
I don't mean set the bar. I mean specifically time, that they were like, okay, so we should release an expansion every like 2 years, and that should be our time frame. But they actually weren't able to make a good story in that time frame.
I mean, obviously they didn't make a good story in that time. I would want to know behind the scene production time schedules. I would love to know how much time was allocated to Heavensward and how much time was allocated to Stormblood. I would also like to know the writing director, the story director, and the writers themselves. I'd love to know if like were like people in Heavensward, were they fired? Was it like a writer's strike? Did people leave? Did they come back? Were they reassigned? Did they get put into different positions?
Yeah.
Because this does feel
like
worse
it feels
than,
like it deserves like a
than anything.
documentary, but we probably
Yeah.
won't get it because it's a Japanese company, so it's
like
unlikely.
there's like it is just crazy because I don't know. I feel like they failed in almost every way. Like
Yeah, and the
like,
difference is stark, so it's not like you expected it
Yeah.
to fail. Like they did
For sure.
better stuff before.
Yeah, for sure. It's yeah. It's crazy.
It is crazy.
Like it just feels mismanaged. I think that's the best way of putting it. It feels just very mismanaged.
Like
because,
project-wise.
Yeah, yeah. Because I think I've seen some people try to defend this and be like, oh, you know, it's because they tried to write 2 stories at once. They tried to do the Doma stuff and they tried to do the Alamigo stuff. So because of that, like that's why like it was chaotic. But even then, like if you remember when we were doing this stuff with Heavensward, we would also cut back to like Alamigo every now and then. We disliked it whenever it happened, if you remember, because it did feel it was just very jarring, and it was never a good thing whenever we cut away from Heavensward. But at least one side of things was good. Like the Heavensward stuff was good. That's also why we disliked leaving it every time.
But also,
to go back to Realm Reborn, or to Adelsia.
Even if a lot of complaints that we've had were about like stuff like dialogues, like things that don't really need a lot of change, they just need better writing, which like it's not like like there was like, you know, there was like just too grand of a story and like they couldn't flesh out everything. It's like specific dialogues are off, like which could like, you know, somebody could have sat down and like wrote better dialogues for X amount of like scenes in like a day or two, you know. Like it's not like
exactly.
like we expected like, oh, they should like rework the entire game. Like those are like writing mistakes.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was trying to emphasize that people that try to defend it, they talk about how like, oh, they tried to do 2 things at once. But the reality is that the problem is more foundational than that. The problem is like the quality of the writing shouldn't be necessarily impacted by that. It doesn't make much sense for it to be impacted by that. Whether it comes to writing for characters or story beats or like just how things play out. So yeah, like that's what's weird.
It's like
about
I understand
it.
like cutting a zone
why,
for
like,
technical reasons or something, but
yeah,
like
that's
it's
why
a
in my
writing
mind,
reason.
yeah, that's why in my mind the main issue is like who was working on it, who worked on Heavensward, who didn't work on this. Were people shifted around? Were some people given too much power than others? It's just like this broke down at the foundation ahead of time, like before we could even get into anything else.
Like this is not like the issue is not so much with the game as like the mechanics or whatever. Like the issue is with the writing itself.
Yeah, exactly.
And like to like again to the details, where like, you know, changing a few lines of dialogue would already change some things.
Yeah, it would just greatly improve everything. Just to rewrite everything. Crazy. And this again, like this is like the peak of that, where we just there was like so much setup for things that just didn't, it just never got addressed. Just don't worry about it. We're just done and we're moving on. We're just sweeping everything under the rug, and we just need to get to Doma and wrap that up as well.
Right. Do you also can you also not wait to see Yugiri's face with all this Zaela?
That's fine. She's not going to say anything. They're not going to write anything for her. It's gonna fade to black, Kuro. Okay, it doesn't matter.
Look,
nothing matters anymore.
I
It's
say
gonna
that.
fade to black.
I say that because that is a direct quote from Hien.
Uh-huh.
Hien says, "Oh, I can't wait to see Yugiri's face when you come with army." Or was it Liz who said it? It's like where you come with an army of Zaela. I'm like, yeah, it would be a real shame if she wasn't present for all of this, huh?
The Pegasus was an expansion released every 2 years during the and after COVID, they made the wait longer. I should say what I mean by that isn't like the rate of release schedule, but the rate of production. Because if you remember, the team, I believe the writing team was working on Heaven's Ward at the same time they were working on A Realm Reborn. Like as in when they were redoing A Realm Reborn, there was already a set amount of people that were already working on Heaven's Ward before A Realm Reborn fully came out.
Finished.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. So yes, they released every 2 years, but I'm curious, were there also people working on Stormblood at the same time as a Heaven's Ward or not? Because if they weren't, then there you go. That as in like then you know that they had less time than Heaven's Ward, for example. Exactly. That doesn't excuse it, but that's like an explanation.
It's basically, I guess the difference is also because if they work on Heaven's Sword as Realm Reborn is happening, they also have a bit more influence on like, you know, how the things go. But like if they finish Heaven's Sword, they're like, well, what do we do with this? Like
and that's what it felt like. If you remember, that's what it felt like when it comes to killing Papalimo. That's what it felt like when it comes to killing Ida. Like it felt like a whole like reimagining of what the team wanted from what they had. They wanted to do things like their own unique way.
Like they wanted a kind of a reboot because they didn't know where to go from there.
Yes. I think we recently spoke about that. We spoke about that for Dragon Ball GT actually. How like the writers got a bunch of characters that they didn't know what to do with, so they just didn't do anything with them. Yeah.
I mean, GT has its own look. Dragon Ball has its own problems, and that's Let's not go there.
But this is the same thing. Remember Thancred? Remember Thancred? He's just conch.
Remember how Thancred would be really useful as a fighter?
At least they didn't decide to kill him off like Papalimo. They at least, you know, kept him around to use him later.
No, they just kept him useless.
They didn't even do that for Papalimo though. They just fucking got rid of him.
Remember Urianger? Remember how Urianger tried to kill us?
Yeah, remember how we were meant to like have some kind of resolution or continuation to that, but we just ignored that and just left.
Yeah, and now he's back to just, you know, doing research for us that we can definitely trust.
Yeah, he's just doing nothing right now.
No, he's not doing that. I think he gave us a verse of some kind of like rhyme that we're supposed to understand because we looked at a sword.
He's doing nothing in the sense that Alphinaud's doing nothing, where like the Alphinaud, they put him in Kugane to like, you know, do some like infiltration stuff and some information gathering, and he doesn't do any of that. Just like Urianger. Yeah. Anyway. Final Fantasy XIV Stormblood Fate. Unironically. Now
I see this. I want this to be a meme every time. No, I want this to be a meme every time. There's like an important conversation in any like show. It's just like Fade to Black. Like go to the end.
The one good thing about what's happening here is that I believe a lot more attention and care and time was dedicated to the conclusion of the Alamigo stuff. Obviously, because that's the conclusion of the expansion, right? And at the end of the day, that is what people remember the most, is how the expansion ends, not what is in the middle of the expansion. Like the sad reality, they can fumble hard and they can like write dog shit storytelling for like most of the expansion, but if they have a good ending, then that's what people remember, because people don't replay the expansions too often, and they don't remember like, you know, like the intricacies of like all the stuff that's happening here. They remember the end, and most likely that's going to be a bit of a better like conclusion to this expansion, and that's probably why people forgive Stormblood for what it is, most likely. So we have that to look forward to, like probably like a half decent ending of the expansion, but yeah.
I genuinely thought, when you said that there's one optimistic thing out of this, I genuinely thought that you're gonna say is that the one optimistic thing is that we are closer to the end.
I mean, I kind of said we're closer to the end, but the end is meant to be better, right? Like once we get out of Doma,
you actually had non-meme answer.
Yeah. Like once we get out of the disappointment that is the Doma region, which is very disappointing, once we get done with this, then we can go to like, you know, we can go to something that apparently they cared more about. the writers,
See,
I mean.
As much as we like, you know, ranting on and like sometimes a bit memey, I am actually a bit sad because I was genuinely excited to learn about this region because it was something different. It was not directly connected to Eorzea. It's related to the race of the character that I am playing. So I was like, oh, maybe like I learned something interesting about her ancestry or something. And I didn't get that.
Yeah.
Like, I like a lot of like the designs, like visually, like the place is nice. And like, I was like, oh, I'm excited to like travel to this world and like find out what they're about. And I barely got anything out of it.
Yeah, I agree. Like it, for me, like it would have been really nice to have learned about like the samurai more, like the shinobi. Like I think that might be my biggest disappointment is just the lack of any of the inclusion of those two jobs. I was thinking about this earlier actually. When it comes to Heaven's Ward, I think something well that it did is it didn't just have extra dialogue options, but like Heaven's Ward was like the Dragoon expansion. Like if you played a Dragoon, I feel like you got a lot out of playing.
You
Heaven's
got very
Ward,
different
right?
lines in the things.
Well, no, I'm not talking about the lines. I'm not talking about the lines. I'm talking about the expansion itself. I'm talking about like expanding the mythology of Dragoons.
Oh yeah, so you like
and,
actually understood
you know,
what it means to be a Dragoon?
yeah, but like also like the power fantasy of being a Dragoon and seeing like Estinian doing all his stuff. Like it all very much so propped up the job, propped up like the Dragoon, like playing it and the fantasy of that, and it did well exploring that. So you constantly saw them on all the cinematics. There were multiple like Dragoons, and it was all about fighting dragons. We encountered the dragon hunters in like Korthus, in the Korthus Highlands. Like it all added to that. Added to that job class. It made it more enjoyable, made it exciting to even play Dragoon during the expansion. Here, there's zero samurai or ninja stuff. Zero. Which I'm shocked by. The closest you get to samurai stuff is like Kugane, which is just like a neutral town, a neutral like city. And the closest you get to like the ninja stuff is like maybe one quest with Yogiri. But like you never like play the role or like role play a samurai or roleplay a shinobi here the same way you kind of like roleplay a Dragoon when it comes to like hunting and bringing down dragons and stuff like that, right? Like so far in this expansion and in the Doma region, specifically the Doma region, I don't think we've ever encountered another samurai.
I
like
mean,
outside of Kugane.
unless you count
like
count
in
Kugane,
Doma.
not really.
Yeah, I'm talking about in Doma. Same. We never encountered another ninja outside of Yugiri. There were like maybe some ninjas
they are
in
maybe
the hideouts.
base. Yeah, maybe there is
Yeah,
some
that's
in
what
the
I
base,
mean.
but
Like,
we don't know.
Yeah, but they're background characters. Like you never get to experience any of that. You never interact with any of that.
You would think we would meet
you never play out the power fantasy of being a ninja or being a samurai here.
Yeah, but you would think we would meet some of like Yugiri's like comrades, right?
Yeah.
Like we would see like where she learned, what she learned. Like this was supposed to be a school in the past and stuff. Like maybe she would meet someone she learned with. Anything?
Like there's nothing about the expansion that would have made me want to have played a samurai or a ninja in the Doma region, and that's like a disservice to the characters because I feel like that's where that comes from. That's the origin, like the beginning of those job classes is meant to be Doma. So you'd expect it to be more dominant here.
I mean,
and to have some like backstory and culture and
you literally have an entire storyline for the ninja class. This is like a class quest, so only people who play this class can actually see it. You are with a refugee like master and stuff, and like they actually tell you about their life in Doma and like how they had to run away and they were serving his old master and stuff. Like they have more backstory than Yukiri does.
Yeah, like the ninja job class, its backstory is Doma and refugees, but again, there's nothing here. There's nothing. Like Doma's empty. It's an empty region. There's nothing.
Those people from the class quest have more of a backstory than Yugiri has traveling to her homeland.
Yeah, it's crazy. And same with the samurai stuff as well. The samurai stuff, you get Gosetsu, who he's his own character. The fact that
he's
samurai
completely
has,
separate from samurai class.
Exactly. I do not associate him with samurai. I associate him with Gosetsu. And he doesn't encounter any samurai either. You encounter quote unquote samurai in Kugane, but even then those aren't really samurai. If you remember, they were talking about how they're underfunded and they're underskilled and underutilized, and that's why Gosetsu was like just clowning on them and why they revered him. Because he was like a proper like warrior and they weren't.
Yeah, they kind of just using the swords because they have them. They don't actually like.
Yeah. Half the time they were fucking holding jugs. They didn't even have swords. Like what are you
they
talking
don't
about?
have
They didn't even have
swords
swords
for everyone.
Yeah. What is this? It's just, yeah. This expansion has been empty calories. There's been some nice cutscenes here and there, like you mentioned, like there was the campfire cutscene, and there was like a Setsu cutscene as well with him, with the dead body. Like there's a couple of nice, like there was the Yogiri cutscene where she was like reminiscing over the ocean and all that stuff after she got rejected by the people. Like there's like a couple of really nice moments, but that's it. It's just nice moments. That's all there is.
Yeah.
But so far, my favorite part of Doma has been the stuff that happened with the Undying ones.
I thought you were gonna say Namazu.
No, the Undying questline stuff. But that was that's just because it's very isolated. It's like it's very insular to itself. That's it.
How do I like my new vantage point?
They mistook a training jug with a training jug. Ah, no. I mean, those jugs, though. It's peak memery.
Yeah, they better make it an emote at some point.
Anyway, let's continue.
Oh, by the way, at the other entrance, there are still the fighters that we talked to before. Fun fact.
Okay, that's nice. Speak to Liz.
Oh, okay. Go on. They're waiting for you.
The others have returned as well, it would seem. But yeah, so far, I'm now on the camp. There are so many Final Fantasy players that whenever they talk about Final Fantasy, they speak so badly on A Realm Reborn, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it's good. You just have to get to A Realm Reborn, though." It's just, mate, Realm Reborn is leagues of higher quality content than Stormblood so far.
Yeah,
like it's crazy. It's actually crazy. I'm now a Realm Reborn defender because it gets flack for no reason, considering what this is or what this has been.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
I mean, I'm sure we had our like complaints about Realm Reborn, but I don't remember like. I remember I fairly enjoyed Realm Reborn. Like I don't remember
we enjoyed it.
having
It was good.
too many issues. It just, like maybe it was not ideal, but I
like even like
issues.
Kata fell into the trap where I think she was also saying stuff like, "Oh, like yeah, you guys have to get through A Realm Reborn. Like it's not gonna be that good or something. It's gonna get better." It's like no, like it was good. It was
fine.
Yeah. It's good for what it was. Had a story that made sense. Had characters that they behaved like they would.
Had multiple characters that took part in the story.
Yeah.
That is actually crazy.
That's crazy.
Crazy. And you know how the Scions, they actually took part in the story, like all of them?
Yeah, they did. There was some bad parts, don't get me wrong. Like we definitely had our things to say about Minfilia. We did not like Minfilia. I didn't like that at all. I mean, they just killed Minfilia off just because they likewise they didn't know what to do with her either, which I think we also pointed out. But I think we were okay with because we also didn't like Minfilia to begin with. So like, yeah, that happened.
Yeah, and I mean they did make us like Alphino, I guess, in Realm Reborn. Like Heaven Sword obviously like developed that, but I think we already liked Alphino in Realm Reborn.
Yeah.
So like they made us like there were some characters we genuinely like enjoyed being around.
Well, I mean the coils were a big part of that. Like the coils of Bahamut for Alphino and for Alice.
Right.
Like that was all built
But
up.
it was
for
like
them.
after.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you
Alright,
ready?
Ian. Yes. Your Imperial friend has truly impeccable timing. Had he come even a few moments earlier, he might have actually had stood a chance.
Do not call him my friend ever. I will punch
In any
you.
event, that is 2 battles won in a single day, which by my reckoning gives us twice the cause to celebrate. But first, I pray you grant me a moment to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, we are one step closer to freeing my homeland from the tyranny of the Empire. I'm in your debt. Of course, if all goes to plan, this is like to be but the first of many such debts. Yet I promise to endure my insolvency with a smile, out of gratitude to the Kami for seeing fit to send you hither. Hien has what can be best described as a shite-eating grin. Okay.
Would you consider that fourth wall breaking? It's a very weird description.
But it would be rude of me to monopolize your attention. Doubtless there are others who would speak with you. Let us go and greet Temulun Katun. Let's go speak to everyone.
Yes. Also, we're not in party, just so you know.
Oh, okay. This.
I hope everyone is alright. Or alive, at least. We won.
Karina.
We actually won. I mean, you did. If it were not for you.
Ah, mayhap you should speak with the Katan instead of me. That is why we are here, is it not? It's very observant of you, Gosetsu. Temlu Katan, we have returned, and victorious.
Welcome, warrior of the steppe. It is an honor to receive you once more. We observed the battle from a distance, and marked the moment of your triumph. In that instant, I wept tears of joy. Tears? Tears of joy. Not only did you bring us a victory in the Nadam, but you ensured that every one of my kinsmen returned with their lives.
Okay, apparently we did that as well?
Apparently we did that. I don't know how, but we did that. Some were gravely wounded some were more gravely wounded than others, but none were lost to us. We could not have asked for anything more. If it is not too much of an imposition, would you be willing to go and speak with them? A simple gesture for those with whom you shared the battlefield.
Let's go speak to Liz. Sprint over here. You're here. What are you doing? What are you doing? Get over here.
I couldn't see you.
Just get
There are so
get
many
this over
exclamation marks that I couldn't see you.
God damn it.
They covered you entirely. You really shouldn't. I mean, I'm glad you're alright, but we had our own reasons for fighting and it feels wrong to be thanked for that.
Obey. I took a wound that will heal with time and care. The children are gathering herbs for a poultice. Had the Nadam lasted much longer, I may not have survived. Thank you. Cocksure Mole Warrior.
My arms, my legs, everything is tired and sore. I feel as though I could sleep for a day.
Gosetsu. How long has it been since last I saw young men and women celebrating a hard-fought victory? Let us pray we enjoy a similar sign in Yanjai soon. Haha, the pleasure and pain that can only come in the wake of a battle. I know it well. Remol. Stop fidgeting and let me set the bone. Only making it worse for yourself.
Oh no. Oh.
I know. I just give me a moment.
Oh no, no setting swans. Oh, ah.
Tell us. Where did you learn such feats? Is everything in the West as strong as you? Can you teach me?
You have to
Delicious.
get in the line, unfortunately. Some part of me still struggles to believe it, but we won. We defeated the Oroni and the Dothraki and won. When they appeared before us, I was filled with such fear as I had never known. But then I saw you charge with Serena and the others, and before I knew it, it was running and shouting. Or I was running and shouting. I will carry the memory of that moment with me always. As well as the moment when you became one with the Ovo and were declared Khan. The victory pose you struck was a sight to behold. I say, would you be willing to show us again? I love how you just start prancing around. It's so funny.
I do not remember doing this victory pose, but sure.
That is not the pose we did, definitely.
Aye, that's the stuff of legends. That's the Kagan in all its splendor. Or in all his splendor. Line is up next.
That was bad timing. Praise be to the Kagan and to the gods for guiding her to us.
Glory to the Kagan and his comrades, forever and forever. 100 years. Kagan. We shouldn't be the Kagan. It's not. It should be Hien. Because we're gonna leave. Like we're not gonna be here to rule. Like that's another reason why it shouldn't be us, because the Kagan is the leader of these people. We're not gonna we got place to be. Like we're not gonna be here.
Do you remember how I said, so who is the Khan? And you said that it's Hien?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like it is Hien. As in
Clearly it's not.
It should be Hien. No, like it should be Hien. That's what I said.
No,
Like, writing wise they made the mistake of not writing it to be him. That's what we were saying.
Yeah. But I continue that mistake. We're not fixing it.
Yeah.
I think they love you, Mielikka. They really, really love you.
Okay. Like the child and the father, the student and the master, all men need an ideal for which to strive. Yeah. It is good that they can delight in such simple things as dramatic posing of a comrade. Okay, Serena.
Ah, Mielikka. I am told you gave the young warriors a fine show. Grandmother and I have been discussing how we might best express our gratitude to you. Mere words did not seem sufficient. This is a morin kur, a traditional instrument of our people. The feats of our greatest heroes like Bardam and Chaka are preserved in song. Yours too will live on for years to come. Perhaps one day you might learn how to play it. But even if not, you may look on the morin kur and remember this time, this place, as we will when we hearken to the music.
Oh, we got the little violin thingy. Morin Kur, a traditional instrument of the Azim Steppes nomadic Xyla tribes, and Morin Kur has two strings, the male and the female, woven together from the tail hair of a stallion and a mare, respectively. Oh, it's a furniture item.
It is.
There you go. All right, Hien. Lord Hien's eyes are filled with determination. Okay.
I like how it's like, oh, he's determined. Okay, what is he doing again?
At the risk of sounding impatient, we have certain pressing obligations. It is time that we saw to them.
You are right. To whom much is given, much is expected.
Nay, do you not think yourselves so indebted to us? Was it not you who gave us your blessing to participate in the Nadam? And you who saved my lord Hien from certain death? Doma is in your debt, and will ever be a friend to them all.
And we to you, Gosetsu. A thought occurs to me. If you wish to return to Yanja with all haste, the passage to the south of the Dusk Throne would offer the most direct route. The Total sealed it with their magics during the Doman Rebellion, when more men in iron came from afar.
Excuse me?
That is what she said.
Is this literally a throwaway line they're giving us at the end of this region?
Yes.
They're like, oh yeah, by the way, when the invasion occurred in Doma, we actually sealed the path with magic. See, that would have been important to know earlier.
No.
Also, clearly it didn't matter because the Imperials got here anyway, so I don't know what the hell they're sealing. It's like they closed the door, but the windows are wide open, so it didn't even matter. So
That's
that's
literally
kinda,
what it is.
that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So then I don't know why the line is even there, because clearly it means nothing. But okay. Also, that also pushes against the idea, because they kept trying to say, oh, like the people here are like ruthless and good warriors. That's why the Imperial never came. Apparently, no. Apparently, they just locked the door. I guess. And obviously, it didn't work. Obviously, it didn't mean anything. So then why lock the door?
So, because then it takes longer for them to go there, so they don't.
No, because like her saying that means that they were afraid. To go through the effort of like sealing, of like magic sealing like an area.
But they dealt with it. They were gone. See, do you see any Imperials here? No, so it worked.
No, yeah, but it shows like it insinuates a lot of things, like having a line like
it
that.
confirms what we already said, that they would fight anyway.
No, if they would fight anyway, then they wouldn't have closed the door. Then they wouldn't have sealed it with magic. That's what I mean. Like saying that they sealed it with magic when the invasion occurred tells us that they were terrified. Which goes against what we just learned. Like there's conflicting like implications here with what's being said. Unless they closed the path to make sure no refugees came in. Which is
to be fair, they never said who they closed the door from.
That's what I mean. Like that's another interpretation. They may have closed the path just to lock the door and make sure no one could get in, including people that wanted help.
Like actually, when I first heard it, I thought more like, oh, they closed the way because they wanted nothing to do with the rebellion, with like all this fighting that was going on there. It was none of their business.
You wouldn't go through the effort of magically sealing an area if that was the case, I feel. If ever there were a time to open the pass, it is now. We should journey to Dothral Ka. But before that, might we visit the Dawn Throne? I wish to speak with our most radiant brother.
Are you sure that's a good idea? I know he agreed to fight for Doma, but I thought he would be very happy to see us so soon after we beat him.
Is this where they explain that it doesn't matter, like they accept whoever's the leader?
Nama made us for warless. Ever since we came into this world, we have fought. In the Nadam, blood was shed, and lives were lost. Brown earth was stained crimson, and Zaela wept. But crimson is the dusk and the dawn, death and rebirth, an ending to mark a new beginning. We who are born and are destined to die, as the seasons turn, we are born again. Thus spoke the first. So you see, we harbor no hatreds. The Nadam is the Nadam, and what comes after is what comes after.
Yes, this had already been explained to us.
If you say so.
We already knew all of this.
The Dawn Throne first, then. Yes.
Like
And
that
I
was just a
should
waste of
accompany you.
text. Just a waste of text. Like we already knew this. This is all just rehashed.
It was later established in the cinematic right after battle.
It was everything. It was all done. It was all done. Hop on.
Grandma, what do you have to say? Okay.
Nah, let's go. Let's leave.
Leave, just want to be gone.
Let's leave.
But also, wasn't it the case that this was like the quarters of the leader? So wouldn't the mall go there?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Wasn't that the entire point that this is where the leader
Yes.
resides?
Yes.
Do I understand it correctly?
I believe so. That whoever is the leader goes here.
Curious, is it not?
So that's called the throne. So, you know, so the leader goes to the throne. Did I miss the door? Oh, okay. Never mind. There you go. There are fewer here than I remember. Let us hope that we do not find our most radiant friend in a foul mood. This.
Just like that, eh? Not that I expected them to put up a fight. Serena. I found him quite intimidating before, but perhaps it will be easier this time.
The sun is disinclined to entertain you at length. Speak your purpose in coming.
Humble as ever.
Should I be humble in the presence of inferiors? I'm a child of Azim, and you are not. Your triumph in the Nadam does not raise you to such heights. Batu will not be joining us. He was wounded in the Nadam. I just assumed he died. Okay.
Yeah, I was that's like we killed him.
His hurts are grave, and he requires rest. He will walk again in time. Though it is no business of yours, such pity does not become a Kagan. We are not allies, traveler. Far from it. The Nizam will come again, and with it, our rule. I say again, why have you come? To bid us surrender the Dawn throne to the Mole? I mean,
isn't that kind of the law?
yes. Yeah.
Nay, the Mole are beholden to the will of the gods, and they would not have us reside here. The Oronir and the Buduga may remain.
I feel like he should protest. I like the idea of him being like honor bound to that.
Yeah,
sort
it's
of
like,
stuff.
no, that is the law, so we will do it.
Yeah.
Like, we
Yeah,
hate
like,
it,
no.
we still hate you for it, and we will fight you, but
Yeah.
that is the law.
Yeah,
'Cause-
yeah. I feel
'cause-
like he should.
I was hoping that that's what they're doing with him, because, like, they introduced him to us as, like, this, like, super intimidating, like, person that's, like, you know, cunning, but, like, as the time went on, it sounded more like he's planning ahead. It sounded like he was a bit more, like when he started talking, like, sure, like, he still has, like, superiority complex, but, like, it sounded more like he actually cares about the people in general, as, like, the nation, and, like, he actually wanted to lead them, not because, like, he wanted slaves, but because he thought that that's the best way to do so. So it would make sense if he was, like, you know, if he would be, like, very strict to the laws that he himself is enforcing.
Yeah, he should. I agree. We are here for Yanja, and wish to speak of your part in the coming war. Ah, the Dolmens and the Iron Men. I remember our pact. Sound the call, and the Oronir will answer. Oh, glad I'm able to hear it. We have preparations to attend to, but I will send for you soon.
The gods are kind. I'm sure the Oronir will prove a great boon in the days to come. Did he just saw her? Yeah, he just saw her. Yeah, yeah,
of
yeah.
the dusk. A maiden gentle and ethereal. A dancer in the morning mist. And a warrior besides. Look into my eyes, child. See you Azim. Are you my Nama?
Why is this so
Recall that at the
comical?
beginning.
Why is this so comical? I know not of what to speak, Brother Magni, but I am certain you are mistaken. Quite. We should get going right now.
Am I fated to live my life as a sun without a moon? Is there no Nama for me?
Was this like the first girl he saw? It's like, I like her. What if she's the one? It's like a teenager.
If you,
No.
if you remember, he wanted to see the eyes of the
Yeah, but
of Sado as well,
but
she refused to give it to him.
then she looked at him.
No. She refused to look at him.
That
the
was when
drama.
he asked, but like after the battle, she looked at him, and that's why I think that's why Serena was like so surprised. Do you think is it about the like the circle on their eyes? Like what is it supposed to be that they're supposed to see in their eyes? Because they both have it. I noticed they both have it.
do.
I could have also had it, but decided not to.
I hope we can fly.
We can fly. So hello, Sinistro.
Hello, Sinistro. Hello. Good to see you.
We did hear, and we will be checking it out later. So no worries.
Yeah.
I already got
Get around.
messaged by like 2 different people. It's fine.
This.
The dry wind for the desert reminds me of home. Astounding as I found it to speak with Brother Magni, it is nothing compared to the fear I feel at the thought of approaching Sadu Khan.
Yeah. Dr. Al-Khan. Better late than ever. How long has it been since they gave Gesser to the Sands? Is there what's left of him now, I wonder?
No, don't check.
Sado. Give us some voice acting. God damn it. Go on.
The Khan and her warriors.
Greetings, my lady. We come to you on our journey south, bound for Yanjia, where our comrades await us. How fare you and yours in the wake of the Nadam?
Many were wounded, some few to death. Resplendent were their souls in the chaos. It was a good battle, a good day to die. Soon we will greet them again. And mayhap one who went before them also. Gesser's seed has quickened in his lover. When the child is born, we shall see who waits behind his eyes.
There you go. So we have a new guesser.
Don't think about it. Don't think about it.
No,
Don't
yeah.
think about
What
it.
you said? Remember what you said? You were like,
Yes!
"What happens if you
literally
give
what I
birth to your lover?" It's what you
literally
said.
what I said.
She's giving birth to her lover. Ah.
That raises a lot of questions that I probably don't want answered.
But they see the writers. They know the questions that you want to ask.
I
And they
will
give you
say.
those answers.
I will say they say we shall see who waits behind its eyes. So I guess they don't know who it's gonna be. Like they decide after that.
Nah. She wouldn't have been so happy with that smile. It's.
I mean,
Remember they were talking. Remember the reason why she was so sad was because he had died and.
Mr.
Now
Just
they know.
Judy is like way too. You missed a lot. Let's just say you have missed a lot.
Don't worry about it, Sinisa. Don't worry about it.
Don't
It's
think
fine.
about it. It's fine. It's
just,
fine.
Just know that she is giving birth to her lover. That's all you have to know. That's all you have to know.
Yes, she's giving birth to her lover. And another one gave birth to her childhood friend. And also it's possible to give birth to your own mother.
Yep. It's fine. It's fine, Sinistra. It's fine. No. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Go ahead.
Already, we must look to the next Nadam. We must grow strong of body and mind. And your war will help us do so. Say the word, and we will fly to the field.
Of that I have no doubts, for you are Dothral.
There is one more thing we would ask of you. The magics you used to seal the passage to the south. Will you unmake them? If that be your wish.
When next we come together, it will be on the great battlefield against a common foe. I trust you will fight with the same fervor you demonstrated during the Nadam.
Ha! And you, Ancient One, will be the demon I know you to be. What less would be a disappointment.
No, I think the reason why I like the writing of this character and this specific little village town area is because it's just very simple. Like it's just like I think it's easy to write the character. Like for the other one, as you mentioned, they
don't
miss the opportunity,
overcomplicate the things.
Yeah.
As in, like, that is their belief and they stick to it.
No, but I'm talking about her personality, and just writing the character in general. Whereas, as opposed to, I mean, we even just had that one scene at the Dawn Throne where it's like, where they even brought it up themselves, like, they almost even made it sound like the guy wasn't going to give up his throne or something, right? Where he should, like, they should write it that he would want to, and that Serena would have to fight not to make that happen, to fight for their independence, to just do what they want.
And they would be like, no, don't do this. The gods declared that you should stay because we
yeah. Like then there needs to be something different there. Whereas for this, it's just just giving birth to a lover. It's okay, makes sense.
Should we also tell Sinistra about the eclipse?
Nah, that's fine. It's okay here. I'll miss this place, though my heart belongs to Doma. The steppe and her people will always be dear to me. I dare say that woman has never known a single regret. I envy her. Yes.
So this path leads back to Yanje, back to Doma, and the others. It's so easy to forget why we're doing all this. Okay, no, I'm not getting angry today. It's fine. It's fine.
This is what happens when we play furry games. True, I stand true. I was expecting voice acting.
Same, not gonna lie. So, what's wrong with an eclipse? Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Nothing.
Definitely don't check it on the VOD.
Go for it, Serena.
Sadu Khan has done her part. This passage will deliver you to Doma. It is here we must part ways, until the day you call us to battle. It won't be long, I know, but take care of yourself, Serena. And tell your grandmother and the others again how much we appreciate everything they did for us. I will. Oh, I nearly forgot. I have another gift for you. Oh, it's a red... wait, is this a banner of the Mole tribe? It's so small. It is not the most practical of gifts, but we nevertheless wish to present it to you.
Why to Liz? They had... is this the first time they're speaking to each other? Like, there's been no major...
Remember how
like, she
weird
should
the
be giving
Khan?
that to Hien.
Remember how weird the Khan and Hien is the Khan?
She should be giving that to Hien because they spent time together. And they had a closer connection. And he's the only reason why we fought for Mole anyway.
And how Hien was like connected to them because they saved his life and stuff. Remember that?
No, just like out of all characters, like there was the least interaction between her and Lise than anyone else, other than I guess Gosetsu. But like, what?
Yeah. I do not fully understand what has befallen Doma or your homeland, Liz, but I do understand that you and yours have suffered terribly. The Mole place their faith in the gods, and in turn they shepherd us. They watch over and keep us. We pray they show you the same favor. As it was in the Nadam, blood will be shed, your lands engulfed in a storm of fire and steel. Yet, as it did here, it shall mark a new beginning there. May you ever walk in crimson, for in crimson there is life, there is liberation.
Thank you for your prayers, Serena. We shall remember them.
Until we meet again.
This. Wonder what Yugiri will have to say when we tell her of our adventures. Yeah.
Remember Yugiri?
Time has come for Lord Hien to return to Doma. Right then, to the House of the Fierce, with me, my friends. I think we're coming in from Doma from the north,
I don't know.
which is the area of the region that we haven't seen yet.
Also, it's that time of the day. I need to make a call. Be right back.
Okay. But yeah, we're coming in from the top side. Suddenly we have lost the ability to fly. Prism Lake. We have some catfish. Oh, there's Namazu that we can attack and kill. Valley of the Fallen Rainbow. The rainbow tiger. Oh, there it is. They finally have an ether ray. Let's go. But I guess it's just exposed to the elements and out in the open. I guess. Anyway. Let's head on back. But yeah, we're gonna wrap up soon. So Kuro, has a phone call. Once she's done, we'll probably follow this quest into the House of the Fierce, and then we'll stop there for the day. As I do have to sleep before the KSL. Do have to bench. But at least we finished the zone. That's what's important. We finished Othard. And I guess next time we'll finish this zone and most likely wrap up Doma. Wrap up this half of the expansion. And then we'll head on over to the...
Okay, I am back. Where have you taken me?
Nowhere. I did find that there are targetable catfish, though, that we can kill.
What?
Here. For some reason, these Namazo, here. Ebisu catfish.
Why are they not Namazo? They're Namazus, though.
They are. It's like the Karakul sheep thing. They're just...
Yeah, but why are these considered like uncivilized?
Because they're uncivilized. It's just, I imagine, like different tribe.
Yes.
Different people. Alright. And also you have the shaggy tigers again.
Mm.
Okay, this.
Remind me, what part of Yanja is this again?
Ah, this air that fills my breast. These sounds which resound my ears. I'm home. Setsu. I've not used this road before, but I recognize the place. How do you not use the road? It's in your own town. The House of the Fierce should lie somewhere to the south. I will go on ahead and inform the sentries of our master's return. You're the Ancient One.
Look, we have established that they don't know where they live.
Uh-huh. They just never go outside.
They lived in the Doma castle and never moved away.
Yeah, they just never went outside.
Yeah, they just live in the castle.
School
The
DJ.
castle that we have not seen yet.
No.
It's an imaginary castle, actually.
But apparently it's like the only notable structure in the entire region because there's only little small villages outside of that.
A village, singular? Excuse me?
Now there was a fishing village, and then the...
Where?
And then
You
this
mean the
village.
one with Namazu?
No, the fishing village that is all attacked. Where Gosetsu
Ah, true,
gave himself
true.
up.
Technically, that's also part of
Yeah.
Doma, I forget.
Yeah. This.
Huh, I didn't realize there was another entrance.
Here we are. I wonder if they're all gathered inside, waiting. Perhaps expecting a peach or some such. Well, no matter. I shall have to do what I shall have to do.
Are we gonna walk in? There's gonna be like no one there.
That would have been fun, but apparently not.
Brothers and sisters, pray forgive me my absence. It has been far too long.
Lord Hien. Gosetsu told us of your trials and tribulations on the steppe. Would that I'd been present to witness your victory, my lord.
Our victory, Yugiri, owed as much to each of my stalwart comrades as it did to me. Now rise. I will not suffer this excess of formality any longer. Alphino and Alizé Levieux, I presume. I'm told we owe you much. It is a pleasure to meet you both.
The pleasure is ours, Lord Hien. Though we were born and raised a world apart, our values are one and the same. Freedom, justice, liberty. Each of which Doma shall soon enjoy once more.
Hopefully. I understand you have brought an army.
Indeed. The Zayla tribes of the Azim Steppe have pledged their military might to the cause.
Good. We, meanwhile, have secured the support of the Confederacy and a not insignificant number of your countrymen. The Blue Kojin, too, have expressed a willingness to join the fight, provided you agree to certain trade agreements following the liberation of Doma.
The shinobi will render what aid they can. However, Suino Sato refused to answer our call.
No matter. What forces we have amassed far exceed my original expectations. You have my thanks.
You should know that Xenos departed Doma not long after you left to find Lord Hien. We know not the reason why, but it would seem he was eager to return to Gir Abania.
What? Have you heard anything from the Resistance? There hasn't been another attack, has there?
Tataru assures me they are quite well. You need not worry. If anything, this turn of events would seem to be to our advantage.
But there the good news ends. Yotsuyu retains her position as acting viceroy, and we have reports that the garrison at Doma Castle is preparing for a massive operation. We suspect that the Empire's attempt to eliminate you on the steppe may have been a prelude to a larger effort to purge the remaining pockets of resistance within Doma.
The hour of reckoning is upon us.
What do we pick? Victory will soon be ours, or are we ready? I would pick second, honestly, because I don't know if we're ready. Like, I would like to know if we're ready. Let's see if it gets to this part. Try to restart.
Are you up to the first dialogue option?
Yes.
Okay. Are you excited to be back in the Cave of Echoes?
Oh, sure.
Yes.
I don't mind the echoes nearly as much as you do, so it's whatever.
Did you like how off screen apparently we recruited the Kojin?
Yeah, and Confederacy too.
That just happened off screen. No, the Confederacy, that was already done by us.
Yeah, it was done, but like they said that they like did more, and also some countrymen as well.
No, that's fine. We already did the countryman thing. We already did the Confederacy. The Kojin is the only issue because if you remember, the things that we did with the Kojin, the only thing we had agreed upon was that we were going to keep the red Kojin busy, like that. Like we were, it was all like to distract and to keep them away from like supporting the Imperials. Like they never like pledged to go to war with us to actually fight the Imperials alongside us.
True. Actually, true. No, because I remember we did make a deal for the Blue Kojin, but it was between them and the Aldenard company.
Yeah, exactly. Like that had nothing to do with war.
Yeah.
That's why I brought it up. That's why like that's a pretty big deal that off screen like they got recruited. All the others, the Confederacy, like the countrymen, like that was all done on screen. That was all helped and assisted by us. But the Kojin thing is completely out of left field. Like they just skipped it. They just straight up skipped it and be like, oh no, yeah, like they're also just gonna be there.
Also, do you remember the part where we never heard from Alphino, but apparently he gets news from Tataru now?
So what do we say? Are we ready?
I want to pick I want to pick because like the battle is coming, but are we ready? Because I'm just hearing all these things, but I'm not seeing them. Yeah. Are we ready?
It will not be easy, that much I cannot deny. Had we more time to prepare, mayhap it would be different. Do not forget, however, that we have been blessed with comrades brave and true, whom the Empire will have no appetite to face. If you doubt me, you need only look in the mirror. In this place, in this moment, I call upon you all. 25 years of oppression, of tyranny, of shame. It ends with us. We will prevail.
Ready.
This is actually a place we share. We're in the same place. Remember, before it was separate. But
yeah, it's because now this shared instance has the Aetheryte.
Yeah. So it's a different instance. But
yeah.
What I wanted to say. Isn't it weird how Hien walking in is like, oh, they will probably want a speech. Fuck, I'll do a speech. It's fine. I'll do a speech. And then he comes in and he does a speech, not to the people who are gathered here. He does a speech to us, Gosetsu, Liz, all of whom were with him, Yugiri and the twins. And that's who he does the speech for.
Mm.
It feels very out of place.
Yeah, it should be a speech to everyone else because he is their returning leader, and that they have not seen in a long time.
Like the great words will not do any good for us because we know what the real situation is. The speech is for the people, for the armies.
Okay, you know. Once more, welcome back. It is good to see you again, Light. Ah yes, there's another recent development we neglected to share with you. Alice and I have been hard at work attempting to restore the Aetheryte here to its former glory. I'm pleased to inform you that we succeeded. Suffice to say, it should prove a boon for travel. Well, for those replete with anima, like you at least.
With what? This is the first time I hear Alfin refer to this as anima.
Yeah, usually it's ether.
Yeah.
Alfino has devised a cunning strategy to reclaim the Doma Castle. I imagine we're eager to hear the particulars of our plan. Allow me a moment to gather everyone's attention.
If all are in agreement, I will outline my plan to retake Doma Castle. First, Lys and the Doman Irregulars will conduct a series of raids against Imperial targets throughout the surrounding area, with the aim of drawing the garrison's attention. Shortly thereafter, our Zayla allies will launch a surprise attack on the castle's airborne defenses. In this way, we will prevent the enemy's airships from rendering support and cut off one means of escape. Alize and I, together with the shinobi, will exploit the ensuing chaos to infiltrate the moon gates and disable the Magitech field generators. Once the barrier is down, we will be free to cross the One River and reach Doma Castle. It is at this point that we must turn to our Confederate and Kojin allies. They will commence to bombard the castle with cannon fire, while sailing west towards the Doman Enclave.
Wait, the Enclave? Why would you want them to sail away from the castle?
Because the Enclave is home to countless civilians. Once pressed, the Imperials may well think to take them hostage, and I would fain forestall any such attempt. After we have secured the Enclave, we may lay siege to Doma Castle directly. The main strength of the Doman Liberation Front, under Lord Hien's command, shall be committed to this endeavor, as will you and your redoubtable allies. The rest is simple. We scour the castle for the Viceroy, we find her, and we subdue her. Without their leader, what remains of the Imperial's morale will crumble, and they will surrender or attempt to flee. And Doma will be free. Your thoughts, Lord Hien? If any points were unclear or gave you cause for concern, I should be glad to go over them with you.
Nay, 'tis a fine plan. You have a talent for this. That much is plain. We shall carry out Alphino's plan to the letter. Time is of the essence, as you know, so let us each see to our respective preparations. Carry on.
Ah.
I'm glad it teleported us to the middle of the room.
Yes.
So, okay, I have a question, Alfie. Alfie, I have a question. Well, I guess I don't have a question. So my question is, why did we put Zayla in charge of airships?
Yeah, that was weird. That was a weird one. It was a weird one. Weird.
Why did we put melee warriors in charge of stopping airships?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. So the one thing that I had an issue with is, if you remember, the goal, if you recall, the goal of this plan, and the final words of Alphino was, we will, storm the castle and we will subdue the viceroy, or the acting viceroy. Without her, the army, they will lose morale. They'll either flee or surrender. That's the goal. If you remember, Yogiri, when she said that, when she was like all up in arms about fighting and attacking and killing the viceroy, the prince, Xenos, they chastised her for saying, what, you think that killing him would stop them? But their plan is the same. It's literally the same
but
plan.
on local level, essentially.
No, but it would be the same. They're like, hey, we have to kill. They could, because technically, Xenos is the viceroy of this region. Remember, Azul is the acting viceroy.
Yeah, technically.
The only reason why this plan isn't to kill Xenos is because he's not here. That's the only reason. If he was, then the plan would be the same. The end goal would be to kill Xenos or subdue him. Like that would be that. It'd be the same thing, just different person. The only reason it's not him is because it's not here. So the second best thing is Azula. That's it. So them chastising her for being so passionate about stopping Xenos, and them saying that wouldn't end anything. Well, clearly it would, because they have the same plan here. So that doesn't make any sense. Like writing wise, it makes no sense for them to have been against Yugiri, but they're for this plan, which is the same, except you could argue that this plan is in a sense more dangerous. Yugiri's plan was to try to catch Xenos while he was more isolated and he wasn't within the defenses of the castle. Here we're infiltrating the castle to get to Xenos, like equivalently.
Yeah,
So what I'm getting is that the plan is fine, but then they should never have been against Yugiri's initial plan as hard as they were. If they're gonna do the same thing
If they were
anyway.
gonna do the same thing,
Yeah, exactly. It's just inconsistent.
Or like Yugiri convinced them to do it, but then you have to put that out there that they were convinced.
Yeah, I don't think they're writing that she convinced them. They're sticking to the fact that they believe that Yugiri was doing something silly and reckless and stupid, even though they're doing the same thing. You could argue that Yugiri's approach was smarter because, again, the reason why she wanted to do it was because she specifically wanted to catch him out in the open with less protection. And here they're doing the opposite because we're sieging a castle or we're sieging a fortress. So it will be even more difficult than what Yugiri's plan was.
Yeah, I guess so. Huh?
Ah.
What?
Ah. Ah. Again. There's no shortage on tasks which must needs be completed before we can launch our attack. If you have a moment, perhaps you could lend a hand. That said, I have only just returned. It would be better for you to speak with Alfino to find out how you might be of service. Again, I also don't like that Alfino's here. You know, we've already gone through all of that.
I have mixed feelings about Alfino being here.
Because the thing is, for LSA, if they were properly building up throughout the course of this expansion and giving her more and more opportunities to be more of a strategist and be more of a diplomatist as well, and putting her in those situations, then this would be her climax. This would be her moment right now, where all that like training, all of that practice, all of that experience pays off, and then bam, she comes in and she's like, well, since Alfino is busy in Alamigo or busy in Kugane because he's not here, I'm gonna step up. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna formulate a plan, and then she brings it all together, and this would be her moment.
So I'm saying that I have mixed feelings about Alfino being here because genuinely when he started speaking and he like put this plan forward, I'm like, thank God you're here. But it's not because I think it's good for the story. It's because it's a relief to like have someone who like, you know, actually is useful and knows what they're doing instead of all the other characters that we should think that about.
Yeah, which means it worked. As in, if you remember, the break the glass
it is
was
the break the glass
for Estinian,
that's what I mean.
And break the glass for Alfino. It's like, oh, these characters, they're already established. We don't have to write for them. We don't have to, like, I should say, we don't have to write any character arc or character growth for them. They already are where they need to be, so now we can just use them. The harder thing would have been to have properly written Alistair to get to the point where she can can command and she can do this.
You can even say that like she doesn't go exactly in Alfino's footsteps. That, like maybe like she like requires more help. Maybe she like does. Maybe she like, you know, like devises the plan together with other people and like, you know, they all contribute. But still like give her like a role, or like give any of the characters any role that is not, you know, the same characters that you didn't. Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah.
So that's why I say mixed feeling, because like I am happy to see Alfino, but I shouldn't be relying on Alfino.
Yeah. It's just lazy. It's just lazy here. Alfino. Trying to keep busy. Full glad am I to hear it. There is one task which comes to mind. As explained during my briefing, Alistair and I will need to infiltrate the moon gates to disable the Magitech field generators. Though I pride myself on my knowledge of various subjects, I must confess I lack confidence in my knowledge of this particular one, which is why I turned to an expert. I have been conversing with Sid via Tataru, attempting to ascertain the design of the generators based on our limited intelligence. Most recently, he sent a parcel with some documents, which he believes may be of use. I would like for you to go to Kugane and bring them back here. In the meantime, I will continue to work with our shinobi allies to plot a path into the gates. Safe travels, Light, and thank you again.
Remember how hard it was for us to reach Kugane?
No, we have the Aetheryte. It doesn't matter. We just teleport.
No. I mean, in lore, how hard it was for us to reach Kugane, and now it's just like, just they send a parcel, and also Tataru is like talking to him on the phone. It's like, no, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Let's say.
Our journey feels meaningless. I suppose I ought to go and take stock of our supplies. We'll be needing a lot of weapons.
See, that's what they've resorted Alistair to. What are you doing? Oh, I have to just check inventory, I guess. Because I just had nothing to do. Like, really?
Yeah. And that's not even like her calling. Like, she is a fighter.
No.
So, like, Her being just a supplier is like.
Anyway, with that, we're wrapping up. We're wrapping up. We finished the region. We finished the region of the Azim Steppe. And we are nearing the climax of this part of the story of liberating Doma, which we should be able to do next time.
I guess so.
Like, it sounds like we're like right there, basically.
Okay, so where do we want to chill for the closing of this stream? Curse. How could I not see that coming?
Yes. Beautiful.
I can't see it like that. What do I do?
Oh, no. But yeah. You know, we have made progression. We wrapped up the Azim Steppe story. Yeah, certain things were made more apparent, at least in my eyes. And we have a greater understanding of what's been happening. There we go. There we go. So let's just clean up this mess.
I don't know if it's cleanable. There's so many things that just. How did we end up in this place? How? How? So anyway. Wait. What are you looking up? Okay, hold on. He's doing research, I think.
Nah, I'm trying. I can't find anything right now. It's the next one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. Thanks for stream. Have a great rest of your day. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, everyone. Salko, Aistan, Sinistro, Asher, Easy Phil as well. Whether you've been lurking in the chats, hope you've been enjoying it. And again, you know, we're still gonna continue with the game. Has its problems, has its issues.
Again,
we will persevere. We will make it through. We got this. We got this.
I mean, again, like, I'm pretty sure, like, this is considered to be probably the worst expansion so far. I'm not counting the newest one because that's still, like, a topic for discussion or whatever. But, like, out of the established ones, this was considered the worst. So I assume it's gonna be better from here. But, yeah, we are just, like, swimming through the mud.
As I mentioned, most likely because people don't speak as harshly of Stormblood as we do. Most likely because the end of the Alamigo stuff is probably going to be a little bit better. It's probably gonna trend upwards towards the end of the expansion into something, you know, that's more enjoyable. But yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Pawns will not review themselves. Exactly. We'll review all the pawns. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Good.
The pawns reviews. Stopping right before the climax. Yes. We're gonna leave you wanting for more until next week. When it comes to next week, currently our schedule, I believe, once again, has 2 days free. We're gonna be playing Final Fantasy on Wednesday and on Friday. So 2 days of Final Fantasy next week. Maybe even 3 days?
No.
I just realized. Hold on. Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of something else. Kuro, I'm looking at the week of the 15th, and I see that there's a slot available Tuesday afternoon. We could do 3 days. 3 days of Final Fantasy that week.
It's too much. That's too much. Stormblood.
You're like, no, it's not dark.
No.
You're like, I need to look after my mental state.
Yes, I need to retain some resemblance of sanity.
Oh, no. Okay, so never mind. We'll limit it to 2 days a week. 2 days a week, but we'll get maybe 3 though. I might convince Kurt. Maybe a 3rd day.
We'll see.
3rd day of fun. I mean, we have to do it. When's the events? There's like an event happening, right?
Oh yeah, there is the hatching tide. It starts on the 9th, I believe.
Yeah. So it starts on the 9th. So we might do an extra one just for the hatching tide. We'll see.
We'll see. We will see.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
This sure
look
has
forward
been
to seeing
an
I
adventure.
Stand in the future. Yeah, we'll look forward to seeing I Stand in the future. So I hope you're enjoying the game, I Stand. Hope you're enjoying yourself. And again, there's some good stuff in Around Reborn in Heaven's Ward, and even some nice moments here in Stormblood as well. And hey, we haven't finished the expansion yet, so we've yet to completely formulate our opinions. We'll get there in the coming month. We'll get there. What's important? You know what, Kuro? As you said, you know what's important? We are one step closer to Endwalker. One step closer to Endwalker. Let's go.
I will say this. It says a lot that after playing this expansion with all its events and all the things that are happening, the stream is about to end, and I'm just sitting here like staring blankly at the wall. Like, what have I done? Why am I here? Who are we?
Wait, it's a quack.
Like, I have nothing to say. I'm literally just sitting here, like, just zoning out. It's like, yeah.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Get to end.
As always, don't forget to join the Discord so you can talk to us about. Okay, for a fun fact, for those who may not know, who maybe are on our Discord, I don't know. We make sure that the main Final Fantasy channel is spoiler free, so people who are starting the game don't have to be spoiled by the story immediately. But there is a thread where we do allow discussion of spoilers up to the point of the stream. So if you want to discuss what's been happening on stream, there is a thread for that. So feel free to drop by there. Also, what you... Huh? Huh.
Remember how that she's giving birth to her lover.
I don't want to remember that.
Giving birth to her lover. That's some Twilight level stuff right there. That's what that is.
I would argue that's worse, but I didn't watch Twilight, so it's fine.
Have you heard about what they did in Twilight?
I heard about a bunch of things, yes, unfortunately.
How the werewolf guy, Jacob, he imprinted upon Bella's daughter, her baby daughter. That was the thing in Twilight.
No, I didn't reach this part. I only reached the part where she has a daughter.
Yeah, yeah. See, her ex-lover imprints upon her baby daughter, which means they're gonna get married, and then they become a thing. Yeah. Maybe Final Fantasy was inspired. I think.
Yes, please clean me up.
Yes. But thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys.
Thanks for watching. See you in the next episode.
We'll see you next week for some Final Fantasy. We'll see you later on today. Technically, we'll see you in 8-ish hours time with some KSL, some Korean StarCraft League. We also have the SDO today as well. So we have SDO and we have the KSL as well. It's gonna be great.
Yeah. So make sure to catch us on the Cranky Ducklings, because there will be a lot of stuff there. And for Final Fantasy stuff, as always, Discord. And yeah, we'll see you for the next episode of whatever the heck this is.
We'll see you next time. Bye.
Ah.